Section 14 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2I. Another scene had been enacted in the dining room, which, in the absence of the Marquis, had taken so menacing a turn that Marie, who found herself deprived of a protector, could read her death warrant written of a certainty in her rival's eyes. At the sound of the volley, every one except Madame de Gouin had risen from the table. "Take your seats again," said she. "It is nothing. Our people are killing the blues." When she saw that the Marquis was well out of the room, she rose. "Mademoiselle here," she said with the calmness of suppressed rage, "came to carry off the Gars from us. She came to try to give him up to the Republic." "I could have given him up a score of times since this morning," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "and I have saved his life." Mademoiselle de Gouin sprang at her rival with lightning swiftness. In a transport of blind fury, she rent the feeble loops of twisted braid that fastened the spencer of the girl, who stood aghast at this unlooked-for assault, and with violent hands broke into the sanctuary where the letter lay concealed, tearing her way through the material, the embroideries, corset, and shift. Then she took advantage of this search to assuage her personal jealousy, and managed to lacerate her rival's throbbing breast with such dexterity and fury that her nails left their traces in the blood that they had drawn, feeling the while a horrid pleasure in subjecting her victim to this detestable outrage. In the faint resistance which Marie offered to this furious woman, her unfastened hood fell back. Her hair, released from restraint, shook itself free in waving curls. Modesty had set her whole face aflame. 2 burning tears fell, that left their gleaming traces on her cheeks and made the fire in her eyes glow brighter. She stood quivering at the indignity, shuddering under the eyes of those assembled. Even harsh judges would have believed in her innocence when they saw what she suffered. Hatred is so clumsy a calculator that Madame de Gouin did not perceive that no one gave any heed whatever to her when she cried triumphantly, "Look here, gentlemen, have I traduced this frightful creature now?" "Not so very frightful," said the stout guest who had brought about this disaster. "I have a prodigious liking for frights of this description." "Here is an order," said the merciless Vendéan lady, "signed by Laplace and countersigned by Dubois." Several raised their heads at the 2 names. "And this is the gist of it," Madame de Gouin continued. "Military citizen commandants of every rank, local administrators, procureur syndics, and so forth, in the revolted departments, and especially those situated in the localities frequented by the ci-devant Marquis de Montauran, chief of the bandits and nicknamed the Gars, are to give every help and assistance to the citoyenne Marie Verneuil, and to act in accordance with the orders which she may give them, each one, in everything that concerns him, and so on, and so on. Here is an opera girl taking an illustrious name to soil it with this infamy," she added. There was an evident stir of surprise among those assembled. "The contest is not on equal terms if the Republic is going to employ such pretty women against us," said the Baron de Guernic gaily. "And women, moreover, who have nothing to lose," returned Madame de Gouin. "Nothing?" said the Chevalier de Vissart. "Mademoiselle has endowments which must bring her in a pretty large income." "The Republic must be of a very frivolous turn to send us women of pleasure as envoys," cried the Abbé Gaudin. "But, unfortunately, Mademoiselle seeks those pleasures which kill," said Madame de Gois, with a hideous glee in her expression, which meant that the end to this jesting was approaching. "How is it, then, that you are living still, madame?" said Marie, rising to her feet after repairing the disorder in her dress. The cutting epigram silenced the company and compelled their respect for so proud a victim. Madame de Gois noticed a smile stealing over the lips of the chiefs. The irony in it infuriated her. She neither saw the entrance of the Marquis nor of the captain who followed him. "Piamiche," she called to the Chouan as she pointed out Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "here is my share of the spoil. I make her over to you. Do whatever you will with her." A shudder ran through the whole roomful at the words "whatever you will" in that woman's mouth. For behind the Marquis there appeared the hideous heads of Mache à Terre and Piamiche, and her fate was evident in all its horror. Francine stood as if thunderstruck, with clasped hands and eyes brimming with tears. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who recovered all her self-possession in the face of danger, cast a look of scorn round the assembly, snatched her letter back from Madame de Gois, and held up her head. Her eyes were dry, but there was lightning in them as she hastened towards the door, where Merle's sword was standing. There she came upon the Marquis, who stood apathetic and motionless as a statue. There was no trace of pity for her in his face. Every feature was rigid and immovable. Cut to the heart, her life grew hateful to her. This man, then, who had professed so much love for her, had listened to the taunts that had been heaped upon her, had stood there, a frozen-hearted spectator of the outrage she had just suffered, when the beauties that a woman reserves for love had been subjected to the general gaze. Perhaps she might have forgiven Montauran for the scorn with which he regarded her, but it made her indignant that he should have seen her in an ignominious position. The dazed look she turned upon him was full of hate, for she felt a dreadful craving for revenge awaking within her. She saw death now close upon her, and felt oppressed by her own powerlessness. Something surged up in her head like an eddying tide of madness. For her, with the boiling blood in her veins, the whole world seemed wrapped in flames. Instead of killing herself, therefore, she snatched up the sword, brandished it above the Marquis, and drove it at him up to the hilt. But as the blade had slipped between his side and his arm, the guard caught Marie by the wrist and dragged her from the room, aided by Piamiche, who had flung himself upon the frenzied girl just as she tried to kill the Marquis. At the sight of all this, Francine shrieked. "Pierre! Pierre! Pierre!" she cried in piteous tones, following her mistress as she wailed. The Marquis left the stupefied assembly and went out, shutting the door of the room behind him. He was still holding the girl's wrist tightly in a convulsive clutch when he reached the flight of steps, and though Piamiche's nervous hands were almost crushing the bone of her arm, she was conscious of nothing but the burning fingers of the young chief, at whom she gazed with her cold eyes. "You are hurting me, sir." The Marquis looked at his mistress for an instant, and this was all the answer that he made. "Have you something to avenge as foully as that woman has done?" said she. Then she shivered as she saw the corpses stretched out upon the litter, and she cried, "The faith of a gentleman! Ha, ha, ha!" Her laughter was fearful to hear. "A glorious day," she added. "Yes," he echoed, "a glorious day, and without a morrow." He dropped Mademoiselle de Verneuil's hand when he had given one long, last look at the magnificent creature, whom he found it all but impossible to renounce. Neither of these two highly wrought spirits would give way. Perhaps the Marquis was waiting for a tear, but the girl's eyes were dry and proud. He turned away abruptly and left Piamiche his victim. God will hear me, Marquis. I shall pray to him to give you a glorious day without a morrow. Piamiche, rather at a loss with so splendid a prey, drew her along with a mixture of respect and mockery in his gentleness. The Marquis heaved a sigh and returned to the dining-room, turning upon his guests a face like that of a corpse with the eyes as yet unclosed. Captain Merle's presence was inexplicable for every actor in this tragedy. Everyone looked at him questioningly and in surprise. Merle perceived their astonishment, and, smiling sadly, he spoke, still in character, to the Chouans. I do not believe, gentlemen, that you can refuse a glass of wine to a man who is about to go the last stage of his journey. It was just as the assemblage had been restored to equanimity by these words, uttered with a Gallic light-heartedness which was bound to find favour with Vendéans, that Montaron reappeared. His white face and the fixed look in his eyes struck a chill through every guest. You shall see, said the captain, that dead men will set the living going. Ah, said the Marquis with the involuntary start of a man who wakes from sleep. There you are, my dear council of war. He reached for a bottle of vin de Grave as if to fill the other's glass. Thanks, Citizen Marquis, but you see it might go to my head. At this witticism, Madame de Gouin spoke smilingly to the guests. Come, she said, let us spare him the dessert. You are very cruel, madame, in your vengeance, the captain answered. You forget that murdered friend of mine, who is waiting for me, and I always keep my appointments. Captain, said the Marquis, you are at liberty. Stay. And he threw his glove towards him. Here is your passport. The chasseurs du roi know they must not kill all the game at once. Life, said Merle. Very well, so be it then. But you are making a blunder. You shall be closely pressed. I will engage for it, and I shall give you no quarter. You may be very clever, but you are not worth so much as Gérard. Still, although your head will never make up to me for his, have it I must and will. He was in such a great hurry, retorted the Marquis. Goodbye. Perhaps I could drink with my own executioners, but I cannot stay here with my friends' murderers, said the captain, and he vanished, leaving the guests to their amazement. Now then, gentlemen, what have you to say about the sheriffs, apothecaries, and attorneys who rule the Republic? Asked the Marquis coolly. God's death, Marquis, replied the Comte de Bourbon. They are very ill-bred, at all events. That fellow has affronted us, it seems to me. There had been a secret motive for the captain's prompt retreat. This girl, who had met with such scorn and humiliation, and who perhaps succumbed at that very moment, had, during the past scene, shown him beauties so difficult to forget, that as he went out he said to himself, if she does belong to that class, she is no ordinary girl at any rate, and she shall assuredly be my wife. He despaired so little of rescuing her from the clutches of these savages that his first thought had been how he would take her under his protection in the future, having saved her life. Unfortunately, when the captain reached the flight of steps, he found the courtyard deserted. He looked about him and gave ear to the silence, but heard nothing except the noisy far-off laughter of the Chouans as they drank and divided the booty in the gardens. He ventured to turn the corner of the fatal wing of the building, where his men had been shot down, and by the feeble light of one or two candles he distinguished, from his angle, the chasseurs du roi broken up into different groups. Neither Pie-Miche, nor Marcheterre, nor the girl herself was there. But he suddenly felt a pull at the skirt of his uniform, and turning round, he saw Francine on her knees. "Where is she?" he asked. "I do not know. Pierre drove me away and ordered me not to stir." "Which way did they go?" "That way," she answered, pointing to the causeway. Then, in the moonlight, the captain and Francine discerned certain shadows falling on the waters of the lake. The slender feminine form that they both recognized, indistinct as it was, made their hearts beat. "Oh, it is she," said the Breton maid. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was apparently standing there resignedly, with several figures about her, whose actions indicated a discussion. "There are several of them," the captain exclaimed. "It is all one. Come along." "You will lose your life to no purpose," said Francine. "I have lost it once already to-day," he answered gaily. Both of them made their way towards the gloomy gateway, on the other side of which this scene was taking place, but Francine stopped halfway. "No," she called softly, "I will go no further. Pierre told me not to meddle. I know him. We shall spoil everything. Do anything you please, Monsieur l'Officier, but keep away. If Pierre were to see you with me, he would kill you." Pie-Miche appeared without the gate. He called to the postilion who had kept in the stable, saw the captain, and shouted as he levelled his musket at him. "Saint Anne of Auray! The rector at Entrain was quite right when he told us that the Blues had signed a contract with the devil. Stop a bit, I will show you how to come to life again." "Hullo there! My life has been granted to me," shouted Merle, seeing himself threatened. "Here is your chief's glove." "Yes," answered the Chouan, "just like a ghost, that. I, on the other hand, do not grant you your life. Ave Maria!" And he fired. The shot penetrated the captain's head. He dropped, and as Francine came up to him, she distinctly heard Merle uttering these words: "I would rather stay here with them than go back without them." The Chouan rushed upon the Blue to strip the body, with the remark, "There is one good thing about these men who come back, their clothes come to life again along with them." But when he saw in the captain's hand the glove of the Gars that had been held up for him, he stood in dismay at sight of that sacred token. "I would not be in the skin of my mother's son," he exclaimed, and he vanished with the swiftness of a bird. In order to understand this unexpected meeting, so fatal for the captain, it is necessary to follow the fortunes of Mademoiselle de Verneuil after the Marquis, overcome with his rage and despair, had gone away and abandoned her to Pie-Miche. Then Francine had seized Marcheterre's arm in a spasm of fear, and with her eyes full of tears had reminded him of the promise he had made to her. At the distance of a few paces, Pie-Miche was dragging off his victim, much as he might have trailed some awkward burden after him. Marie, with loosened hair and bowed head, turned her eyes upon the lake, but she was held back by an iron grip and compelled to follow the Chouan with lagging steps. Now and again he turned to give her a look or to hasten her progress, and each time he did so a jovial thought was expressed on his face by a frightful smile. "Isn't she grand?" he cried with uncouth emphasis. Francine, hearing these words, recovered her power of speech. "Pierre!" "Well?" "Is he going to kill mademoiselle?" "Not just at once," answered Marcheterre. "But she will resist, and if she dies, I shall die too." "Ah, well, you are too fond of her, so let her die," said Marcheterre. "If we two are rich and happy, we owe our good fortune to her. But anyhow, have you not promised me to save her from all misfortune?" "I will try, but stay there and don't stir away." Marcheterre's arm was instantly released, and Francine, consumed by the most terrible anxiety, waited in the courtyard. Marcheterre came up with his companion just as the latter had entered the barn and forced his victim to get into the coach. Piamiche demanded his fellow's aid to pull the coach out. "What do you want with all this?" inquired Marcheterre. "Well, the Grande Garce has given me the woman, so all she has belongs to me." "As for the coach, well and good, you will make some money out of it. But how about the woman? She will fly at your face like a cat." Piamiche burst into a noisy laugh and replied, "Tiens, I shall take her home along with me, and I shall tie her up." "All right, let us put the horses in," said Marcheterre. A moment later Marcheterre, who had left his companion to keep watch over his victim, brought the carriage out upon the causeway outside the gate. Piamiche got in beside Mademoiselle de Verneuil, without noticing the start she made to fling herself into the water. "Hullo, Piamiche!" shouted Marcheterre. "What is it?" "I will buy your share of the plunder of you." "Are you joking?" asked the Chouan, pulling his prisoner by the skirt as a butcher might seize a calf that was escaping him. "Let me have a look at her, and I'll make you an offer." The unhappy girl was obliged to descend, and to stand there between the two Chouans, who each held one of her hands in his grasp, and gazed at her as the two elders must have stared at the bathing Susanna. Marcheterre heaved a sigh. "Will you take 30 good livres a year?" "Do you really mean it?" "Do you take it?" asked Marcheterre, stretching out his hand. "Oh, it is a bargain, for I can have Breton girls with that, and grand ones too. But how about the carriage? Who is to have that?" said Piamiche, bethinking himself. "That is mine," cried Marcheterre, with a ring in his terrible voice, which indicated a kind of ascendancy over all his companions, due to the savagery of his nature. "But suppose there should be money in the carriage?" "Haven't you struck a bargain?" "Yes, I closed with you." "All right, go and look up the postilion, who is fixed up in the stable." "But if there was any gold in it?" "Is there any in there?" Marcheterre asked sharply of Marie, while he shook her by the arm. "I have 100 crowns," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. At these words the two Chouans looked at each other. "Well, my good friend, do not let us fall out about a Republican girl," said Piamiche in Marcheterre's ear. "Shall we chuck her into the pond with a stone round her neck, and divide the 100 crowns between us?" "I will give you the 100 crowns out of my share of Dorgemont's ransom," cried Marcheterre, suppressing the groan occasioned by this sacrifice. Piamiche gave a hoarse kind of cry and went to find the postilion. His glee brought bad luck to the captain whom he met. When he heard the report of the gun, Marcheterre hurried to the spot where Francine, still in terror, was praying with clasped hands upon her knees beside the poor captain. So vivid had been the effect upon her of the spectacle of the murder. "Run to your mistress," said the Chouan shortly. "She is safe." He himself ran in search of the postilion, and returned with the speed of lightning. As he passed by Merle's body for the second time, he saw the glove of the guard, which the dead hand was still clutching convulsively. "Oho!" cried he, "Piamiche has tried foul play here. It is not so sure that he will live to draw that income of his." He tore away the glove, and said to Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who was already in her place in the coach with Francine beside her, "Here, take this glove. If you are attacked on the road, say, 'Oh, the gars,' and show this passport here, and no harm can come to you. Francine," he said, turning towards her and seizing her hand, "we are quits now with the woman there. The devil take her. Come with me." "Would you have me leave her just now, at this moment?" Francine answered in a melancholy voice. Marcheterre first scratched his ear, and then his forehead. Then he raised his head and showed his eyes with the fierce expression that made them formidable. "You are right," said he. "For a week I will leave you with her. But when once it is over, if you do not come to me—" He did not finish the sentence, but he struck the muzzle of his rifle a heavy blow with the flat of his hand, made a feint of levelling it at his mistress, and went without waiting for a response. As soon as the Chouan had gone, a stifled voice that seemed to rise from the surface of the pond cried, "Madame, madame!" The postilion and the two women shuddered with horror, for several dead bodies had drifted thither. A Blue, hiding behind a tree, showed himself. "Let me get up on your box, or I am a dead man. That damned glass of cider that Clédécaire would drink has cost more than a pint of blood. If he had followed my example and made his rounds, our poor comrades would not be floating about there like a fleet." End of section 14. Section 15 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2J. While these events were taking place without the house, the chiefs sent by the Vendéens were conferring with the Chouans, glass in hand, while the Marquis of Montauran presided. Ample potations of Bordeaux wine gave warmth to the debate, which grew momentous and serious as the banquet drew to a close. During the dessert, when the lines of concerted military action had been laid down, and the Royalists drank to the health of the Bourbons, the report of Piamiche's gun sounded like an echo of the ill-omened war which these gay and noble conspirators were fain to wage against the Republic. Madame de Gouin shook with the pleasurable agitation which she felt at being rid of her rival, and at this the guests all looked at one another, and the Marquis rose from the table and went out. "After all, he was in love with her," said Madame de Gouin satirically. "Go and keep him company, Monsieur de Fontaine. He will grow as tiresome as the flies if he gets into the blues." She went to the window which looked out upon the courtyard to try to see Marie's dead body. Thence, by the last light of the setting moon, she could make out the coach, which was ascending the avenue between the apple trees with incredible speed. Mademoiselle de Verneuil's veil was fluttering in the breeze out of the coach window. Madame du Gouas left the company, enraged at what she saw. The Marquis was lounging on the flight of steps, deep in gloomy thoughts, as he watched about 150 Chouans who had returned from the gardens, whither they had gone to divide their booty, and who were now about to finish the cider and the bread which had been promised to the Blues. These soldiers, new pattern, upon whom the hopes of the monarchy were founded, were drinking together in little knots, while 7 or 8 of their number were amusing themselves on the embankment opposite to the flight of steps by tying stones to the bodies of the Blues and flinging them into the water. This spectacle, taken in connection with the various pictures presented by the eccentric costumes and the wild faces of the callous and uncivilized Gare, was so extraordinary and so novel to M. de Fontaine, who had observed a certain appearance of seemliness and discipline among the Vendéan troops, that he seized this opportunity to say to the Marquis of Montauran, "What can you hope to do with such brutes as that?" "No great things, you mean, my dear Count," replied the Gare. "Will they ever be able to execute manoeuvres when they are confronted with the Republicans?" "Never." "Will they ever be able to do so much as to understand your orders and carry them out?" "Never." "Then what use will they be to you?" "They will enable me to plunge my sword into the heart of the Republic," thundered the Marquis, "to make Fougères mine in 3 days, and the length and breadth of Brittany in 10. Come, sir," he continued in a milder voice, "set out for La Vendée. Let Autichamp, Suzannet, and the Abbé Bernier only go ahead as quickly as I shall. Let them not open negotiations with the First Consul, as they once led me to fear." Here he gave the Vendéan's hand a mighty grasp. "And we shall be within 30 leagues of Paris in 3 weeks." "But the Republic is sending 60,000 men, and General Brune, against us." 60,000 men? Really?" cried the Marquis with a satirical smile. "And with what men will Bonaparte carry on his Italian campaign? And as for General Brune, he will not come either. Bonaparte has dispatched him against the English in Holland, and General Hédouville, the friend of our friend Barras, will take his place out here. Now do you understand me?" When he heard him talk in this way, M. de Fontaine looked at the Marquis with an astute and arch expression which seemed to convey a reproach to the speaker for not fully understanding the drift of the mysterious words which he had just uttered. Both gentlemen understood each other perfectly well from that moment, yet the young chief replied with an indefinable smile to the unspoken thought in the eyes of both. "Monsieur de Fontaine, do you know my arms? My device is préserverai jusqu'à la mort." The Comte de Fontaine grasped Montauran's hand and pressed it as he said, "I was left for dead on the field at Quatre Chemins, so you will have no misgivings about me. But believe my experience, times are changed." "Oh, yes," said La Billardière, who joined them. "You are young, Marquis. Just listen to me. Your estates have not all been sold." "Ah, can you imagine devotion without a sacrifice?" said Montauran. "Do you really know the king?" said La Billardière. "Yes." "Then I admire you." "The king," said the young chief, is the priest, and I am fighting for the faith." And so they separated. The Vendéen, convinced of the necessity of a resignation to the course of events and of keeping his faith in his own heart, La Billardière to go back to England again, and Montauran to fight desperately and to force the Vendéens to cooperate with him by means of the victories of which he dreamed. These events had stirred up so many emotions in the soul of Mademoiselle de Verneuil that she lay back in the carriage utterly prostrated and as if dead, when she had given the order to proceed to Fougères. Francine was silent, following the example of her mistress. The postilion, who was in terror of some fresh misadventure, made haste to reach the high road, and very soon reached the top of La Pèlerine. In the dense white morning mists, Marie de Verneuil made her way across the wide and beautiful valley of the Couesnon where this story began. From the summit of La Pèlerine she could hardly see the schistous rock upon which the town of Fougères is built, and from which the three travellers were still some 2 leagues distant. Mademoiselle de Verneuil felt chilled through with the cold, and thought of the poor infantryman perched up behind the carriage, insisting, in spite of his refusals, that he should come in and sit beside Francine. The sight of Fougères drew her for a moment from her reverie. Moreover, as the guard stationed at the Saint Léonard gate refused admittance into the town to strangers, she was compelled to produce her credentials. Then she found herself protected at last from all hostile attempts as she came into this place, with its own townspeople for its sole defenders at the moment. The postilion could find no better sheltering roof for her than at the Post Inn. "Madame," said the Blue whom she had rescued, "if you should ever require to administer a sabre cut to any individual, my life is at your service. I am good at that. My name is Jean Falcon, I am called Beaupied, and I am a sergeant in the first company of Hulot's lads in the 72nd demi-brigade, which they call the Mayennais. Excuse my vanity and presumption, but I can do no more than offer you the life of a sergeant, because, for the time being, I have nothing else to put at your disposal." He turned on his heel and went away whistling. "The lower one looks in the ranks of society," said Marie with bitterness, "the more one finds generosity of feeling without any parade of it. A marquis gives me up to death in return for life, while a sergeant... But there, let that be." When the beautiful Parisian lay in a well-warmed bed, her faithful Francine hung about, waiting in vain for the affectionate word that she was accustomed to hear. But her mistress saw her still standing there uneasily, and said, with every mark of sadness, "They call this a day, Francine, but I am 10 years older for it." The next morning, as she was getting up, Corentin presented himself to call upon Marie, who gave him admittance. "Francine," she remarked, "my misfortune must be great indeed when I can tolerate the sight of Corentin." But for all that, when she saw him again, she instinctively felt for the 1000th time towards the man a repugnance that an acquaintance of 2 years' standing had mitigated no whit. "Well," said he, smiling, "I thought you were going to succeed. Was it not he, then, whom you got hold of?" "Corentin," she answered slowly, with a sorrowful expression, "do not mention that affair to me unless I myself speak to you of it." He walked to and fro in the room, attempting to divine the secret thoughts of this strange girl, in whose glance there was a something which at times had power enough to disconcert the cleverest men. "I foresaw this check," he began after a moment's pause. "I have been making inquiries, in case you might care to make this town your headquarters. We are in the very heart and centre of chouannerie. Will you stay here?" The nod vouchsafed to him by way of a reply gave rise to conjectures as to yesterday's events on Corentin's part, which were partially correct. "I have taken a house for you," he went on, "one confiscated by the nation and as yet unsold. They are not very advanced in their notions hereabouts. Nobody has dared to buy the place, because the emigrant to whom it belonged is thought to be an awkward customer. It is close to St. Leonard's Church, and, upon my honour, one enjoys a charming view from the windows. Something can be made of the whole. It is habitable. Will you go into it?" "Yes, at once," she exclaimed. "But you must let me have a few hours in which to get it cleaned and set to rights, so that you may find everything to your mind." "What does it matter?" she said. "I should make no difficulty about living in a convent or in a jail. However, you can arrange things so that I can be left to rest in absolute solitude this evening. There, you can leave me. Your presence is intolerable. I wish to be left alone with Francine. I am on better terms with her, perhaps, than with myself. There, good-bye. Go away." It was evident from the words thus volubly uttered, and imbued by turns with coquetry, wilfulness, and passion, that her serenity was completely restored. Slumber, no doubt, had gradually dispelled the impressions of the previous day, and reflection had brought her counsels of revenge. If dark thoughts at times were depicted upon her face, they seemed to bear witness to the power possessed by some women of burying their most enthusiastic feelings in the depths of their souls, and of that capacity for dissimulation which enables them to smile graciously while they scheme out the ruin of their victim. She sat there, absorbed in plans for getting the Marquis into her hands alive. For the first time she had known a life in accordance with her inmost wishes, but of that life nothing remained to her now but the longing for revenge, a revenge that should be absolute and unending. This was her sole thought, her one passionate desire. Francine's words and little services drew no response from Marie, who seemed to be sleeping with her eyes open. The livelong day went by, and there was no outward sign or movement of the life which is the expression of our thoughts. She lay reclined on a kind of ottoman which she had made with chairs and pillows, and not till evening came did she languidly let fall these words, and no more, with her eyes upon Francine. "Yesterday, my child, I saw clearly how one can live for love's sole sake. Today, I have come to understand how one can die to have revenge. Yes, I would give my life to find him out, wherever he may be, to come across him once more, to entangle him, and to have him in my power. But if, after a few days, I do not find this man who has slighted me lying humble and submissive at my feet, if I do not reduce him to an abject servitude, why, then I shall be beneath contempt, and I shall be no more a woman. I shall be no longer myself." The house which Corentin had proposed to Mademoiselle de Verneuil was well adapted to gratify her innate love of refinement and luxury in her surroundings. He himself appeared to have accumulated there everything which in his opinion ought to please her, with a lover's eagerness, or, more properly speaking, with the anxious servility of a man in power seeking to attach to his own interest some inferior who is necessary to him. He came to Mademoiselle de Verneuil the next day to suggest a removal to this improvised dwelling-place. She scarcely did more than transfer herself from her rickety ottoman to a venerable sofa which Corentin had managed to find for her. But the fanciful Parisian entered into residence as if the house had belonged to her. She treated everything she saw with supreme indifference, and developed a sudden affinity with the oddments, which by degrees she appropriated to her own use, as if they had long been familiar to her. These are trifling details, but not without significance in the portraiture of an unusual character. She might have become well acquainted with this dwelling in her dreams, or ever she saw the place. And here she lived upon the hatred within her, just as she would have existed upon love. At any rate, she said to herself, I have not inspired in him that insulting kind of pity which is death. I do not owe my life to him. Oh, my first and last and only love. What an outcome of it all. She made a spring at the startled Francine. Do you love too? Oh, yes, I remember. You are in love. How very fortunate I am to have a woman beside me who can understand. Well, my poor Francine, do not men seem to you to be horrible creatures? Why, he told me that he loved me, and he could not stand the slightest test. Yet if the whole world had spurned him, he should have found a refuge in my heart. If the whole universe had been against him, I would have stood by him. Once I used to watch a world filled with beings who came and went. They were only indifferent things for me, but that world of mine was only melancholy, not dreadful. And now, what is it all without him? He will go on living, though I am not there at his side, though I do not speak to him, nor touch him, nor hold him and clasp him close. Oh, rather than that, I will murder him myself as he sleeps. Francine looked at her in alarm for a moment without speaking. Then she said in a gentle voice, Murder the man you love? Ah, surely, when he loves you no longer. But after these fearful words, she hid her face in her hands, sank into her chair, and was mute. The next day, someone broke suddenly into her room without being announced. It was Hulot. His face was hard and stern, and Corentin came with him. She raised her eyes and trembled. You are come to require an account of your friends from me, she said. They are dead. I know it, answered Hulot. They did not die in the service of the Republic. For me, and it was my doing. You are about to speak to me of our country. Will our country give back life to those who die for her? Will she so much as avenge them? Now I, she cried, will avenge them. Baleful visions of the tragedy in which she had nearly fallen a victim rose up and formed themselves before her eyes. A mad impulse seized this gracious being, who held modesty to be a woman's first artifice, and she marched abruptly over to the amazed commandant. For a few murdered soldiers, she said, I will bring a head worth thousands of others beneath the axe upon your scaffold. Women carry on war but seldom. Yet you, however old you may be, may pick up excellent stratagems in my school. I will give over to your bayonets, in him, a whole family, his ancestors, his present, past, and future. Inasmuch as I have been kind and true to him, so I will be crafty and false. Yes, Commandant, I mean to bring this gallant gentleman home to me. He shall only leave my arms to go to his death. Yes, I shall never know a rival. The wretch pronounced his own death sentence, a day without a morrow. We shall both of us be avenged, your republic and I. The republic, she went on, with a strange inflection in her voice that startled Hulot. So the rebel will die, after all, for bearing arms against his country? France herself will cheat me of my revenge? One life is such a little thing. One death can only atone for a single crime. But since this gentleman has but one head to lose, in the night before he dies I will make him feel that he is losing more than a life. But before all things, Commandant, for it will be you who will put him to death, and a sigh broke from her, act in such a sort that nothing shall betray my treason. Let him die with a full belief in my faith. That is all that I ask of you. Let him see nothing but me and my endearments. With that she stopped, but in the dark flush on her face, Hulot and Corentin saw that anger and rage had not extinguished modesty. Marie shuddered violently as she uttered these last words. She seemed to listen for them afresh, as if she were not sure that she had spoken them. She trembled undisguisedly, and made the involuntary gesture of a woman who has suddenly dropped her veil. "But you have had him already in your hands," said Corentin. "Very likely," she replied bitterly. "Why did you stop me when I had hold of him?" asked Hulot. "Commandant, we did not know that it was he." Suddenly the excited woman, who was hurriedly pacing to and fro, flinging fiery glances at the two witnesses of this tempest, grew calmer. "I hardly know myself," she said, and her tones were those of a man. "What is the good of talking? We must go in search of him." "Go in search of him?" replied Hulot. "My dear child, mind that you do not. We are not masters of this countryside, and if you venture to stir 100 paces out of the town, you will either be killed or taken prisoner." "There is no such thing as danger for those who are seeking for vengeance," she answered, and with a disdainful gesture she dismissed the two men from her presence. The sight of them filled her with shame. "What a woman!" Hulot exclaimed as he withdrew with Corentin. "What a notion those police fellows in Paris have had! But she will never give him up to us," he added with a shake of the head. "Oh, yes, she will," Corentin replied. "Can you not see that she is in love with him?" said Hulot. "That is exactly the reason. Moreover," said Corentin, as he looked at the astonished commandant, "I am on the spot to prevent any nonsense on her part. For, to my thinking, comrade, there is no love affair worth 300,000 francs." With that, this diplomatist of the Home Office left the soldier, who followed him with his eyes, and when he no longer heard the sound of the other's footsteps, he heaved a sigh and remarked to himself, "So there is some advantage at times in being a mere thickhead like me. Tonnerre de Dieu! If I hit upon the Gare, we will fight it out man to man, or my name is not Hulot. For now that they have instituted councils of war, if yonder fox is anything to go by, my conscience will be no cleaner, I should say, than any trooper's shirt who has gone under fire for the first time. The massacre at the Vivetière, and the desire to avenge his two friends, had been quite as strong inducements to resume the command of his demi-brigade as the letter Hulot had received from the new minister Belcher, who informed him that, under the circumstances, his resignation could not be accepted. Along with the official dispatch came a confidential letter containing no information concerning Mademoiselle de Verneuil's mission, but informing him that this incident was completely without the scope of military operations and should therefore in no way hamper their progress. The share of the military leaders in that matter was confined, so it ran, to seconding the honorable citoyenne if occasion should call for it. The reports which Hulot received, having made it clear to him that the mobilization of the Chouans was being directed upon Fougères, he threw 2 battalions of his demi-brigade into that important place, bringing them by forced marches and hidden ways. Everything about him had wrought to bring back all the fire of his youth into the veteran commandant. The perils of his country, a hatred of the aristocracy whose partisans were threatening such a considerable district, and the promptings of friendship. "This, at last, is the life I was longing for," cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil when she was alone with Francine. "However swiftly the hours may pass, they are like centuries of thought to me." She took Francine's hand impulsively, and these words fell from her, one by one, in a voice like the first robin's notes after a storm. "I cannot help it, my child. I always see those 2 exquisite lips, the short, slightly prominent chin, and those eyes of fire. I hear again the hue of the postilion, and at last I fall to dreaming. And why is there such hatred in me when I awake?" She heaved a long sigh, and rose to her feet. She looked out for the first time over the country, which had been given over to civil war by the cruel noble whom she would fain combat, she and no other. The view had an attraction for her. It drew her out of doors to breathe more freely under the open sky. And if it was chance that determined her way, she was certainly under the influence of the dark power within us, which makes us look for a gleam of hope in some absurd course. Ideas that occur to us while we are under this spell are often realized, and then we attribute our instinctive insight to the faculty that we call presentiment, a power which is real, if unexplained, and which is ever ready at the beck and call of the passions, like a parasite who sometimes utters a true word among his lies. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3a. A Day Without a Morrow. As the final events of this story were largely determined by the character of the country in which they took place, a detailed description of it is unavoidable, for otherwise the catastrophe will be difficult to understand. The town of Fougères is partly situated on a mass of schistous rock that might have fallen forward from the hills that close round the western end of the wide valley of the Couesnon, each of which is differently named in different places round about. A narrow ravine with the little stream called the Nanson running at the bottom of it separates the town from these hills. The eastern side of the mass of rock commands a view of the same landscape that the traveller enjoys from the top of La Pèlerine. The only prospect from the western side is along the tortuous valley of the Nanson. But there is one spot whence it is possible to see a segment of the great circle formed by the main valley as well as the picturesque windings of the smaller one that opens out into it. Here the townspeople had elected to make a promenade. Hither Mademoiselle de Verneuil was betaking herself, and this very place was to be the stage on which the drama begun at the Vivetière was to be carried out. However picturesque, therefore, the other parts of the town of Fougères may be, attention must be exclusively directed to the disposition of the country that is visible from the highest point of the promenade. To give an idea of the appearance of the rock of Fougères when seen from this side, a comparison might be made between it and one of those huge towers about which Saracen architects have fashioned tier after tier of balconies, connected each with each by spiral staircases. The topmost point of the rock terminates in a Gothic church with its crockets, spire, and buttresses, which completes the almost perfect sugar-loaf form of the whole. Before the door of this church, which is dedicated to Saint Léonard, lies a little irregularly shaped square. The soil there is banked up and sustained by a wall that runs round it like a balustrade, and it communicates with the promenade by a flight of steps. This esplanade runs round about the rock like a second cornice, several fathoms below the square of Saint Léonard, presenting an open space planted with trees, which is brought to an end by the fortifications of the town. Then, after a further interval of some 10 fathoms of rocks and masonry which support this terrace, thanks partly to the fortunate disposition of the schist and partly to patient industry, there lies a winding road called the Queen's Staircase, cut out of the rock itself, and leading to a bridge built over the Nanson by Anne of Brittany. Underneath this road again, which makes a third cornice, the gardens slope in terraces down to the river, looking like tiers of staging covered with flowers. Lofty crags, called the Hills of Saint-Sulpice, after the name of the suburb of the town in which they rise, run parallel with the promenade and along the riverside. Their sides slope gently down into the main valley, wherein they take a sharp turn towards the north. These steep, dark, and barren crags seem almost to touch the schistous rock of the promenade, coming in some places within a gunshot of them, and they shelter from the north wind a narrow valley some 100 fathoms in depth, wherein the Nanson divides itself into 3 streams, and waters a meadowland pleasantly laid out and filled with houses. To the south, just where the town, properly speaking, comes to an end and the suburb of Saint Léonard begins, the rock of Fougères makes a curve, grows less lofty and precipitous, turns into the main valley and stretches along the river, which is thus shut in between it and the hills of Saint-Sulpice in a narrow pass. Thence the river flows in 2 streams towards the Couesnon, into which it falls. This picturesque range of rocky hillsides is named the Nid d'Aucrac. The dale which is shut in by them is called the Valley of Gibari, and its rich meadows produce a large proportion of the butter, known to epicures as Prévalais butter. At the spot where the promenade abuts upon the fortifications, a tower rises, called the Papego's Tower. The house in which Mademoiselle de Verneuil was staying was built upon this square structure. Beyond this point there is nothing but a sheer space, sometimes of wall, sometimes of rock, wherever the latter presents a smooth surface. The portion of the town that is built upon this lofty and impregnable base describes an immense half-moon, at the termination of which the rocks slope away and are hollowed out so as to give an outlet to the Nanson. Here stands the gate of Saint-Sulpice, through which the way lies into the suburb that bears the same name. On a knoll of granite rock, commanding the entrance into 3 valleys wherein several roads converge, rise the ancient crenellated turrets of the feudal castle of Fougères, one of the most considerable structures erected by the Dukes of Brittany, with its walls 15 fathoms high and 15 feet thick. On its eastern side, the castle is protected by a pond in which the Nanson rises, flowing thence through the moats and turning several mills between the gate of Saint-Sulpice and the drawbridges of the fortress. On the western side, the perpendicular rocks on which the castle is built form a sufficient defence. Thus, from the promenade to this magnificent relic of the Middle Ages, adorned with its mantling ivy and its turrets, round or square, in any one of which a whole regiment might be quartered, the castle, the town, and its rock protected by a curtain of wall, or by scarps hewn in the rock itself, form one immense horseshoe, surrounded by precipices, on the sides of which, time aiding them, the Bretons have beaten out a few narrow footpaths. Blocks of stone project here and there, as if by way of decoration, or water oozes out through crannies where spindling trees are growing. Further on, a few less precipitous slabs of granite support a little grass which attracts the goats, and the heather grows everywhere, penetrating many a damp crevice and covering the dark broken surface with its rosy wreaths. In the depth of this great funnel, the little river twists and winds in a land of meadow, always carpeted with soft verdure. At the foot of the castle there rises, between several masses of granite, the church dedicated to Saint-Sulpice, which gives its name to the suburb on the other side of the Nanson. This suburb seems to lie in the bottom of an abyss. The pointed steeple of its church is not as high as the rocks that seem ready to fall down upon it and its surrounding cottages, which are picturesquely watered by certain branches of the Nanson, shaded by trees and adorned with gardens. These make an irregular indentation in the half-moon described by the promenade, the town, and the castle, and their details are in quaint contrast to the sober-looking amphitheatre which they confront. The whole town of Fougères, with its churches and its suburbs, and even the hills of Saint-Sulpice, has for its frame and setting the heights of Rouillé, which form a part of the chain of hills that encircle the main valley of the Couesnon. Such are the most striking natural features of this country. Its principal characteristic is a rugged wildness, softened by intervals of smiling land, by a happy mingling of the most magnificent works of man with the caprices of a soil vexed by unlooked-for contrasts, and an indescribable something that takes us at unawares, that amazes and overawes us. In no other part of France does the traveller meet with contrasts on so magnificent a scale as in this wide valley of the Couesnon, and among the dales that are almost hidden between the craggy rocks of Fougères and the heights of Rouillé. There is beauty of a rare kind in which chance is the predominating element, but which, for all that, lacks no charm due to the harmony of nature. Here are clear, limpid, rushing streams, hills clad in the luxuriant vegetation of these districts, stern masses of rock and shapely buildings, natural fortifications and towers of granite built by man. Here are all the effects wrought by the play of light and shadow, all the varied hues of different kinds of foliage so highly valued by artists, groups of houses alive with a busy population, and solitary places where the granite scarcely affords a hold to the pale lichens that cling about stone surfaces. Here, in short, is every suggestion of beauty or of dread that can be looked for from a landscape, a poetry full of constantly renewed magic, of pictures of the grandest kind, and charming scenes of country life. Here is Brittany in its flower. The Papego's Tower, as it is called, upon which the house occupied by Mademoiselle de Verneuil was built, has its foundations at the very bottom of the precipice, and rises to the level of the esplanade which has been constructed, cornice fashion, in front of St. Leonard's Church. The view from this house, which is isolated on 3 of its sides, includes the great horseshoe, which has its starting point in the tower itself, the winding valley of the Nanson, and the square of St. Leonard. The dwelling is one of a row of houses 3 centuries old, built of wood, and lying in a parallel line with the north side of the church in such a manner as to form a blind alley with it. The alley opens onto a steep road that passes along one side of the church and leads to the gate of St. Leonard, towards which Mademoiselle de Verneuil was descending. Marie naturally felt no inclination to go up into the square before the church, beneath which she was standing, so she turned in the direction of the promenade. When she had passed through the little green-painted barrier, which stood before the guard-house now established in the tower of St. Leonard's gate, the conflict within her was stilled by the sight of the wonderful view. She first admired the wide stretch of the main valley of the Couesnon. The whole length and breadth of it met her eyes, from the summit of La Pèlerine to the level plain, through which the road runs to Vitré. Then her gaze rested upon the Nid au Crac, upon the winding lines of the valley of Gibari, and upon the ridges of the hills, bathed as they were in the glow of the misty sunset. The depth of the valley of the Nanson almost startled her. The tallest poplars down below scarcely reached the height of the garden walls that lay beneath the Queen's staircase. On she went, one marvel still succeeding to another, till she reached a point whence she could see the main valley beyond the dale of Gibari, and the whole lovely landscape was framed by the horseshoe of the town, the crags of Saint-Sulpice, and the heights of Rillet. At that hour of day, the smoke rising from the houses in the suburbs and the valleys made wreaths of cloud in the atmosphere. Every object dawned on the sight through a sort of bluish canopy. The garish daylight hues had begun to fade, the tone of the sky changed to a pearly grey, the moon flung its misty light over the depths of the fair land below. All the surroundings tended to steep the soul in musings and to call memories of beloved forms. Suddenly, she lost all interest in the shingle roofs of the suburb of Saint-Sulpice, in its church with the bold spire that was all but swallowed up by the depths of the valley, in the ivy and clematis that had grown for centuries over the walls of the old fortress whence the Nanson issues, boiling over its mill wheels, and in all else in the landscape. In vain the sunset poured a golden dust and sheets of crimson light over the peaceful dwellings scattered among the rocks, along the stream, and in the meadows far below. She was staring fixedly at the crags of Saint-Sulpice. The wild hope that had brought her out upon the promenade had been miraculously realized. Across the ajoncs and the bushes of broom that grew along the tops of the opposite hillsides, she thought that, in spite of their goatskin clothing, she could recognize several of the guests at the Vivetière. The Gars was conspicuous among them. His slightest movements stood out against the soft glow of the sunset. Some paces behind the principal group, she saw her formidable enemy, Madame de Gois. For a moment, Mademoiselle de Verneuil might have thought that she was dreaming, but her rival's hatred very soon made it plain to her that everything in this dream had life. The rapt attention with which she was watching every slightest gesture on the part of the Marquis prevented her from noticing the care with which Madame de Gois was aiming a rifle at her. The echoes of the hills rang with the report, and a ball whistling close to Marie revealed her rival's skill to her. "She is sending me her card," she exclaimed, smiling to herself. In a moment there was a cry in chorus of "Who goes there?" echoed by sentinel after sentinel, all the way from the castle to Saint Leonard's gate, which made the Chouans aware of the precautions taken by the Fougerets, since the least vulnerable side of their ramparts was so well guarded. "It is she, and it is he," said Marie to herself. With the speed of lightning, the idea of seeking, tracking, and surprising the Marquis flashed across her. "I have no weapon," she exclaimed. She bethought herself that just as she was leaving Paris, she had thrown into a trunk an elegant dagger, a thing that had once belonged to a sultan. She had provided herself with it when she set out for the scene of the war, in the same humor that prompts some amusing beings to equip themselves with notebooks in which to jot down the ideas that occur to them upon a journey. She had been less attracted, however, by the prospect of bloodshed than by the mere pleasure of carrying a beautiful jewelled kandjar, and of playing with the blade as clean as an eye-glance. 3 days ago, when she had sought to kill herself to escape her rival's hideous revenge, she had keenly regretted leaving this weapon in her trunk. In a moment she reached the house again, found the dagger, thrust it into her belt, muffled a great shawl round about her shoulders, wound a black lace scarf about her hair, covered her head with a large flapping hat, like those worn by the Chouans, which she borrowed from a servant about the house, and with the self-possession which the passions sometimes bestow, she took up the glove belonging to the Marquis, which Marcheterre had given to her as a safe conduct. In response to Francine's alarmed inquiries, she replied, "What would you have? I would go to hell to look for him." And she went back to the promenade. The Gars was still there in the same place, but he was alone. From the direction taken by his perspective glass, he appeared to be scrutinizing with a soldier's minute attention the various fords of the Nanson, the Queen's Staircase, and the road that starts from the gate of Saint-Sulpice, winds by the church, and joins the high road within range of the guns of the castle. Mademoiselle de Verneuil sprang down the narrow paths made by the goatherds and their flocks upon the slopes of the promenade, gained the Queen's Staircase, reached the foot of the crags, crossed the Nanson, passed through the suburb, found her way instinctively, like a bird in the desert, among the perilous scarped rocks of Saint-Sulpice, and very soon reached a slippery track over the granite boulders. In spite of the bushes of broom, the thorny ajoncs, and the sharp loose stones, she began to climb with an amount of energy unknown perhaps in man, but which woman, when completely carried away by passion, possesses for a time. Night overtook Marie just as she reached the summit, and tried to discover by the pale moonlight the way which the Marquis must have taken. It was a search made persistently, but without any success. From the silence that prevailed throughout the region, she gathered that the Chouans and their leader had retired. She suddenly relinquished the effort begun in passion, along with the hope that had inspired it. She found herself benighted and alone in the midst of a strange country where war was raging. She began to reflect, and Hulot's warning and Madame de Gois's shot made her shudder with fear. The silence of night upon the hills was so deep that she could hear the least rustle of a wandering leaf, even a long way off. Such faint sounds as these, trembling in the air, gave a gloomy idea of the utter solitude and quiet. The wind blew furiously in the sky above, bringing up clouds that cast shadows below. The effects of alternate light and darkness increased her fears by giving a fantastic and terrifying appearance to objects of the most harmless kind. She turned her eyes towards the houses in Fougères. The lights of every household glimmered like stars on earth, and all at once she descried the Papegotte Tower. The distance she must traverse in order to reach her dwelling was short indeed, but that distance consisted of a precipice. She had a sufficiently clear recollection of the abysses at the brink of the narrow footpath by which she had come, to see that she would incur greater peril by trying to return to Fougères than by continuing her enterprise. She reflected that the Marquis's glove would deprive her nocturnal excursion of all its dangers, if the Chouans should be in possession of the country. She had only Madame de Gois to dread. At the thought of her, Marie clutched her dagger and tried to go in the direction of a house, of the roofs of which she had caught a glimpse as she reached the crags of Saint-Sulpice. She made but slow progress. Never before had she known the majesty of darkness that oppresses a solitary being at night in the midst of a wild country, over which the mountains, like a company of giants, seem to bow their lofty heads. The rustle of her dress, caught by the gorse, made her tremble more than once. More than once she quickened her pace, only to slacken it again with the thought that her last hour had come. But circumstances very soon assumed a character which might perhaps have daunted the boldest men, and which threw Marie into one of those panics that make such heavy demands upon the springs of life within us, that everything, strength as weakness, is exaggerated in the individual. The weakest natures at such times show an unexpected strength, and the strongest grow frantic with terror. Marie heard strange sounds at a little distance. They were vague and distinct at the same time, just as the surrounding night was lighter and darker by turns. They seemed to indicate tumult and confusion. She strained her ears to catch them. They rose from the depths of the earth, which appeared to be shaking with the tramp of a great multitude of men on the march. A momentary gleam of light allowed Mademoiselle de Verneuil to see, at the distance of a few paces, a long file of horrid forms swaying like ears of corn in the fields, stealing along like goblin shapes, But hardly had she seen them when darkness, like a black curtain, fell again, and hid from her this fearful vision, full of yellow and glittering eyes. She shrank back and rushed swiftly to the top of a slope to escape 3 of these horrible figures who were approaching her. "Did you see him?" asked one. "I felt a cold wind when he passed near me," a hoarse voice replied. "I myself breathed the dank air and the smell of a graveyard," said a third. "How pale he is," the first speaker began. "Why has he returned alone out of all who fell at La Pèlerine?" asked the second. "Ah, why indeed?" replied the third. "Why should those who belong to the Sacred Heart have the preference? However, I would rather die unconfessed than wander about as he does, neither eating nor drinking, without any blood in his veins or flesh on his bones." "Ah!" This exclamation, or rather fearful yell, broke from one of the group as one of the Chouans pointed to the slender form and pallid face of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who was flying with the speed of fear, while none of them caught the slightest sound of her movements. "There he is! Here he is! Where is he? There! Here! He has vanished! No! Yes! Do you see him?" The words rolled out like the monotonous sound of waves upon the beach. Mademoiselle de Verneuil went on bravely towards the house, and saw the dim figures of a crowd, which fled away at her approach with every sign of panic-stricken fear. A strange force within her seemed to urge her on. Its influence was overpowering her. A sensation of corporeal lightness, which she could not understand, was a fresh source of terror to her. The shapes which rose in masses at her approach, as if from under the earth, where they appeared to be lying, gave groans which seemed to have nothing human about them. At last, and not without difficulty, she reached a garden, now lying waste, with all its fencing and hedges broken down. She showed her glove to a sentinel who stopped her. The moonlight fell upon her form, and at the sight the sentinel, who had pointed his carbine at Marie, let the weapon fall from his hand, uttering a hoarse cry that rang through the country round about. She saw large masses of buildings, with a light here and there which showed that some of the rooms were inhabited, and without further let or hindrance she reached the wall of the house. Through the first window towards which she went, she beheld Madame du Gouas and the chiefs who had come together at the Vivetière. This sight, combined with the consciousness of the peril she was in, made her reckless. She flung herself violently upon a low opening, covered with massive iron bars, and discerned the Marquis 2 paces distant from her, melancholy and alone in a long vaulted hall. The reflections of the firelight from the hearth before which he was sitting in a cumbrous chair lighted up his face with flickering hues of red that made the whole scene look like a vision. The poor girl strained herself to the bars, trembling but otherwise motionless. She hoped that she should hear him if he spoke in the deep silence that prevailed. She saw him looking pale, dejected, and disheartened. She flattered herself that she was one of the causes of his melancholy, and her anger turned to sympathy, and sympathy to tenderness. She suddenly felt that it was not vengeance alone that had drawn her thither. The Marquis rose to his feet, turned his head, and stood bewildered when he beheld Mademoiselle de Verneuil's face as in a cloud there. He made a sign of scorn and impatience as he cried, "Must I see that she-devil always before me, even in my waking hours?" This intense contempt he had conceived for her drew a frenzied laugh from the poor girl. The young chief shuddered at it and sprang to the window. Mademoiselle de Verneuil fled. She heard a man's footsteps behind her and took her pursuer for Montereau. In her desire to escape from him, she discerned no obstacles. She would have scaled walls or flown through the air. She could have taken the road to hell, if so be she might read no longer in letters of flame the words, "He scorns you," written upon his forehead, words which a voice repeated within her in trumpet tones. After walking on, she knew not whither, she stopped, for a chilly dampness seemed to strike through her. She heard the footsteps of several people, and, impelled by fear, she descended a staircase that led into an underground cellar. As she reached the lowest step, she listened for the footsteps of the pursuers, trying to ascertain their direction. But though the sounds without were turbulent enough, she could hear the lamentable groans of a human being within, which added to her terrors. A streak of light from the head of the staircase led her to fear lest her hiding place had been discovered by her persecutors. Her desire to escape them lent her fresh strength. A few moments later, when her ideas were more collected, she found it very difficult to explain the way in which she had contrived to scramble up the low wall on the top of which she was hiding. At first, she did not even notice the cramp which her constrained position caused her to experience. But the pain at last grew intolerable, for, under the arch of the vault, she was much in the position of a crouching Venus ensconced by some amateur in too narrow a niche. The wall itself was built of granite and fairly broad. It separated the staircase from the cellar whence the groans were issuing. She soon saw a stranger, clad in goatskins, come down the staircase beneath her, and turn under the archway without the least sign about him to indicate an excited search. In her eagerness to discover any chance of saving herself, Mademoiselle de Verneuil waited anxiously till the cellar was illuminated by the light which the stranger was carrying. Then she beheld, on the floor, a shapeless but living mass, trying to drag itself towards a certain part of the wall by violent and repeated jerks, like the convulsive writhings of a carp that has been drawn from the river and laid on the bank. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3b. A small resinous torch soon cast a bluish and uncertain light over the cellar. In spite of the romance with which Mademoiselle de Verneuil had invested the groined roof that rang with the sounds of agonized entreaties, she was compelled to recognize the fact that she was in an underground kitchen which had been long unused. Thus illuminated, the shapeless mass took the form of a short, stout person whose every limb had been carefully tied, but who seemed to have been left on the damp flags of the pavement without any other precaution on the part of those who had seized him. At sight of the stranger, who carried a light in one hand and a faggot in the other, the prisoner gave a deep groan, which wrought so powerfully upon Mademoiselle de Verneuil's feelings that she forgot her own terror and despair, and the frightful cramp which was benumbing her doubled-up limbs. She could scarcely keep herself still. The Chouan flung down his faggot upon the hearth, after assuring himself of the solidity of an old pot-hook, which hung down the whole length of a sheet of cast-iron, and set the wood alight with his torch. Mademoiselle de Verneuil then recognized, not without alarm, the cunning Piamiche, to whom her rival had assigned her. His form, lighted up by the flames, looked very like one of the tiny grotesque figures that Germans carve in wood. A broad grin overspread his furrowed and sunburnt face at the wails that went up from his prisoner. "You see," he remarked to the sufferer, "that Christians, such as we are, do not go back on our words as you do. This fire here will take some of the stiffness out of your legs, and out of your hands and tongue, too. But hold on, I do not see a dripping pan to put under your feet, and they're so fat that they might put the fire out. Your house must be very badly furnished when you can't find everything in it to make the master thoroughly comfortable when he is warming himself." At this the victim uttered a piercing shriek, as if he hoped that his voice would rise above the arched roof and bring someone to his rescue. "Sing away as much as you like, Monsieur d'Orgemont. They have all gone to bed upstairs, and Marcheterre is coming. He will shut the cellar door." As he spoke, Piamiche rapped the butt end of his carbine over the mantelpiece, the flags on the kitchen floor, the walls, and the stoves, trying to discover the place where the miser had hidden his gold. The search was so cleverly conducted that d'Orgemont did not utter a further sound. He seemed possessed by the fear that some frightened servant might have betrayed him, for though he had trusted nobody, his habits might have given rise to very well-grounded suspicions. From time to time Piamiche turned sharply and looked at his victim, as in the children's game when they try to guess from the unconscious expression of one of their number the spot where he has hidden a given object as they move hither and thither in search of it. D'Orgemont showed some alarm, for the Chouan's benefit, when he struck a hollow sound from the stoves, and seemed to have a mind to divert Piamiche's credulous greed in this way for a time. Just then 3 other Chouans came running down the staircase, and suddenly entered the kitchen. Piamiche abandoned his search when he saw Marcheterre, flinging a glance at d'Orgemont with all the ferocity that his disappointed avarice had aroused in him. "Marie Lambraquet has come to life again," said Marcheterre, with a preoccupation that showed how all other interests faded away before such a momentous piece of news. "I'm not surprised at that," answered Piamiche. "He took the sacrament so often. He seemed to have le bon Dieu all to himself." "Aha!" remarked Menabien. "But it is of no more help to him now than shoes to a dead man. He did not receive absolution before that business at La Pellerine, and there he is. He misguided that girl of Goguelu's, and was weighed down by a mortal sin. Besides that, the Abbé Gaudin told us that he would have to wait a couple of months before he could come back for good. We saw him go along in front, every man jack of us. He is white and cold, and he flits about. There is the scent of the grave about him. And his reverence assured us that if the ghost could catch hold of anybody, he would make just such another of him," the 4th Chouan put in. The wry face of the last speaker aroused Marcheterre from religious musings prompted by the newly wrought miracle, which, according to the Abbé Gaudin, might be renewed for every pious champion of religion and royalty. "Now you see, Galope Chopin," he said to the neophyte with a certain gravity, "what comes of the slightest omission of the duties commanded by our holy religion. Saint Anne of Auray counselled us not to pass over the smallest faults among ourselves. Your cousin Piamiche has asked for the surveillance of Fougères for you. The Gare has entrusted you with it, and you will be well paid. But you perhaps know the sort of flour we knead into bread for traitors?" "Yes, Monsieur Marcheterre." "Do you know why I tell you that? There are folk who hint that you have a hankering after cider and round pence. But there is to be no feathering of your nest. You are to be our man now." "With all due respect, Monsieur Marcheterre, cider and pence are two good things, which do not anywise hinder salvation." "If my cousin makes any blunders," said Piamiche, "it will be for want of knowing better." "No matter how it happens," cried Marcheterre in a voice that shook the roof. "If anything goes wrong, I shall not let him off. You shall answer for him," he added to Piamiche. "If he gets himself into trouble, I will take it out of the lining of your goatskins." "But, asking your pardon, Monsieur Marcheterre," Galop Chopin began, "hasn't it often happened to you yourself to mistake contre Chouans for Chouans?" "My friend," replied Marcheterre in a dry tone of voice, "do not let that happen to you again, or I will slice you in two like a turnip. Those who are sent out by the Gare will have his glove, but since this affair at the Vivetière, the Grande Garce fastens a green ribbon to it." Piamiche jogged his comrade's elbow sharply, pointing out Dorgemont, who was pretending to sleep. But Marcheterre and Piamiche knew by experience that no one had ever yet slept by the side of their fire, and though the last remarks to Galop Chopin had been spoken in low tones, yet the sufferer might have understood them. So all four of the Chouans looked at him for a moment, and no doubt concluded that fear had deprived him of the use of his senses. Suddenly Marcheterre gave a slight sign. Piamiche drew off Dorgemont's shoes and stockings. Menabien and Galop Chopin seized him by the waist and carried him to the hearth. Next, Marcheterre took a band from the faggot and bound the miser's feet to the pot-hook. All these proceedings, together with the incredible quickness of their movements, forced cries from the victim, which grew heart-rending when Piamiche had heaped up the glowing coals under his legs. "My friends, my good friends," cried Dorgemont, "you will hurt me. I am a Christian, as you are." "You are lying in your throat," answered Marcheterre. "Your brother denied the existence of God, and you yourself bought the Abbey of Juvigny. The Abbé Goudin says that we may roast apostates without scruple." "But, my brethren in religion, I do not refuse to pay you." "We gave you 2 weeks, and now 2 months have passed, and Galop Chopin here has received nothing." "Then you have received nothing, Galop Chopin?" asked the miser in despair. "Nothing whatever, Monsieur Dorgemont," replied the alarmed Galop Chopin. The cries, which had become a continuous kind of growl, like the death rattle of a dying man, began afresh with extraordinary violence. The Chouans were as much used to this kind of scene as to seeing dogs go about without shoes, and were looking on so coolly, while Dorgemont writhed and yelled, that they might have been travellers waiting round the fire in an inn kitchen until the joint is sufficiently roasted to eat. "I am dying," cried the victim, "and you will not have my money." Violent as his outcries were, Piamiche noticed that the fire had not yet scorched him. It was stirred, therefore, in a very artistic fashion, so as to make the flames leap a little higher. At this, Dorgemont said in dejected tones, "Untie me, my friends. What do you want? 100 crowns? 1,000? 10,000? 100,000? I offer you 200 crowns." His tone was so piteous that Mademoiselle de Verneuil forgot her own danger, and an exclamation broke from her. "Who spoke?" asked Marcheterre. The Chouans cast uneasy glances about them. The very men who were so courageous under a murderous fire from the cannon's mouth dared not face a ghost. Piamiche alone heard with undivided attention the confession which increasing torments wrung from his victim. 500 crowns! Yes, I will pay it," said the miser. "Pshaw! Where are they?" calmly responded Piamiche. Oh, they are under the first apple tree. Holy Virgin! At the end of the garden, to the left. You are bandits. You are robbers. Oh, I am dying. There are 10,000 francs there." "I will not take francs," said Marcheterre. "They must be livres. Your republican crowns have heathen figures on them. They will never pass." "It is all in livres, in good louis d'or. But let me loose, let me loose. You know where my life is, my hoard." The four Chouans looked at each other, considering which of their number could be trusted with the errand of unearthing the money. But just then their ferocious cruelty had so revolted Mademoiselle de Verneuil that, although she could not be sure that the role assigned to her by her pale face would still preserve her from danger, she cried bravely in a deep tone of voice, "Do you not fear the wrath of God? Unbind him, you savages!" The Chouans looked up. They saw eyes that shone like stars in mid-air, and fled in terror. Mademoiselle de Verneuil sprang down into the kitchen, ran up to Dorgemont, and drew him from the fire with such energy that the faggot band snapped. Then, with the blade of her dagger, she cut the cords with which he was bound. As soon as the miser was liberated and stood on his feet, the first expression that crossed his face was a dolorous but sardonic smile. "Off with you," he said. "Go to the apple tree, brigands. Oh, this is the second time that I have hoodwinked them, and they shall not get hold of me a third time." Just then a woman's voice sounded outside. "A ghost?" cried Madame de Groix. "A ghost? Idiots! It is she. 1,000 crowns to anyone who will bring that harlot's head to me." Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned pale, but the miser smiled. He took her hand, drew her under the mantel-board of the chimney, and saw that she left no least trace of her passage by leading her round in such a way that the fire, which took up but a little space, was not disturbed. He pressed a spring. The sheet of cast iron rose, and before their foes came back into the cellar, the heavy door of their hiding place had slipped noiselessly back again. Then the fair Parisian understood the carp-like struggles which had been made by the luckless banker, and to which she had been a witness. "You see, madame," cried Marcheterre, "the ghost has taken the blue for his comrade." Great must their alarm have been, for such a dead silence followed his words, that Dorgemont and his companion could hear the Chouans muttering, "Ave sancta Anna Aureaca gratia plena, Dominus tecum," and so forth. "The simpletons are saying their prayers," exclaimed Dorgemont. "Are you not afraid," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil to her companion, "of making known our hiding-place?" The old miser's laugh dispelled the Parisian girl's fears. "The plate is set in a slab of granite 10 inches thick. We can hear them, but they can't hear us." He then gently took the hand of his liberatress and led her towards a crevice, through which the fresh breeze came in whiffs. She guessed that this opening had been contrived in the shaft of the chimney. Dorjemont began again. "The devil! My legs smart a bit. That filly of Charette's, as they call her at Nantes, is not such a fool as to gainsay those faithful believers of hers. She knows very well that if they were not so besotted, they would not fight against their own interests. There she is, praying along with them. It must be a pretty sight to see her saying her Ave to Saint Anne of Auray. She would be better employed in plundering a coach, so as to pay me back those 4,000 francs that she owes me. What with the costs and the interest, it mounts up to quite 4,745 francs, and some centimes over." Their prayer ended, the Chouans rose from their knees and went. Old Dorjemont squeezed Mademoiselle de Verneuil's hand, by way of apprising her that, nevertheless, danger still existed. "No, madame," cried Piamiche, after a pause of a few minutes. "You might stop here for 10 years. They will not come back." "But she has not gone out. She must be here," persisted Charette's filly. "No, no, madame, they have flown right through the walls. Did not the devil once before fly away from here with a priest who had taken the oath under our eyes?" "You are a miser as he is, Piamiche, and yet you can't see that the old niggard might very probably spend some thousands of livres in making a recess in the foundations of these vaults, with a secret entrance to it." The girl and the miser heard the guffaw that broke from Piamiche. "Very true," he said. "Stay here," Madame de Gois went on. "Lie in wait for them as they come out. For one single shot, I will give you all that you will find in our usurer's treasury. If you want me to pardon you for selling that girl after I had told you to kill her, you must obey me." "Usurer," said old Dorjemont, "and yet I only charged her 9% on the loan. I had a mortgage, it is true, as a security. But now you see how grateful she is. Come, madame, if God punishes us for doing ill, the devil is here to punish us for doing well, and man's position between these two extremities, without any notion of what the future may be, always looks, to my thinking, like a sum in proportion, wherein the value of X is undiscoverable." He fetched a hollow-sounding sigh which was peculiar to him, for his breath, as it passed through his larynx, seemed to come in contact with and to strike two aged and relaxed vocal cords. The sounds made by Piamiche and Madame de Gois as they tried the walls, the vaulted roof, and the pavement, seemed to reassure Dorjemont. He took his liberatress's hand to help her to climb a narrow spiral staircase, hollowed in the thickness of the granite rock. When they had come up a score of steps, the faint glow of a lamp lighted up their faces. The miser stopped and turned to his companion, looking closely at her face as if he had been gazing upon and turning over some doubtful bill to be discounted. He heaved his terrible sigh. "When I brought you here," he said after a moment's pause, "I completely discharged the obligation under which you laid me, so I do not see why I should give—" "Leave me here, sir. I want nothing of you," she said. Her last words, and possibly also the contempt visible in the beautiful face, reassured the little old man, for he went on, after a fresh sigh. "When I brought you here, I did too much not to go through with it." He politely helped Marie to climb some steps, arranged in a somewhat peculiar fashion, and brought her, half willingly, half reluctantly, into a little closet, 4 feet square, lighted by a lamp that hung from the roof. It was easy to see that the miser had made every preparation for spending more than one day in this retreat, in case the exigencies of civil war compelled him to make some stay there. "Don't go near the wall. You might get covered with white dust," Dorgemont exclaimed suddenly, as he thrust his hand hastily between the girl's shawl and the wall, which seemed to be newly whitewashed. The old miser's action produced an exactly opposite effect to the one intended. Mademoiselle de Verneuil looked straight in front of her at once, and saw a sort of construction in a corner. A cry of terror broke from her as she remarked its shape, for she thought that some human being had been put there in a standing position, and had been covered with plaster. Dorgemont made a menacing sign, imposing silence upon her, and his own little china-blue eyes showed as much alarm as his companions. "Foolish girl," cried he, "did you think I had murdered him? That is my brother," he said, and there was a melancholy change in his sigh. "He was the first rector to take the oath, and this was the one refuge where he was safe from the fury of the Chouans and of his fellow priests. To persecute such a well-regulated man as that! He was my elder brother. He had the patience to teach me the decimal system, he and no other. Oh, he was a worthy priest. He was thrifty, and knew how to save. He died 4 years ago. I do not know what his disease was, but these priests, you see, have a habit of kneeling in prayer from time to time, and possibly he could never get used to the standing position here, as I myself have done. I put him here, otherwise they would have disinterred him. Some day I may be able to bury him in consecrated earth, as the poor fellow used to say, for he only took the oath through fear." A tear filled the hard eyes of the little old man. His red wig looked less ugly to the girl, who turned her own eyes away with an inward feeling of reverence for his sorrow. But, notwithstanding his softened mood, Dorgemont spoke again. "Do not go near the wall, or you—" He did not take his gaze off Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes, for in this way he hoped to prevent her from scrutinizing the partition walls of the closet, in which the scanty supply of air hardly sufficed for the requirements of breathing. Yet Marie managed to steal a glance round about her, undetected by her Argus, and from the eccentric protuberances in the walls she inferred that the miser had built them himself out of bags of gold and silver. In another moment Dorgemont was seized with a strange kind of ecstasy. The painful, smarting sensation in his legs, and his apprehensions at the sight of a human being among his treasures, were plainly to be seen in every wrinkle. But at the same time there was an unaccustomed glow in his dry eyes. A generous emotion was aroused in him by the dangerous proximity of his neighbor with the pink and white cheeks that invited kisses, and the dark velvet-like glances, so that the hot blood surged to his heart in such a way that he hardly knew whether it betokened life or death. "Are you married?" he asked in a faltering voice. "No," she answered, smiling. "I have a little property," he said, heaving his peculiar sigh, "though I am not so rich as they all say I am. A young girl like you should be fond of diamonds, jewelry, carriages, and gold," he added, looking about him in a dismayed fashion. "I have all these things to give you at my death, and if you liked—" There was so much calculation in the old man's eyes, even while this fleeting fancy possessed him, that while she shook her head, Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not help thinking that the miser had thought to marry her simply that he might bury his secret in the heart of a second self. "Money," she said, with an ironical glance at Dorgemont that left him half pleased, half vexed. "Money is nothing to me. If all the gold that I have refused were here, you would be 3 times richer than you are. Don't go near the wall." "And yet nothing was asked of me but one look," she went on with indescribable pride. "You were wrong. It was a capital piece of business. Just think of it." "Think that I have just heard a voice sounding here," broke in Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "and that one single syllable of it has more value for me than all your riches." "You do not know how much—" Before the miser could prevent her, Marie moved with her finger a little colored print representing Louis XV on horseback, and suddenly saw the Marquis beneath her, engaged in loading a blunderbuss. The opening concealed by the tiny panel over which the print was pasted apparently corresponded with some ornamental carving on the ceiling of the next room, where the royalist general had no doubt been sleeping. Dorgemont slid the old print back again with extreme heedfulness, and looked sternly at the young girl. "Do not speak if you value your life. It is no cockle shell that you have grappled," he whispered in her ear after a pause. "Do you know that the Marquis of Montauran draws a revenue of more than 100,000 livres from the rents of estates which have not yet been sold? And the consuls have just issued a decree putting a stop to the sequestrations. I saw it in the paper, in the Après-midi de l'Île-et-Vilaine. Aha! The Gars there is a prettier man now, is he not? Your eyes are sparkling like 2 new louis d'or." Mademoiselle de Verneuil's glances had become exceedingly animated when she heard afresh the sounds of the voice that she knew so well. Since she had been standing there, buried, as it were, in a mine of wealth, her mind, which had been overwhelmed by these occurrences, regained its elasticity. She seemed to have made a sinister resolve, and to have some idea of the method of carrying it out. "There is no recovering from such contempt as that," she said to herself, "and if he is to love me no more, I will kill him. No other woman shall have him." "No, Abbé, no," cried the young chief, whose voice made itself heard. "It must be so." "My lord Marquis," the Abbé Goudin remonstrated stiffly, "you will scandalize all Brittany by giving this ball at St. James. Our villages are not stirred up by dancers, but by preachers. Have some small arms, and not fiddles." "Abbé, you are clever enough to know that only in a general assembly of all our partisans can I see what I can undertake with them. A dinner seems to give a better opportunity of scrutinizing their countenances, and of understanding their intentions, than any possible espionage, which is moreover abhorrent to me. We will make them talk, glass in hand." Marie trembled when she heard these words, for the idea of going to the ball, and of there avenging herself, occurred to her. "Do you take me for an idiot with your sermon against dancing?" Montauran went on. "Would not you yourself figure in a chaconne very willingly to find yourself re-established under your new name of Fathers of the Faith? Do you really not know that Bretons get up from Mass to have a dance? Do you really not know that Messieurs Ide de Neuville and d'Anigné had a conference with the First Consul 5 days ago over the question of restoring His Majesty Louis XVIII. If I am preparing at this moment to venture so rash a stroke, it is only to make the weight of our iron-bound shoes felt in these deliberations. Do you not know that all the chiefs in La Vendée, even Fontaine himself, are talking of submission? Ah, sir, the princes have clearly been misled as to the condition of things in France. The devotion which people tell them about is the devotion of placemen. Abbé, if I have dipped my feet in blood, I will not wade waist deep in it without knowing wherefore. My devotion is for the king, and not for 4 cracked-brained enthusiasts, for men overwhelmed with debt, like Wiffoel, for chauffeurs and— Say it straight out, sir, for abbés who collect imposts on the highways so as to carry on the war, interrupted the Abbé Gaudin. Why should I not say it? The Marquis answered tartly. I will say more. The heroic age of La Vendée is past. My lord Marquis, we shall know how to work miracles without your aid. Yes, like the miracle in Marie Lambraquin's case, the Marquis answered, smiling. Come now, Abbé, let us have done with it. I know that you yourself do not shrink from danger, and you bring down a blue or say your Oremus equally well. God helping me, I hope to make you take a part in the coronation of the king, with a mitre on your head. This last phrase certainly had a magical effect upon the Abbé, for there sounded the ring of a rifle, and he cried, I have 50 cartridges in my pockets, my lord Marquis, and my life is in the king's service. That is another debtor of mine, the miser said to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. I am not speaking of a paltry 500 or 600 crowns which he borrowed of me, but of a debt of blood, which I hope will be paid in full. The fiendish Jesuit will never have as much evil befall him as I wish him. He swore that my brother should die, and stirred up the district against him. And why? Because the poor man had been afraid of the new laws. He put his ear to a particular spot in his hiding place. All the brigands are making off, he said. They are going to work some other miracle. If only they do not attempt to set fire to the house, as they did last time, by way of a goodbye. For another half-hour or thereabouts, Mademoiselle de Verneuil and Dorgemont looked at each other, as each of them might have gazed at a picture. Then the gruff, coarse voice of Galop Chopin called in a low tone. There is no more danger now, Monsieur Dorgemont. My 30 crowns have been well earned this time. My child, said the miser, swear to me that you will shut your eyes. Mademoiselle de Verneuil laid one of her hands over her eyelids, but for greater security the old man blew out the lamp, took his liberatress by the hand, and assisted her to descend 7 or 8 steps in an awkward passage. After a few minutes he gently drew down her hand, and she saw that she was in the miser's own room, which the Marquis of Montauran had just vacated. You can go now, my dear child, said the miser. Do not look about you in that way. You have no money, of course. See, here are 10 crowns, clipped ones, but still they will pass. When you are out of the garden, you will find a footpath which leads to the town, or the district, as they call it nowadays. But as the Chouans are at Fougères, it is not to be supposed that you could return thither at once. So you may stand in need of a safe asylum. Do not forget what I am going to tell you, and only take advantage of it in dire necessity. You will see a farmhouse beside the road which runs through the Dale of Gibari to the Nid au Croc. Big Cibot, called Galop Chopin, lives there. Go inside and say to his wife, "Good day, Bécanière," and Barbette will hide you. If Galop Chopin should find you out, he will take you for a ghost, if it is night, and if it is broad daylight, 10 crowns will mollify him. Goodbye. Our accounts are squared. If you liked, he added with a wave of the hand that indicated the fields that lay round about his house, all that should be yours. Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave a grateful glance at this strange being, and succeeded in wringing a sigh from him, with several distinct tones in it. "You will pay me back my 10 crowns, of course. I say nothing about interest, as you note. You can pay them to the credit of my account, to Master Patras, the notary in Fougères, who, if you should wish it, would draw up our marriage contract. Fair treasure. Good-bye." "Good-bye," said she with a smile, as she waved her hand to him. "If you require any money," he called to her, "I will lend it to you at 5%. Yes, only 5. Did I say 5? But she had gone. "She looks to me like a good sort of girl," Dorgemont continued. "But, for all that, I shall make a change in the secret contrivance in my chimney." Then he took a loaf that weighed 12 pounds and a ham, and returned to his hiding-place. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3c. As Mademoiselle de Verneuil walked in the open country, she felt as though life had begun anew. The chilly morning air against her face revived her, after so many hours during which she had encountered a close atmosphere. She tried to find the footpath that the miser had described, but after the setting of the moon, the darkness grew so dense that she was compelled to go as chance determined. Very soon the dread of falling over a precipice took possession of her, and this saved her life, for she suddenly stopped, with the presentiment that if she went a step further she would find no earth beneath her feet. A breath of yet colder wind which played in her hair, the murmur of streams, and her own instinct told her that she had come to the brink of the crags of Saint-Sulpice. She cast her arms about a tree, and waited in keen anxiety for the dawn, for she heard sounds of armed men, human voices, and the trampling of horses. She felt thankful to the darkness which was preserving her from the peril of falling into the hands of the Chouans, if, as the miser had told her, they were surrounding Fougères. A faint purple light, like the beacon fires lighted at night as the signal of liberty, passed over the mountain tops, but the lower slopes retained their bluish tints, in contrast with the dewy mists that drifted over the valleys. Very soon a disk of ruby red rose slowly on the horizon. The skies felt its influence, the ups and downs of the landscape, the spire of St. Leonard's church, the crags and the meadows hidden in deep shadow, gradually began to appear. The trees perched upon the heights stood out against the fires of dawn. With a sudden gracious start, the sun unwound himself from the streamers of fiery red, of yellow and sapphire that surrounded him. The brilliant light united one sloping hillside to another by its level beams, and overflowed valley after valley. The shadows fled away, and all nature was overwhelmed with daylight. The air trembled with a fresh breeze, the birds sang, and everything awoke to life again. But the young girl had barely had sufficient time to look down over the main features of this wonderful landscape when, by a frequently recurring phenomenon in these cool parts of the world, the mists arose and spread themselves in sheets, filling the valleys and creeping up the slopes of the highest hills, concealing this fertile basin under a cloak like snow. Very soon Mademoiselle de Verneuil could have believed that she beheld a view of a mer de glace, such as the Alps furnish. Then this atmosphere of cloud surged like the waves of the sea, flinging up opaque billows which softly poised themselves, swayed or eddied violently, caught bright rosy hues from the shafts of sunlight, or showed themselves translucent here and there as a lake of liquid silver. Suddenly the north wind blew upon this phantasmagoria and dispelled the mists, which left a rusty dew on the sward. Mademoiselle de Verneuil could then see a huge brown patch situated on the rocks of Fougères. 700 or 800 armed Chouans were hurrying about in the suburb of Saint-Sulpice like ants on an ant-hill. The immediate neighborhood of the castle was being furiously attacked by 3,000 men who were stationed there, and who seemed to have sprung up by magic. The sleeping town would have yielded, despite its venerable ramparts and hoary old towers, if Hulot had not been on the watch. A concealed battery on a height in the midst of the hollow basin formed by the ramparts answered the Chouans' first volley, taking them in flank upon the road that led to the castle. The grape shot cleared the road and swept it clean. Then a company made a sortie from the Saint-Sulpice gate, took advantage of the Chouans' surprise, drew themselves up upon the road, and opened a deadly fire upon them. The Chouans did not attempt to resist when they saw the ramparts covered with soldiers, as if the art of the engineer had suddenly traced blue lines about them, while the fire from the fortress covered that of the Republican sharpshooters. Other Chouans, however, had made themselves masters of the little valley of the Nanson, had climbed the rocky galleries, and reached the promenade, to which they mounted till it was covered with goatskins, which made it look like the time-embrowned thatch of a hovel. Loud reports were heard at that very moment from the quarter of the town that overlooks the Coënon valley. Fougères was clearly surrounded and attacked at all points. A fire which showed itself on the eastern side of the rock showed that the Chouans were even burning the suburbs, but the flakes of fire that sprang up from the shingle roofs or the broom thatch soon ceased, and a few columns of dark smoke showed that the conflagration was extinguished. Black and brown clouds once more hid the scene from Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but the wind soon cleared away the smoke of the powder. The Republican commandant had already changed the direction of his guns so that they could bear successively upon the length of the valley of the Nanson, upon the Queen's Staircase, and the rock itself, when from the highest point of the promenade he had seen his first orders admirably carried out. 2 guns by the guardhouse of Saint Leonard's gate were mowing down the ant-like swarms of Chouans who had seized that position, while the National Guard of Fougères, precipitating themselves into the square by the church, were completing the defeat of the enemy. The affair did not last half an hour, and did not cost the Blues 100 men. The Chouans, discomfited and defeated, were drawing off already in all directions, in obedience to repeated orders from the Gars, whose bold stroke had come to nothing, though he did not know this, in consequence of the affair at the Vivetière, which had brought back Hulot in secret to Fougères. The artillery had only arrived there during this very night. For the mere rumour that ammunition was being transported thither would have sufficed to make Montaran desist from an enterprise which, if undertaken, could only have a disastrous result. As a matter of fact, Hulot had as much desire to give a severe lesson to the Gars as the Gars could have had to gain a success in the moment he had selected to influence the determinations of the First Consul. At the first cannon shot, the Marquis knew that it would be madness to carry this failure of a surprise any further from motives of vanity. So, to prevent a useless slaughter of his Chouans, he hastened to send out 7 or 8 messengers bearing orders to operate a prompt retreat at every point. The commandant, seeing his antagonist with a number of advisers about him, of whom Madame de Gouin was one, tried to send a volley over to them upon the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, but the place had been selected too cleverly for the young chief not to be in security. Hulot changed his tactics all at once from the defensive to the aggressive. At the first movements which revealed the intentions of the Marquis, the company which was posted beneath the walls of the castle set themselves to work to cut off the Chouans' retreat by seizing the outlets at the upper end of the Nanson valley. In spite of her animosity, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's sympathies were with the side on which her lover commanded. She turned quickly to see if the passage was free at the lower end. But she saw the Blues, who had no doubt been victorious on the other side of Fougères, returning from the Couesnon valley through the dale of Gibari, so as to seize the Nid au Croc and that portion of the crags of Saint-Sulpice where the lower exits from the Nanson valley were situated. The Chouans, thus shut up in the narrow space of meadow at the bottom of the ravine, seemed certain to be cut off to a man. So accurately had the old Republican commandant foreseen the event, and so skilfully had he laid his plans. But the cannon, which had done Hulot such good service, were powerless upon either point. A desperate struggle began, and the town of Fougères once safe, the affair assumed the character of an engagement to which the Chouans were accustomed. Then Mademoiselle de Verneuil understood the presence of the large bodies of men which she had come upon in the open country, the meeting of the chiefs in Dorgemont's house, and all the occurrences of the previous night, and was unable to account for her escape from so many perils. This enterprise, suggested by despair, had so keen an interest for her that she stood motionless, watching the moving pictures that spread themselves beneath her eyes. The fighting that went on at the foot of the hills of Saint-Sulpice soon had yet another interest for her. When the Marquis and his friends saw that the Chouans were almost at the mercy of the Blues, they rushed to their assistance down the Nanson valley. The foot of the crags was covered with a crowd, composed of furious groups who were fighting out the issues of life and death, both the weapons and the ground being in favor of the goatskins. Imperceptibly, the shifting battlefield expanded its limits. The Chouans scattered themselves and gained possession of the rocks, thanks to the help of the shrubs which grew here and there. A little later, Mademoiselle de Verneuil was startled by the sight of her foes once more upon the summits, where they strenuously defended the perilous footpaths by which they had come. As every passage on the hill was now in the possession of one side or the other, she was afraid of finding herself in among them. She left the great tree behind which she had been standing, and took to flight, meaning to take advantage of the old miser's advice. After she had hastened for some time along the slope of the hills of Saint-Sulpice, which overlooks the main valley of the Couesnon, she saw a cowshed in the distance, and concluded that it must be one of the outbuildings about Galop Chopin's house, and that he must have left his wife by herself while the fighting went forward. Encouraged by these conjectures, Mademoiselle de Verneuil hoped to be well received in the dwelling, and to be allowed to spend a few hours there, until it should be possible to return to Fougères without danger. To all appearance, Hulot would gain the day. The Chouans were flying rapidly, so that she heard gunshots all about her, and the fear of being struck by a stray ball led her to reach the cottage, whose chimney served as a landmark, without delay. The path which she followed led to a sort of cart shed. Its roof, thatched with broom, was supported by the trunks of 4 great trees, which still retained their bark. There was a wall of daub and wattle at the back of it. In the shed itself there was a cider press, a threshing floor for buckwheat, and some ploughing apparatus. She stopped short beside one of the posts, hesitating to cross the miry swamp that did duty for a yard before this house, which afar off she, like a true Parisian, had taken for a cowshed. The cabin, sheltered from the blasts of the north wind by a knoll that rose above its roof, and against which it was built, was not destitute of a certain poetry of its own, for saplings and heather and rock flowers hung in wreaths and garlands about it. A rustic staircase contrived between the shed and the house allowed its inmates to ascend the heights of the knoll to breathe the fresh air. To the left of the cabin the knoll fell away abruptly, so that a succession of fields was visible, the first of which belonged in all probability to this farm. A border of pleasant copse wood ran about these fields, which were separated by banks of earth, upon which trees had been planted. The nearest field completely surrounded the yard. The way thither was closed by the huge half-rotten trunk of a tree, a barrier peculiar to Brittany, called by a name which later on will furnish a final digression on the characteristics of the country. Between the staircase that had been cut in the rock and the track which was closed by the great log, and beneath the overhanging rocks, stood the cottage, with the swamp before it. The 4 corners of the hovel were built of roughly hewn blocks of granite, laid one over the other, thus maintaining the wretched walls in position. These were built up of a mixture of earthen bricks, beams of wood, and flint stones. Half of the roof was covered with broom in the place of straw thatch, and the other half with shingles or narrow boards cut in the shape of roofing slates, showing that the house consisted of 2 parts, and as a matter of fact, one part, divided off by a crazy hurdle, served as a byre, while the owners lived in the other division. Owing to the near vicinity of the town, there were improvements about this cabin which would be completely lacking anywhere 2 leagues further away. And yet it showed very plainly the insecure condition of life to which wars and feudal customs had so rigorously subjected the habits of the serf, that even today many of the peasants in these parts still call the chateau in which their landlords dwell the house. Mademoiselle de Verneuil studied the place with an amazement that can readily be imagined, And at last she noticed a broken block of granite here and there in the mire of the yard, arranged to afford a method of access to the dwelling, not unattended with danger. But hearing the sounds of musketry drawing appreciably nearer, she sprang from stone to stone, as if she were crossing a river, to ask for shelter. Entrance to the house was barred by one of those doors that are made in two separate pieces, the lower part being of solid and substantial timber, while the upper portion was protected by a shutter which served as a window. Shop doors in certain little towns in France are often made on this model, but they are much more elaborate, and the lower portion is supplied with an alarm bell. The lower half of this particular door was opened by unfastening a wooden latchet worthy of the Golden Age, while the upper part was only closed during the night, since the daylight entered the room through no other opening. A rough sort of window certainly existed, but the panes were like bottle ends, and the massive leaden frames which supported them took up so much room that the window seemed to be intended rather to intercept the light than to afford a passage to it. As soon as Mademoiselle de Verneuil had made the door turn on its creaking hinges, she encountered an alarming ammoniacal odor which issued in whiffs from the cottage, and saw how the cattle had kicked to pieces the partition wall that divided them from the house-place. So the inside of the farmhouse, for such it was quite in keeping with the outside. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was asking herself how it was possible that human beings should live in such confirmed squalor, when a tiny ragged urchin, who seemed to be about 8 or 9 years old, suddenly showed a fresh pink and white face, plump cheeks, bright eyes, ivory teeth, and fair hair that fell in tangled locks over his half-naked shoulders. His limbs were sturdy, and in his attitude there was the charm of wonder, and the wild simplicity that makes a child's eyes grow larger. The little lad's beauty was of the heroic order. "Where is your mother?" said Marie in a gentle tone, as she stooped down to kiss his eyes. After receiving the kiss, the child slipped away like an eel, and disappeared behind a manure heap, which lay between the path and the house upon the slope of the knoll. Galop Chopin was wont, like many other Breton farmers, who have a system of agriculture peculiar to them, to pile manure in high situations, so that by the time they come to use it, the rain has washed all the goodness out of it. Marie, being left in possession of the cabin for some minutes, quickly made an inventory of its contents. The whole house consisted of the one room in which she was waiting for Barbette. The most conspicuous and pretentious object was a vast fireplace, the mantelpiece being made out of a single slab of blue granite. The etymology of the word mantelpiece was made apparent by a scrap of green serge, bordered with pale green ribbon and scalloped at the edges, which was hanging along the slab, in the midst of which stood a coloured plaster cast of the Virgin. On the base of the statuette, Mademoiselle de Verneuil read a couple of lines of religious poetry, which are very widely popular in the district. "Protectress of this place am I, the Mother of God who dwells on high." Behind the Virgin there was a frightful picture splashed over with red and blue, a pretense of a painting that represented Saint Labre. A bed covered with green serge, of the kind called tomb-shaped, a clumsy cradle, a wheel, some rough chairs, and a carved dresser, fitted up with a few utensils, almost completed the list of Galop Chopin's furniture. Before the window there was a long table and a couple of benches made of chestnut wood. The light that fell through the panes of glass gave them the deep hues of old mahogany. Beneath the bunghole of a great hogshead of cider, Mademoiselle de Verneuil noticed a patch of moist, yellowish, thick deposit. The dampness was corroding the floor, although it was made of blocks of granite set in red clay, and proved that the master of the abode had come honestly by his Chouan nickname. Translator's footnote. Galop Chopin literally means tosspot. End of footnote. Mademoiselle de Verneuil raised her eyes to avoid this sight, and it seemed to her forthwith that she had seen all the bats in the world, so numerous were the spiders' webs that hung from the beams. 2 huge pitchers, filled with cider, were standing on the long table. These utensils are a sort of brown earthenware jug of a pattern which is still in use in several districts in France, and which a Parisian can imagine for himself by thinking of the pots in which epicures serve Brittany butter. But the body of the jug is rounder, the glaze is unevenly distributed, and shaded over with brown splashes like certain shells. The pitcher ends in a mouth of a kind not unlike the head of a frog, thrust out above the water to take the air. The 2 pitchers had attracted Marie's attention last of all. But the sound of the fight grew more and more distinct, and compelled her to look about for a suitable hiding place without waiting for Barbette, when the latter suddenly appeared. "Good day, Bécanière," she said, repressing an involuntary smile at the sight of a face that rather resembled the heads which architects set by way of ornament in the centres of window arches. "Ah, you come from Dorgemont," answered Barbette with no particular eagerness. "Where will you put me? For the Chouans are here." "There," said Barbette, as much at a loss at the sight of the beauty, as well as of the eccentric attire, of a being whom she did not venture to include among her own sex. "There, in the priest's hole." She took her to the head of the bed, and put her between it and the wall. But both of them were thunderstruck just then, for they thought they could hear strange footsteps hurrying through the swamp. Barbette had scarcely time to draw one of the bed curtains and to huddle Marie in it before she found herself face to face with a fugitive Chouan. "Good wife, where can one hide here? I am the Comte de Bourbon." Mademoiselle de Verneuil trembled as she recognized the voice of the dinner guest who had spoken the few words, still a mystery for her, which had brought about the catastrophe at the Vivetière. "Alas, monseigneur, you see there is nothing here. The best thing I can do is to go, but I will watch, and if the Blues are coming I will give you warning. If I were to stay here and they found me with you, they would burn my house down." So Barbette went out, for she had not wit enough to reconcile the opposing claims of 2 foes, each of whom had an equal right to the hiding-place by virtue of the double part her husband was playing. "I have 2 shots to fire," said the Count despairingly, "but they have gone past me already. Pshaw! I should be unlucky indeed if the fancy were to take them to look under the bed as they come back." He gently leaned his gun against the bedpost, beside which Marie stood wrapped about with the green serge curtain. Then he stooped down to make quite sure that he could creep under the bed. He could not have failed to see the feet of the other refugee, who, in the desperation of the moment, snatched up his gun, sprang quickly out into the room, and threatened the Count with it. A peal of laughter broke from him, however, as he recognized her. For in order to hide herself, Marie had taken off her enormous Chouan hat, and thick locks of her hair were escaping from beneath a sort of net of lace. "Do not laugh, Count. You are my prisoner. If you make any movement, you shall know what an incensed woman is capable of." Just as the Count and Marie were looking at each other with widely different feelings, confused voices were shouting among the rocks. "Save the Gars! Scatter yourselves! Save the Gars! Scatter yourselves!" Barbette's voice rose above the uproar without, and was heard by the two foes inside the cottage, with very different sensations, for she was speaking less to her own son than to them. "Don't you see the blues?" Barbette cried tartly. "Come here, you naughty little lad, or I will go after you. Do you want to get shot? Come, run away, quickly." While all these small events were rapidly taking place, a blue dashed into the swamp. "Beaupied!" called Mademoiselle de Verneuil. At the sound of her voice, Beaupied ran up and took a somewhat better aim at the Count than his liberatress had done. "Aristocrat," said the waggish soldier, "do not stir, or I will bring you down like the Bastille in a brace of shakes." "Monsieur Beaupied," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil in persuasive tones, "you are answerable to me for this prisoner. Do it in your own way, but you must deliver him over to me at Fougères, safe and sound." "Enough, madame." "Is the way to Fougères clear by now?" "It is safe, unless the Chouans come to life again." Mademoiselle de Verneuil cheerfully equipped herself with the light fowling piece, gave her prisoner an ironical smile as she remarked, "Goodbye, Monsieur le Comte, we shall meet again," and went swiftly up the pathway after putting on her great hat again. "I am learning a little too late," said the Comte de Bourbon bitterly, "that one should never jest concerning the honor of women who have none left." "Aristocrat!" cried Beaupied with asperity, "say nothing against that beautiful lady if you do not wish me to send you to your ci-devant paradise." End of section 18. Section 19 of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3D. Mademoiselle de Verneuil returned to Fougères by the paths which connect the crags of Saint-Sulpice with the Nid au Croc. When she reached these latter heights and hastened along the winding track which had been beaten out over the rough surface of the granite, she admired the lovely little Nanson valley, but lately so full of tumult, now so absolutely peaceful. Seen from that point of view, the glen looked like a green alley. Mademoiselle de Verneuil returned by way of Saint Leonard's gate, where the narrow path came to an end. The townspeople were still in anxiety about the struggle, which, judging by the firing that they heard in the distance, seemed likely to last through the day. They were awaiting the return of the National Guard to know the full extent of their losses. When this girl appeared in her grotesque costume, with her hair disheveled, a gun in her hand, her dress and shawl drenched with dew, soiled by contact with walls, and stained with mud, the curiosity of the people of Fougères was all the more vividly excited, since the authority, beauty, and eccentricity of the fair Parisian already furnished the stock subject of their conversation. Francine had sat up all night waiting for her mistress, a prey to horrible misgivings, so that on her return she wished to talk, but silence was enjoined upon her by a friendly gesture. "I am not dead, child," said Marie. "Ah, when I left Paris, I longed for emotions. And I have had them," she added after a pause. Francine went out to order a meal, remarking to her mistress that she must be in great need of it. "Oh, no," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "but a bath, a bath. The toilet before everything else." It was with no small degree of astonishment that Francine heard her mistress asking for the most fashionable and elegant dresses that had been packed for her. After her breakfast, Marie made her toilette with all the minute care and attention that a woman devotes to this most important operation when she is to appear before the eyes of her beloved in the midst of a ballroom. Francine could not account in any way for her mistress's mocking gaiety. There was none of the joy of love in it. No woman can make a mistake as to that expression. There was an ill-omened and concentrated malice about her. With her own hands Marie arranged the curtains about the windows, through which her eyes beheld a magnificent view. Then she drew the sofa nearer to the fire, set it in a light favourable to her face, and bade Francine bring flowers, so as to impart a festival appearance to the room. When Francine had brought the flowers, Marie superintended her arrangement of them to the best advantage. After casting a final glance of satisfaction round her apartment, she ordered Francine to send someone to demand her prisoner of the commandant. She lay back luxuriously upon the sofa, partly to rest herself, and partly in order to assume a graceful and languid pose, which in certain women exerts an irresistible fascination. There was an indolent softness about her. The tips of her feet scarcely escaped from beneath the folds of her dress in a provoking manner. The negligence of her attitude, the bend of her neck, everything, down to the curves of her slender fingers that drooped over a cushion like the bells of a spray of jessamine, was in unison with her glances and possessed an attractive influence. She burned perfumes so that the air was permeated with the sweet fragrance that acts so powerfully on the nerves and frequently prepares the way for conquests which women desire to make without any advance on their part. A few minutes later the heavy tread of the old commandant was heard in the antechamber. "Well, commandant, where is my captive?" "I have just ordered out a picket of 12 men to shoot him, as he was taken with arms in his hands." "You have disposed of my prisoner," said she. "Listen, commandant. If I read your countenance rightly, there can be no great satisfaction for you in the death of a man after the engagement is over. Very well, then. Give me back my Chouan, and grant him a reprieve. I will take the responsibility upon myself. I must inform you that this aristocrat has become indispensable to me, and with his cooperation our projects will be accomplished. Moreover, it would be as ridiculous to shoot this amateur Chouan as to fire on a balloon, for the prick of a pin is all that is needed to bring about its entire collapse. Leave butchery to the aristocrats, for heaven's sake. Republics should show themselves to be magnanimous. Would not you yourself have granted an amnesty to the victims at Quiberon and to many others? Now then, send your 12 men to make the rounds, and come and dine with me and my prisoner. There's only an hour of daylight left, and you see," she added, smiling, "that if you delay, my toilette will lose all its effect." "But, mademoiselle," said the astonished commandant. Well, what is it? I understand you. Come, the Count will not escape you. Sooner or later the portly butterfly yonder will scorch himself beneath the fire of your platoons. The commandant slightly shrugged his shoulders like a man who is compelled to submit, against his own judgment, to the whims of a pretty woman. He returned in the space of half an hour, followed by the Comte de Bourbon. Mademoiselle de Verneuil made as though her two guests had taken her by surprise, and appeared to be in some confusion at being detected by the Count in so careless an attitude. But when she had seen from that gentleman's eyes that a first effect had been produced upon him, she rose and gave her whole attention to her visitors with perfect politeness and grace. There was nothing either constrained or studied in her attitude, in her smile, her voice, or her manner, nothing that betrayed a premeditated design. Everything about her was in agreement. There was no touch of exaggeration which could give an impression that she was assuming the manners of a world with which she was not familiar. When the Royalist and the Republican were both seated, she looked at the Count with an expression of severity. The nobleman understood women sufficiently well to know that the affront that he had offered to her was like to be his own death warrant. But in spite of this misgiving, and without showing either melancholy or levity, he behaved like a man who did not look for such a sudden catastrophe. It soon appeared to him that there was something ridiculous about fearing death in the presence of a pretty woman, and Marie's severe looks had put some ideas into his head. Thought he, who knows whether a count's coronet, still to be had, will not please her better than the coronet of a marquis which has been lost? Monteron is as hard as a nail, while and he looked complacently at himself, at any rate, if I save my life, that is the least that may come of it. These diplomatic reflections were all to no purpose. The penchant which the Count intended to feign for Mademoiselle de Verneuil became a violent fancy, which that dangerous being was pleased to encourage. "You are my prisoner, Count," she said, "and I have the right to dispose of you. Your execution will only take place with my consent, and I have too much curiosity to allow you to be shot at once." "And suppose that I maintain an obstinate silence?" he answered merrily. "With an honest woman, perhaps you might, but with a light one? Come now, Count, that is impossible." These words, full of bitter irony, were hissed at him from so sharp a whistle, to quote Sully's remark concerning the Duchess of Beaufort, that the astonished noble could find nothing better to do than to gaze at his cruel opponent. "Stay," she went on with a satirical smile, "not to gainsay you, I will be a good girl, like one of those creatures. Here is your gun to begin with." And she held out his weapon to him with mock amiability. "On the faith of a gentleman, mademoiselle, you are doing—" "Ah," she broke in, "I have had enough of the faith of a gentleman. On that security I set foot in the Vivetière. Your chief swore that I and mine should be in safety." "What infamy!" exclaimed Hulot with a scowl. "It is the Count here who is to blame," she said, addressing Hulot and indicating the noble. "The Gras certainly intended to keep his word, but this gentleman put some slander or other in circulation, which confirmed the stories which it had pleased Charette's filly to imagine about me." "Mademoiselle," said the Count, in dire distress, with the axe hanging over him. "I will swear that I said nothing but the truth." "And what did you say?" "That you had been the—" "Speak out. The mistress?" "Of the Marquis of Lenoncourt, the present Duke, and a friend of mine," the Count made answer. "Now I might let you go to your death," said Marie, who was apparently unmoved by the Count's circumstantial accusation. The indifference, real or feigned, with which she regarded its opprobrium, amazed the Count. "But," she continued, laughing, "you can dismiss for ever the ominous vision of those leaden pellets, for you have no more given offence to me than to that friend of yours to whom you are pleased to assign me as— Fie on you! Listen to me, Count. Did you never visit my father, the Duc de Verneuil? Very well, then." Considering, doubtless, that the confidence which she was about to make was so important that Hulot must be excluded from it, Mademoiselle de Verneuil beckoned the Count to her and whispered a few words in his ear. A stifled exclamation of surprise broke from Monsieur de Bourbon. He looked at Marie in a bewildered fashion. She was leaning quietly against the chimney-piece, and the childish simplicity of her attitude suddenly brought back the whole of the memory which she had partially called up. The Count fell on one knee. "Mademoiselle," he cried, "I entreat you to grant my pardon, though I may not deserve it." "I have nothing to forgive," she said. "You are as irrational now in your repentance as you were in your insolent conjectures at the Visitiere. But these mysteries are above your intelligence. Only," she added gravely, "you must know this, Count, that the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil has too much magnanimity not to feel a lively interest in your fortunes." "Even after an insult?" said the Count, with a sort of remorse. "Are there not some who dwell so high that they are above the reach of insult? I am of their number, Count." The dignity and pride in the girl's bearing as she uttered these words impressed her prisoner, and made this affair considerably more obscure for Hulot. The commandant's hand travelled to his moustache, as though to turn it up at the ends, while he looked on uneasily. Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave him a significant glance, as if to assure him that she was not deviating from her plan. "Now let us have some talk," she went on, after a pause. "Bring us some lights, Francine, my girl." Skilfully she turned the conversation on the times which, in the space of so few years, had come to be the Ancien Régime. She carried the Count back to those days so thoroughly by the keenness of her observations and the vivid pictures she called up. She gave him so many opportunities of displaying his wit, by conducting her own replies with dexterous and gracious tact, that the Count ended by making the discovery that never before had he been so agreeable. He grew young again at the thought, and endeavoured to communicate his own good opinion of himself to this attractive young person. The mischievous girl amused herself by trying all her arts of coquetry upon the Count, doing this all the more dexterously because, for her, it was only a game. Sometimes she led him to believe that he was making rapid progress in her regard. Sometimes she appeared to be taken aback by the warmth of her own feelings, and displayed in consequence a reserve that fascinated the Count, and which visibly helped to fan his extemporized flame. She behaved exactly like an angler who lifts his rod from time to see if the fish is nibbling at the bait. the poor Count allowed himself to be caught by the innocent way in which his deliverers received 2 or 3 rather neatly turned compliments. Emigration, the Republic, and the Chouans were 1,000 leagues away from his thoughts. Hulot sat bolt upright, motionless and pensive as the god Terminus. His want of education made him totally unapt at this kind of conversation. He had a strong suspicion that the 2 speakers must be a very witty pair, but the efforts of his own intellect were confined to ascertaining that their ambiguous words contained no plotting against the Republic. "Montaran, mademoiselle," the Count was saying, "is well-born and well-bred. He is a pretty fellow enough, but he understands nothing of gallantry. He is too young to have seen Versailles. His education has been deficient. He does not play off one shrewd turn with another. He gives a stab with the knife instead. He can fall violently in love, but he will never attain to that fine flower of manner which distinguished Lauzun, Adhémar, Coigny, and so many others. He has no idea of the agreeable art of saying to women those pretty nothings which are better suited to them, after all, than outbursts of passion, which they very soon find wearisome. Yes, although he may have made conquests, he has neither grace nor ease of manner." "I saw that clearly," Marie replied. "Ah," said the Count to himself, "there was a note in her voice and a look that shows that it will not be long before I am on the best of terms with her, and, faith, I will believe anything she wishes me to believe in order to be hers." Dinner was served. He offered his arm. Mademoiselle de Verneuil did her part as hostess with a politeness and tact which could only have been acquired by an education received in the exclusive life of a court. "Leave us," she said to Hulot as they left the table. "He is afraid of you. While if I am left alone with him, I shall very soon learn everything that I wish to know. He has reached the point when a man tells me everything that he thinks, and sees things only through my eyes." "And after that?" asked the commandant, who seemed thus to reassert his claim to the prisoner. "Oh, he will go free," she said, "free as the air." "But he was taken with arms in his hands." "No, he was not," said she, "for I had disarmed him." A jesting sophistry such as women love to oppose to sound but arbitrary reasoning. "Count," she said as she came in again, "I have just obtained your freedom. But nothing for nothing," she went on, smiling and turning her head questioningly to one side. "Ask everything of me that you will, even my name and my honor," he cried in his intoxication. "I lay it all at your feet." And he came near to seize her hand in his endeavor to impose his desires upon her as gratitude. But Mademoiselle de Verneuil was not a girl to make a mistake of this kind. So, while she smiled upon this new lover, so as to give him hope, "Will you make me repent of my confidence in you?" she said, drawing back a step or 2. "A girl's imagination runs faster than a woman's," he answered, laughing. "A girl has more to lose than a woman." "True, if one carries a treasure, one must needs be suspicious." "Let us leave this kind of talk," she answered, "and speak seriously. You are giving a ball at St. James. I have heard that you have established your magazines there and your arsenals, and made it the seat of your government. When is the ball?" "Tomorrow night." It will not astonish you, sir, that a slandered woman should wish, with feminine persistency, to obtain a signal reparation for the insults to which she has been subjected, and this in the presence of those who witnessed them. So, I will go to your ball. What I ask of you is to grant me your protection from the moment of my arrival to the moment of my departure. I do not want your word for it, she said, seeing that he laid his hand on his heart. I hold vows in abhorrence. They seem to me too like precautions. Simply tell me that you undertake to secure me against any infamous and criminal attempts upon my person. Promise to repair your own error by giving out everywhere that I am really the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil, keeping silence at the same time about the misfortunes which I owe to the lack of a father's protecting care, and then we shall be quits. Can a couple of hours' protection extended to a woman in a ballroom be too heavy a ransom? Come, you are not worth a penny more than that. And a smile deprived her words of any bitterness. What will you demand for my gun? Laughed the Count. Oh, more than I do for you yourself. What is it? Secrecy. Believe me, Bourbon, only a woman can read another woman. I am positive that if you breathe a word of this, I may lose my life on the way thither. 1 or 2 balls yesterday warned me of the risks which I must encounter on the journey. Oh, that lady is as expert with a rifle as she is dexterous in assisting at the toilet. No waiting woman ever undressed me so quickly. Pray manage things so that I may have nothing of that kind to fear at the ball. You will be under my protection, the Count replied proudly. But perhaps it is for Montauron's sake that you are coming to St. James? You wish to know more than I do myself, she said, laughing. You must go now, she added after a pause. I myself will be your conductor until you are out of the town, for you have made the war one of cannibals here. But you take some interest in me, cried the Count. Ah, mademoiselle, allow me to hope that you will not be insensible to my friendship, for I must be content with that, must I not? He added, with the air of a coxcomb. Come now, conjurer, she said, with the blithe expression that a woman can assume when she makes an admission that neither betrays her real feelings nor compromises her dignity. She put on her pelisse and went with the Count as far as the Nid du Croc. When they reached the beginning of the footpath, she said, Maintain an absolute reserve, sir, even with the Marquis, and she laid a finger on her lips. The Count, emboldened by Mademoiselle de Verneuil's graciousness, took her hand. She suffered him to do so, like one who grants a great privilege, and he kissed it tenderly. "Oh, mademoiselle," he cried, when he saw that he was quite out of danger, "you can reckon upon me through life and death. Since I owe you a debt of gratitude almost as great as that which I owe to my own mother, it will be very hard to feel nothing more than esteem for you." He sprang down the pathway. Marie watched him as he scaled the crags of Saint-Sulpice, and nodded approvingly as she murmured to herself, "That fine fellow yonder has paid me for his life more than the worth of his life. I could make him my creature at a very small cost. A creature and a creator. There lies the whole difference between one man and another." She went no further with her thought. She gave a despairing look at the sky above her, and slowly returned to St. Leonard's gate, where Hulot and Corentin were waiting for her. "Yet 2 more days," she cried. Then she checked herself, seeing that they were not alone, and whispered the rest in Hulot's ears. "And he shall drop down beneath your fire." With a peculiar, jocose expression not easy to describe, the commandant suddenly drew back a step and looked at the girl before him. There was not a shadow of remorse in her face or bearing. It is wonderful how women, generally speaking, never reason over their most blameworthy actions. They are led entirely by their feelings. There is a kind of sincerity in their very dissimulation, and only among women is crime dissociated from baseness. For the most part, they themselves do not know how the thing has come about. "I am going to St. James, to a ball given by the Chouans, and—" "But that is 5 leagues away from here," Corentin put in. "Shall I escort you?" "You are very much taken up," said she, "with something that I never think about at all. That is to say, yourself." The contempt for Corentin which Marie had displayed was eminently gratifying to Hulot, who made his peculiar grimace as he watched her disappear in the direction of Saint Léonard. Corentin's eyes likewise followed her, but from his face it was evident that he suppressed the consciousness of a superior power which he thought to exercise over this charming woman's destiny. He meant so to control her by means of her passions, that one day she should be his. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3E. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, on her return, betook herself at once to considering her ball dress. Francine, quite accustomed to obedience, though she did not understand the ends which her mistress had in view, ransacked the trunks and suggested a Greek costume. Everything at that time took its tone from ancient Greece. This toilette, which received Marie's approval, could be packed in a trunk that could easily be carried. "I am setting out on a wild errand, Francine, child. Think whether you would rather stay here or go with me." "Stay here?" cried Francine. "If I did, who would dress you?" "Where have you put the glove that I gave you this morning?" "Here it is." "Sew a bit of green ribbon upon it, and before all things do not forget to take some money." But when she saw that Francine had newly coined money in her hand, she exclaimed, "That in itself would be the death of us. Send Jeremiah to arouse Corentin. No, the villain would follow us. It would be better to send to the commandant to ask him for some crowns of 6 francs each for me." Marie thought of everything down to the smallest detail, with a woman's foresight. While Francine completed the preparations for her incomprehensible journey, she occupied herself with trying to imitate the cry of the screech owl, and succeeded in imitating Marcheterre's signal in a manner that baffled detection. At midnight she passed out through Saint Léonard's gate, reached the narrow footpath along the Nid au Croc, and, with Francine following her, she ventured across the Dale of Gibari. She walked with a firm step, for so strong a will as that which stirred within her invests the body and its movements with an indescribable quality of power. For women, the problem how to leave a ballroom without catching a cold is of no small importance. But when their hearts are once possessed by passion, their frames might be made of iron. Even a bold man would have hesitated over such an enterprise, but scarcely had Mademoiselle de Verneuil begun to feel the attractions of the prospect when its dangers became so many temptations for her. "You are setting out without a prayer for God's protection," said Francine, who had turned to look at Saint Leonard's spire. The devout Breton girl stopped, clasped her hands, and said her Ave to Saint Anne of Auray, beseeching her to prosper their journey, while her mistress stood waiting, deep in thought, gazing alternately at the childlike attitude of her maid, who was praying fervently, and at the effects of the misty moonlight as it fell over the carved stonework about the church, giving to the granite the look of delicate filigree. In no long time the two women reached Galop Chopin's cottage. Light as were the sounds of their footsteps, they aroused one of the huge dogs that in Brittany are entrusted with the safe keeping of the door, a simple wooden latch being the only fastening in vogue. The dog made a rush at the two strangers, and his bark became so furious that they were compelled to retreat a few paces and to call for help. Nothing stirred, however. Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave the cry of the screech owl, and then the rusty hinges of the cabin door creaked loudly all at once, and Galop Chopin, who had risen in haste, showed his gloomy countenance. Marie held out Montaron's glove for the inspection of the warden of Fougères. "I must go to St. James at once," she said. "The Comte de Bourbon told me that I should find a guide and protector in you. So find 2 donkeys for us to ride, my worthy Galop Chopin, and prepare to come with us yourself. Time is valuable, for if we do not reach St. James before tomorrow evening, we shall neither see the gare nor the ball." Galop Chopin, utterly amazed, took the glove and turned it over and over. Then he lighted a candle made of resin about the thickness of the little finger and the color of gingerbread. This commodity had been imported from the north of Europe, and, like everything else in this strange land of Brittany, plainly showed the prevailing ignorance of the most elementary principles of commerce. When Galop Chopin had seen the green ribbon, taken a look at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, scratched his ear, and emptied a pitcher of cider, after offering a glass to the fair lady, he left her seated upon the bench of polished chestnut wood before the table, and went in search of 2 donkeys. The violet rays of the outlandish candle were hardly strong enough to outshine the fitful moonlight that gave vague outlines in dots of light to the dark hues of the furniture, and to the floor of the smoke-begrimed hut. The little urchin had raised his pretty, wondering face, and up above his fair curls appeared the heads of 2 cows. Their pink noses and great eyes shone through the holes in the wall of the byre. The big dog, whose head was by no means the least intelligent one in this family, seemed to contemplate the 2 strangers with a curiosity quite as great as that displayed by the child. A painter would have dwelt admiringly on the effect of this night piece, but Marie was not very eager to enter into conversation with the spectre-like Barbette, who was now sitting up in bed, and had begun to open her eyes very wide with recognition. Marie went out to avoid the pestiferous atmosphere of the hovel, and to escape the questions which the mécanière was about to ask. She tripped lightly up the flight of stairs cut in the rock which overhung Galop Chopin's cottage, and thence admired the endless detail of the landscape before her, which underwent a change at every step, whether backwards or forwards, towards the crests of the hills or down to the depths of the valleys. Moonlight was spreading like a luminous mist far and wide over the valley of the Couesnon. A woman who carried a burden of slighted love in her heart could not but experience the feeling of melancholy that this soft light produces in the soul. a light that lent fantastic outlines to the mountain forms and traced out the lines of the streams in strange pale tints. The silence was broken just then by the bray of the asses. Marie hurried down to the Chouans' cabin, and they set out at once. Galop Chopin, armed with a double-barreled fowling piece, wore a shaggy goatskin, which gave him the appearance of a Robinson Crusoe. His wrinkled and blotched countenance was barely visible beneath his huge hat, an article of dress to which the peasants still cling in pride at having obtained, after all their long ages of serfdom, a decoration sacred to the heads of their lords in times of yore. There was something patriarchal about the costume, attitude, and form of their guide and protector. The whole nocturnal procession resembled the picture of the flight into Egypt, which we owe to the sombre brush of Rembrandt. Galop Chopin industriously avoided the highway and led the two women through the vast labyrinth made by cross-country roads in Brittany. By this time, Mademoiselle de Verneuil understood the tactics of the Chouans in war. As she herself went over these tracks, she could form a more accurate notion of the nature of the country which had appeared so enchanting to her when she viewed it from the heights. A country presenting dangers and well-nigh hopeless difficulties which must be experienced before any idea can be formed concerning them. The peasants, from time immemorial, have raised a bank of earth about each field, forming a flat-topped ridge 6 feet in height, with beeches, oaks, and chestnut trees growing upon the summit. The ridge or mound planted in this wise is called a hedge, the kind of hedge they have in Normandy, and as the long branches of the trees which grow upon it almost always project across the road, they make a great arbor overhead. The roads themselves, shut in by clay banks in this melancholy way, are not unlike the moats of fortresses, and whenever the granite, which is nearly always just beneath the surface in these districts, does not form an uneven natural pavement, the ways become so excessively heavy that the lightest cart can only travel over them with the help of 2 yoke of oxen and a couple of horses. They are small horses, it is true, but generally strong. So chronic is the swampy state of the roads that, by dint of use and wont, a path called a route has been beaten out for foot passengers along the side of the hedge in each field. The necessary transition from one field to another is effected by climbing a few steps cut in the bank sides, which are often slippery in wet weather. The travelers found other obstacles in abundance to be surmounted in these winding lanes. Each separate piece of land, fortified in the way that has been described, possesses a gateway some 10 feet wide, which is barred across by a contrivance called an échalier in the west. The échalier is either a trunk or a limb of a tree with a hole drilled through one end of it so that it can be set on another shapeless log of wood, which serves, as it were, for a handle or pivot upon which the first piece is turned. The thick end of the échalier is so arranged as to project some distance behind this pivot, so that it can carry a heavy weight as a counterpoise, a device that enables a child to open and close this curious rustic gate. The further end of the tree trunk lies in a hollow fashioned on the inner side of the bank itself. Sometimes the peasants thriftily dispense with the stone counterpoise and let the thick end of the trunk or limb of the tree hang further over instead. This kind of barrier varies with the taste of every farmer. Very often the échalier consists of one single branch of a tree, with either end ensconced in the earth of the bank. Often, again, it looks like a square gate built up of many branches set at intervals, as if the rungs of a ladder had been arranged crosswise. This kind of gate turns about like an échalier, and the other end moves upon a little revolving disc. These hedges and échaliers make the land look like a vast chessboard. Each field is a separate and distinct enclosure, like a fortress, and each, like a fortress, is protected by a rampart. The gateways are readily defended, and, when stormed, afford a conquest fraught with many perils. The Breton has a fancy that fallow land is made fertile by growing huge bushes of broom upon it. So he encourages this shrub, which thrives upon the treatment it receives to such an extent that it soon reaches the height of a man. This superstition is not unworthy of a population capable of depositing their heaps of manure on the highest points of their fold yards, and in consequence 1/4 of the whole area of the land is covered with thickets of broom, affording hiding places without number for ambuscades. Scarcely a field is without its 1 or 2 old cider apple trees, whose low overhanging branches are fatal to the vegetation beneath. Imagine, therefore, how little of the field itself is left when every hedge is planted with huge trees whose greedy roots spread out over 1/4 of the space, and you will have some idea of the system of cultivation and general appearance of the country through which Mademoiselle de Verneuil was travelling. It is not clear whether a desire to avoid disputes about landmarks, or the convenient and easy custom of shutting up cattle on the land with no one to look after them, brought about the construction of these redoubtable barriers, permanent obstacles which make the country impenetrable, and render a war with large bodies of troops quite impossible. When the nature of the land has been reviewed step by step, the hopelessness of a struggle between regular and irregular troops is abundantly evident. For 500 men can hold the country in the teeth of the troops of a kingdom. This was the whole secret of Chouan warfare. Mademoiselle de Verneuil now understood how pressing was the necessity that the Republic should stamp out rebellion rather by means of police and diplomacy than by futile efforts on the part of the military. As a matter of fact, what was it possible to effect against a people clever enough to despise the possession of their towns, while they secured the length and breadth of their land by such indestructible earthworks? And how do otherwise than negotiate, when the whole blind force of the peasants was concentrated in a wary and audacious chief? She admired the genius of the minister who had discovered the clue to a peace in the depths of his cabinet. She thought she had gained an insight into the nature of the considerations which sway men who have ability enough to see the condition of an empire at a glance. Their actions, which in the eyes of the crowd seem to be criminal, are but the partial manifestations of a single vast conception. There is about such awe-inspiring minds as these an unknown power which seems to belong half to chance and half to fate. A mysterious prophetic instinct within them beckons them, and they rise up suddenly. The common herd misses them for a moment from among its numbers, raises its eyes, and beholds them soaring on high. These thoughts seemed to justify, nay, to exalt, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's longings for revenge. Her hopes and the thoughts that wrought within her lent to her sufficient strength to endure the unwonted fatigues of her journey. At the boundary of every freehold, Galop Chopin was compelled to assist the two women to dismount, and to help them to scramble over the awkward interval, and when the routes came to an end, they were obliged to mount again and venture into the miry lanes, which the approach of winter had already affected. The huge trees, the hollow ways, and the barriers in these low-lying meadows all combined to shut in a damp atmosphere that surrounded the three travellers like an icy pall. After much painful fatigue, they reached the woods of Marigny at sunrise. Their way became easier along a broad forest ride. The thick vault of branches overhead protected them from the weather, and they encountered no more of the difficulties which had hitherto impeded them. They had scarcely gone a league through the forest when they heard a confused, far-off murmur of voices and the silvery sounds of a bell, ringing less monotonously than those which are shaken by the movements of cattle. Galop Chopin hearkened to the soft sounds with keen attention. Very soon a gust of the breeze bore the words of a psalm to his ear. This seemed to produce a great effect upon him. He led the weary donkeys aside into a track which took the travellers away from the direct road to St. James, turning a deaf ear to the remonstrances of Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whose uneasiness was increased by the gloomy condition of the place. Enormous blocks of granite with the strangest outlines lay to right and left of them, piled one above another. Huge serpent-like roots wandered over these rocks, seeking moisture and nourishment afar for some few venerable beeches. Both sides of the road looked like the huge caves which are famous for their stalactites. Ravines and cavern mouths were hidden by festoons of ivy. The sombre green of the holly thickets mingled with the brackens and with green or greyish patches of moss. The travellers had not taken many steps along this narrow track when a most amazing scene suddenly spread itself before Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes and explained Galop Chopin's pertinacity. A kind of cove rose before them, built up of huge masses of granite, forming a semicircular amphitheatre. Tall dark firs and golden-brown chestnut trees grew on its irregular tiers, which rose one above another, as in a great circus. The winter sun seemed not so much to throw its light as to pour a flood of pale colours over everything, and autumn had spread a warm brown carpet of dry leaves everywhere. In the very centre of this hall, which seemed to have had the deluge for its architect, rose three giant druidical stones, a great altar, above which the banner of the church was set. Some 100 men in fervent prayer knelt bareheaded in this enclosure, where a priest, assisted by 2 other ecclesiastics, was saying mass. The poverty of the sacerdotal garb, the weak voice of the priest, which echoed like a murmur in space, the crowd of men filled with conviction, united by one common feeling, bending before the undecorated altar and the bare crucifix, the sylvan austerity of the temple, the hour and the place, lent this scene an appearance of simplicity, which must have characterized early Christian gatherings. Mademoiselle de Verneuil stood still in admiring awe. She had never before seen or imagined anything like this mass said in the heart of the forest, this worship which persecution had driven back to its primitive conditions, this poetry of the days of yore, brought into sharp contrast with the strange and wild aspects of nature, these kneeling Chouans, armed or unarmed, at once men and children, at once cruel and devout. She recollected how often she had marvelled in her childhood at the pomps which this very Church of Rome has made so grateful to every sense, but she had never been brought thus face to face with the thought of God alone, his cross above the altar, his altar set on the bare earth, among the autumn woods that seemed to sustain the dome of the sky above, as the garlands of carved stone crown the archways of Gothic cathedrals, while for the myriad colours of stained glass windows a few faint red gleams of sunlight and its duller reflections scarcely lighted up the altar, the priest, and his assistants. The men before her were a fact, and not a system. This was a prayer, and not a theology. But the human passions, which, thus restrained for a moment, had left the harmony of this picture undisturbed, soon reasserted themselves, and brought a powerful animation into the mysterious scene. The gospel came to an end as Mademoiselle de Verneuil came up. She recognized, not without alarm, the Abbé Gaudin in the officiating priest, and hastily screened herself from his observation behind a great fragment of granite which made a hiding-place for her. She also drew Francine quickly behind it, but in vain did she endeavour to tear Galop Chopin away from the post which he had chosen with a view to sharing in the benefits of the ceremony. She hoped to effect an escape from the danger that threatened her when she saw that the nature of the ground would permit her to withdraw before all the rest of the congregation. Through a large cleft in the rock, she saw the Abbé Gaudin take his stand upon a block of granite which served him for a pulpit, where he began his sermon with these words: In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. The whole congregation devoutly made the sign of the cross as he spoke. My dear brethren, the Abbé then began in a loud voice, first of all, let us pray for the dead, for Jean Crochegru, Nicolas Laferté, Joseph Prouet, François Parcroix, Sulpice Coupillot, all of this parish, who died of the wounds which they received in the fight at La Pellerine and in the siege of Fougères. De profundis. And the psalm was recited, as their custom was, by the priests and congregation, who repeated alternate verses with an enthusiasm that augured well for the success of the sermon. When the psalm for the dead was over, the Abbé Gaudin went on again in tones that grew more and more vehement, for the old Jesuit was well aware that an emphatic style of address was the most convincing form of argument by which to persuade his uncivilized audience. These defenders of God, Christian brethren, have set example of your duty before you, said he. Are you not ashamed of what they may be saying of you in paradise? Were it not for those blessed souls who must have been welcomed there by the saints with open arms, our Lord might well believe that your parish is the abode of heathen Mahometans. Do you know, my gar, what is said about you in Brittany, and what the king is told of you? You do not know, is that so? I will tell you. They say, what is this? Altars have been overthrown by the Blues. They have slain the rectors. They have murdered the king and queen. They intend to take the men of every parish in Brittany, to make them Blues like themselves, and to send them away from their parishes to fight in far-off countries where they run the risk of dying unshriven, and therefore of spending eternity in hell. And are the Gars of Marigny, whose church has been burned down, waiting with their arms hanging by their sides? Oho! This accursed republic has sold the goods of God and of the seigneurs by auction, and divided the price among the Blues, and in order to batten itself on money as it has battened on blood, the republic has issued a decree which demands 3 livres out of every crown of 6 francs, just as it demands 3 men out of every 6. And the men of Marigny have not taken up their weapons to drive the Blues out of Brittany? Aha! Paradise will be shut against them, and they will never save their souls. That is what people are saying about you. It is your own salvation, Christians, that is at stake. You will save your souls in the struggle for your faith and your king. Saint Anne of Auray appeared to me herself yesterday at 2:30. She told me then just what I am telling you now. Thou art a priest from Marigny? Yes, madame, at your service. Very good. I am Saint Anne of Auray, Aunt of God, as we reckon in Brittany. I dwell at Auray, and I am come hither also to bid thee tell the Gars of Marigny that there is no hope of salvation for them if they do not take up arms. So thou shalt refuse to absolve them from their sins unless they serve God. Thou shalt bless their guns, and those Gars who shall be absolved from their sins shall never miss the Blues, for their guns shall be holy. She disappeared beneath the goosefoot oak, leaving an odor of incense behind. I marked the spot. There is a beautiful wooden Virgin there, set up by the rector of St. James. Moreover, the mother of Pierre le Roi, who is called Marchater, having repaired thither in the evening to pray, has been healed of her sufferings through the good works wrought by her Son. There she is, in your midst. You can see her with your own eyes, walking about, without help from anyone. It is a miracle, like the resurrection of the Blessed Marie Lambrequin, wrought to prove to you that God will never forsake the cause of the Bretons so long as they fight for his servants and for the king. So, dear brethren, if you would save your souls and show yourselves to be defenders of our Lord the King, you ought to obey him who has been sent to you by the King, and whom we call the Gars, in everything that he may command. Then you will no longer be like heathen Mahometans, and you will be found, with all the Gars of all Brittany, beneath the banner of God. You can take back again, out of the Blues' pockets, all the money that they have stolen, for since your fields lie unsown while you go out to war, our Lord and the King make over to you all the spoils of your enemies. Christians, shall it be said of you that the Gars of Marigny lag behind the Gars of Morbihan, the Gars of Saint-Georges, of Vitré, or of Entrain, who are all in the service of God and the King? Will you allow them to take everything? Will you look on like heretics with folded arms, while so many Bretons are saving their own souls while they save their king? For me ye shall give up all things, says the gospel. Have not we ourselves given up our tithes already? Give up everything to wage this sacred war. You shall be as the Maccabees. You will be pardoned at the last. You will find in your midst your rectors and your curés, and the victory will be yours. Christians, give heed to this, said he as he drew to an end. Today is the only day on which we have the power of blessing your guns. Those who do not take advantage of this favor will never find the Blessed One of Auray so merciful at another time, and she will not hear them again, as she did in the last war. This sermon, supported by the thunders of a powerful voice and by manifold gesticulations which bathed the orator in perspiration, produced but little apparent effect. The peasants stood motionless as statues, with their eyes fixed on the speaker. But Mademoiselle de Verneuil soon saw clearly that this universal attitude was the result of a spell which the Abbé exerted over the crowd. Like all great actors, he had swayed his audience as one man by appealing to their passions and to their interests. Was he not absolving them beforehand for any excesses that they might commit? Had he not severed the few bonds that restrained these rough natures, and that kept them obedient to the precepts of religion and of social order? He had prostituted the priestly office to the uses of political intrigue. But in those revolutionary times everyone used such weapons as he possessed in the interests of his party, and the peace-bringing cross of Christ became an instrument of war, as did the plowshare that produces man's daily bread. Mademoiselle de Verneuil saw no one who could understand her thoughts, so she turned to look at Francine, and was not a little amazed to find that her maid was sharing in the general enthusiasm. She was devoutly telling her beads on Galop Chopin's rosary. He no doubt had made it over to her during the course of the sermon. "Francine," she murmured, "are you also afraid of being a heathen Mohammedan?" "Oh, mademoiselle," answered the Breton girl, "only look at Pierre's mother over yonder. She is walking." There was such deep conviction in Francine's attitude that Marie understood the secret spell of the sermon, the influence exercised by the clergy in the country, and the tremendous power of the scene which was just about to begin. Those peasants who stood nearest went up, one by one, kneeling as they offered their guns to the preacher, who laid them down upon the altar. Galop Chopin lost no time in presenting himself with his old duck gun. The three priests chanted the hymn Veni Creator, while the officiating priest enveloped the instruments of death in a thick cloud of bluish smoke, describing a pattern of intertwining lines. When the light wind had borne away the fumes of incense, the guns were given out again in order. Each man knelt to receive his weapon from the hands of the priests, who recited a prayer in Latin as they returned it to him. When every armed man had returned to his place, the intense enthusiasm, hitherto mute, which possessed the congregation, broke out in a tremendous yet touching manner. Domine, salvum fac regum. This was the prayer that the preacher thundered forth in an echoing voice, and which was sung twice through with vehement excitement. There was something wild and warlike about the sounds of their voices. The two notes of the word regem, which the peasants readily comprehended, were taken with such passionate force that Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not prevent her thoughts from straying with emotion to the exiled family of Bourbons. These recollections awoke others of her own past life. Her memory brought back festive scenes at the court where she herself had shone conspicuous, a court now scattered abroad. The form of the Marquis glided into her musings. She forgot the picture before her eyes, and with the sudden transition of thought natural to women's minds, her scheme of vengeance recurred to her, a scheme for which she was about to risk her life, and yet a single glance might bring it to naught. She meditated how to appear at her best at this supreme moment of her career, and remembered that she had no ornaments with which to deck her hair for this ball. A spray of holly at once attracted her attention, and the thought of a wreath of its curling leaves and scarlet berries carried her away. "Aha!" said Galop Chopin, wagging his head to show his satisfaction. "My gun may hang fire when I am after birds, but when I am after the blues, never." Marie looked more closely at her guide's countenance, and saw that it was on the same pattern as all the others which she had just seen. There seemed to be fewer ideas expressed in the old Chouan's face than in that of a child. His cheeks and forehead were puckered with unconcealed joy as he looked at his gun. Religious conviction had infused an element of fanaticism into his elation, so that, for a moment, the worst propensities of civilization seemed to be manifested in his barbarous features. They very soon reached a village, that is to say, a collection of 4 or 5 dwellings, like Galop Chopin's own. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was finishing a breakfast, composed solely of bread and butter and dairy produce, when the newly recruited Chouans arrived. The rector headed these irregular troops, bearing in his hands a rough crucifix transformed into a banner, and followed by a gar who was full of pride at assisting to carry the parish standard. Mademoiselle de Verneuil perforce found herself included in this detachment, which was on its way to St. James, and consequently protected from dangers of all kinds, for Galop Chopin had been happily inspired to make an indiscreet avowal to the leader of the troop, how that the pretty garce whom he was escorting was a good friend to the gar. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3F. It was growing towards sunset when the 3 travelers reached St. James, a little town which owes its name to the English, by whom it was built in the 14th century, during the time of their rule in Brittany. Before they entered it, Mademoiselle de Verneuil beheld a curious scene of warfare, to which she gave but little heed, for she was afraid that some of her enemies might recognize her, and the fear quickened her pace. 5 or 6,000 peasants were bivouacking in a field. There was no suggestion of war about their costumes, which were not unlike those of the requisitionaries on La Pèlerine. On the contrary, the disorderly assemblage of men resembled a huge hiring fair. A careful scrutiny was required to ascertain whether or no the Bretons carried arms at all, for their guns were almost hidden by the goatskins of various patterns that they wore, and in many cases the most conspicuous weapons were the scythes with which they had replaced the muskets that had been distributed among them. Some were eating and drinking, some were brawling and fighting, but the greater number were lying asleep upon the ground. There was no sign or trace of order or of discipline. An officer in a red uniform attracted Mademoiselle de Verneuil's attention. She thought that he must belong to the English army. Further on, 2 other officers appeared to be bent on teaching a few of the Chouans, who seemed to be quicker-witted than their fellows, how to handle a couple of cannon, of which the whole artillery of the future royalist army appeared to consist. The Gare from Marigny were recognized by their standard, and welcomed with uproarious yells. Under cover of the bustle made in the camp by the arrival of the troop and its rectors, Mademoiselle de Verneuil was able to make her way across it and into the town in safety. She reached an unpretending inn, at no great distance from the house where the ball was given. The town was so crowded with people that, after the greatest imaginable difficulty, she could only succeed in obtaining a wretched little room. When she had taken possession of it, and Galop Chopin had given over the box that carried her mistress's costume into Francine's keeping, he stood waiting and hesitating in a manner that cannot be described. At any other time, Mademoiselle de Verneuil would have been diverted by the spectacle of the Breton peasant out of his own parish. But now she broke the charm by drawing from her purse 4 crowns of 6 francs each, which she handed over to him. "Take them," said she to Galop Chopin, "and if you wish to oblige me, you will return at once to Fougères without tasting cider or passing through the camp." The Chouan, in amazement at such open-handedness, was looking alternately at Mademoiselle de Verneuil and at the 4 crowns which she had received, but she dismissed him with a wave of the hand, and he vanished. "How can you send him away, mademoiselle?" asked Francine. "Did you not see how the town is surrounded? How are we to leave it, and who will protect you here?" "Have you not a protector of your own?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, with a low, mocking whistle after the manner of Marcheterre, whose ways she tried to mimic. Francine blushed and smiled sadly at her mistress's high spirits. "But where is your protector?" she said. Mademoiselle de Verneuil rapidly drew out her dagger and showed it to the frightened Breton maid, who sank down into a chair and clasped her hands. "What have you come to look for here, Marie?" she exclaimed. There was a note of entreaty in her voice which called for no response. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was absorbed in bending and twisting the sprays of holly which she had gathered. She said, "I am not sure that the holly will look very pretty in my hair. Only a face as radiant as mine could bear such a sombre adornment. What do you think, Francine?" Such remarks as this, made many times in the course of her toilette, showed that her mind was absolutely free from preoccupation. Anyone who had overheard this strange girl would hardly have believed in the gravity of the crisis in which she was risking her life. A somewhat short gown of Indian muslin revealed the delicate outlines of her figure, to which it clung like damp linen. Over this she wore a red overskirt with innumerable drooping folds that fell gradually lower and lower towards one side, thus preserving the graceful outlines of the Greek chiton. The sensuous beauty of this garb of a peasant priestess made the costume, a costume which the fashion of those days permitted women to wear, less indelicate. And as a further palliation, Marie wound gauze about her white shoulders, which the low lines of the tunic had left too bare. She knotted up the long locks of her hair at the back of her head in the irregular flattened cone that, by apparently adding length to the head, lends such charm to the faces of classical statues, reserving for her forehead a few long curls that fell on either side of her face in shining coils. Thus robed, and with her hair arranged thus, her resemblance to the greatest masterpieces of the Greek chisel was complete. She saw how every detail in the disposition of her hair set off the loveliness of her face, with a smile that denoted her approval. Then she crowned herself with the wreath of holly which she had twisted. The red color of her tunic was repeated in her hair with the happiest effect by the thick clusters of scarlet berries. As she twisted back a few of the leaves so as to secure a fanciful contrast between their upper and under sides, Mademoiselle de Verneuil flung a glance over herself in the mirror, criticizing the general effect of her toilette. "I am hideous tonight," she exclaimed, as though she had been surrounded by flatterers. "I look like a statue of liberty." She was careful to set her dagger in her corset, leaving the ruby-ornamented hilt protruding, so that the crimson gleams might draw the eye to the beauties which her rival had so unworthily profaned. Francine could not reconcile herself to parting from her mistress. When she was quite ready to start, the maid was ready to accompany her, finding an excuse in the difficulties that women necessarily encounter in going to a dance in a little town in Lower Brittany. Would she not be required to uncloak Mademoiselle de Verneuil, to take off the overshoes which the filthy condition of the streets had rendered imperative, albeit sand had been laid down, and to remove the gauze veil that her mistress had wound about her head, so as to screen herself from the curious eyes of the Chouans, who had been drawn by curiosity to surround the house where the dance was taking place? The crowd was so dense that they went between two hedges of Chouans. Francine no longer tried to keep her mistress back. After rendering the final necessary assistance demanded by a toilette in which unruffled freshness was a first requirement, she stayed on in the courtyard. She could not leave her mistress to the chances of fate without being at hand to fly to her assistance, for the poor Breton maid foresaw nothing but calamities. A strange scene was taking place in Montaron's room at the time of Marie's arrival at the festival. The young Marquis was almost dressed, and was donning the broad red ribbon that was to mark him out as the most important personage among those assembled, when the Abbé Gaudin came in with an anxious face. "Come quickly, my lord Marquis," said he. "You alone can calm the storm that has arisen among the chiefs. I don't know what it is all about. They are talking of withdrawing from the king's service. It is that devil of a Riffoel who is the cause of the trouble, I think. There's always some piece of foolery at the bottom of these disputes. They say that Madame du Gouin upbraided him for coming to the ball in an unsuitable dress." "The woman must be crazy," exclaimed the Marquis, "to expect—" "The Chevalier de Vissart," the Abbé went on, interrupting him, "retorted that if you had given him the money, promised to him in the king's name—" Enough, Abbé, now I understand everything. The scene had been got up beforehand, had it not? And you are their spokesman?" "Ay, my lord Marquis," the Abbé broke in with yet another interruption, "I will support you vigorously. I hope that you will believe, in fairness to me, that the prospect of the re-establishment of the altar throughout France, and of the restoration of the king to the throne of his forefathers, holds out far greater inducements to my humble efforts than that archbishopric of Rennes which you—" The Abbé dared not go any further, for at these words a bitter smile stole over the lips of the Marquis. But the young chief at once suppressed the gloomy reflections that occurred to him. With austere brows he followed the Abbé Gaudin into a large room that echoed with vehement clamour. "I own the authority of no one present," Riffoel was crying out. He flung fiery glances on those about him, and his hand was finding the way to the hilt of his sabre. "Do you own the authority of common sense?" asked the Marquis coolly. The young Chevalier de Vissart, better known by his patronymic of Riffoel, kept silence in the presence of the general of the Catholic armies. "What is the matter now, gentlemen?" the young chief demanded as he scanned the faces about him. "The matter, my lord Marquis," replied a notorious smuggler, embarrassed at first, like a man of the people who has long been overawed by the prestige of a great lord, but who loses all sense of restraint the moment that the boundary line that separates the pair has been overstepped, because thenceforth he regards him as their equal. The matter is that you have come in the nick of time. I cannot talk in fine golden words, so I will put it roundly. I had 500 men under me all through the last war, and since we have taken up arms again, I have managed to find for the king's service 1,000 heads quite as hard as my own. All along, for 7 years past, I have been risking my life in the good cause. I do not blame you at all, but all work ought to be paid for. Therefore, to begin with, I wish to be called Monsieur de Cartereau, and I wish to be requited by the rank of colonel. Otherwise, I shall offer my submission to the First Consul. My men and I, you see, my Lord Marquis, are always dunned by a cursedly pressing creditor who must be satisfied. Here he is, he added, striking his stomach. "Have the fiddles arrived?" Montaran inquired of Madame de Gois in caustic tones. But the smuggler, in his brutal way, had opened up too all-important a question. And these natures, as calculating as ambitious, had been too long in suspense as to their prospects in the king's service, for the scene to be cut short by the young leader's scorn. The young Chevalier du Vissard, in his heat and excitement, sprang to confront Montaran and seized his hand to prevent him from turning away. "Take care, my Lord Marquis," he said. "You are treating too lightly men who have some claim to the gratitude of him whom you represent here. We are aware that His Majesty has given you full power to recognize the services we have rendered, which ought to be rewarded, either in this world or in the next, for the scaffold is prepared for us daily. As for me, I am sure that the rank of Maréchal de Camp—" "Of colonel, you mean?" "No, my Lord Marquis, Charette made me a colonel. My claim to the rank I have spoken of cannot be disputed. Still, I am not urging my own claims just now in any way, but those of my dauntless brothers in arms, whose services stand in need of acknowledgment. Hitherto your promises and your personal guarantees have satisfied them." He lowered his voice as he added, "and I must say that they are easily contented. But," and he raised his voice again, "when the sun shall rise at last in the Chateau of Versailles to shine upon the happy days of the monarchy to come, will all the king's faithful servants in France who have aided the king to recover France readily obtain his favor for their families? Will their widows receive pensions? Will their unfortunate losses of property through confiscation be made good to them? I doubt it. Therefore, my Lord Marquis, will not indisputable proofs of past services be useful then? It is not that I ever shall mistrust the king himself, but I heartily mistrust those cormorants of ministers and courtiers about him, who will din a lot of trash into his ears about the public good, the honour of France, the interests of the crown, and 100 more such things. They will make mock, then, of a loyal Vendéan or a brave Chouan, because he is aged, and because the old sword that once he drew for the good cause dangles against his legs, which are shrunken with sufferings. Can you blame us, Marquis?" "You put it admirably, Monsieur de Vissard, but you have spoken a little too soon," replied Montaran. "Listen, Marquis," said the Comte de Bourbon in a low voice. Upon my word, Riffoel has told us some very true things. You yourself are always sure of access to the king's ear, but the rest of us can seldom go to see our master. So I tell you frankly that if you do not pledge your word as a gentleman to obtain the post of Grand Master of the rivers and forests of France for me, when opportunity offers, the devil take me if I will risk my neck. It is no small task that I am set to conquer Normandy for the king, so I hope to have the order for it. But there is time yet to think about that, he added, blushing. God forbid that I should follow the example of these wretches and worry you. You will speak to the king for me, and there is an end of it. Each of the chiefs, by some more or less ingenious device, found means to inform the Marquis of the extravagant reward which he expected for his services. One modestly asked for the governorship of Brittany, another for a barony, one demanded promotion, and another a command, while one and all of them desired pensions. "Well, Baron," the Marquis said, addressing Monsieur de Guénic, "do you really wish for nothing?" "Faith, Marquis, these gentlemen have left nothing for me but the crown of France, but I could readily manage to put up with that." "Gentlemen," thundered the Abbé Gaudin, "consider this, that if you are so eager in the day of victory, you will spoil everything. Will not the king be compelled to make concessions to the revolutionaries?" "What, to the Jacobins?" exclaimed the smuggler. "Let the king leave that to me. I will undertake to set my 1,000 men to hang them, and we shall very soon be rid of them." "Monsieur de Cottereau," said the Marquis, "I see that several invited guests are arriving. We must vie with each other in assiduity and zeal, so as to determine them to take part in our sacred enterprise. You understand that the present moment is not a time to consider your demands, even if they were just." The Marquis went towards the door as he spoke, as if to welcome some nobles from the neighbouring districts, of whom he had caught sight, but the bold smuggler intercepted him deferentially and respectfully. "No, no, my Lord Marquis, excuse me, but in 1793 the Jacobins taught us too thoroughly that it is not the reaper who gets the bannock. If you put your name to this scrap of paper, I will bring you 1,500 gars tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall treat with the First Consul." The Marquis looked haughtily around and saw that the onlookers at the debate regarded the audacity and resolution of the old freelance with no unfavourable eyes. One man only, seated in a corner, appeared to take no part whatever in what was going on, but was employed in filling a white clay pipe with his tobacco. The contempt that he visibly showed for the orators, his unassuming manner, and the commiseration for himself which the Marquis read in the man's eyes, made him look closely at this magnanimous adherent, in whom he recognized Major Brigot. The chief went quickly up to him and said, "How about you? What do you ask for?" "Oh, my Lord Marquis, if the king comes back again, I shall be quite satisfied." "But for you yourself?" "For me? Oh, you are joking, my lord." The Marquis pressed the Breton's hard hand, and spoke to Madame du Gouas, by whom he was standing. "Madame, I may lose my life in this undertaking of mine before I have had time to send the king a faithful report of the Catholic armies in Brittany. If you should see the days of the Restoration, Do not forget either this brave fellow nor the Baron de Guenic. There is more devotion in these two than in all the other people here." He indicated the chiefs who were waiting, not without impatience, till the youthful marquis should comply with their demands. Papers were displayed in every hand, in which, doubtless, their services in previous wars had been recorded by royalist generals, and one and all began to murmur. The Abbé Gaudin, the Comte de Bourbon, and the Baron de Guenic were taking counsel in their midst as to the best means of assisting the Marquis to reject such extravagant claims, for in their opinion the young leader's position was a very difficult one. There was a sarcastic light in the blue eyes of the Marquis as he suddenly gazed about him on those assembled and spoke in clear tones. "Gentlemen, I do not know whether the powers which the king has vouchsafed to me are comprehensive enough to permit of my fulfilling your demands. He possibly did not foresee such zeal and such devotion as yours. You yourselves shall decide as to my duties, and perhaps I may be able to perform them." He went, and returned promptly with a letter lying open in his hand, ratified by the royal signature and seal. "These are the letters patent by virtue of which you owe me obedience," said he. "They empower me to govern, in the king's name, the provinces of Brittany, Normandy, Maine, and Anjou, and to acknowledge the services of the officers that shall distinguish themselves in his Majesty's armies." An evident thrill of satisfaction went through those assembled. The Chouans came up and respectfully formed a circle about the Marquis. All eyes were fixed on the king's signature, when the young chief, who was standing by the hearth, flung the letter into the fire, where it was burned to ashes in a moment. "I will no longer command any but those who see in the king a king, and not a prey for them to devour. Gentlemen, you are at liberty to leave me." A cry of "Long live the king" went up from Madame du Gois, the Abbé Gaudin, Major Brigot, the Chevalier de Vizard, the Baron de Guenic, and the Comte de Bourbon. If, in the first instance, the other chiefs wavered a moment before echoing the cry of these enthusiasts, the Marquis's noble action soon produced an effect upon them. They besought him to forget what had happened, and protested that, no matter for letters patent, he should always be their leader. "Come, let us dance," cried the Comte de Bourbon, "and happen what may. After all," he added merrily, "it is better praying to God than to the saints. Let us fight first, and by we shall see." "Ah, that is quite true. Begging your pardon, Baron," said Brigot, speaking in a low voice to the staunch de Guenic, "I have never seen a day's wage asked for in the morning." The company distributed themselves through the rooms where several people had already come together. In vain the Marquis tried to dismiss the sombre expression which had wrought a change in his face. The chiefs could easily discern that the foregoing scene had left an unfortunate impression on the mind of a man who still united some of the fair illusions of youth with his devotion to the cause, and this shamed them. The assemblage, composed of the most enthusiastic partisans of royalty, was radiant with intoxicating joy. In the remote parts of a rebellious province, they had never had an opportunity of forming just opinions as to the events of the Revolution, and had to take the most visionary assumptions for solid realities. Their courage had been stimulated by Montaron's bold initial measures, by his fortune and ability, and by the name he bore, all of which had combined to cause that most perilous form of intoxication, the intoxication of politics, which is only abated after torrents of blood have been shed, and for the most part shed in vain. The Revolution was only a passing disturbance in France for all those who were present, and for them nothing appeared to be changed. The districts about them held to the House of Bourbon. So complete was the domination of the Royalists that 4 years previously Hoche had brought about an armistice rather than a peace. The nobles, therefore, held the revolutionaries very cheap. They took Bonaparte for a Marceau who had had better luck than his predecessor. And the ladies prepared to dance in high spirits. Only a few of the chiefs who had met the blues in the field were aware of the real gravity of the crisis, and they knew that they should be misunderstood if they spoke of the First Consul and his power to their countrymen who were behind the times. So they talked among themselves, turning indifferent eyes upon the ladies, who avenged themselves by criticizing them to each other. Madame du Gouin, who appeared to be doing the honors of the ball, tried to distract the attention of the ladies from their impatience by retailing conventional flatteries to each in turn. The harsh sounds of the tuning of the instruments were already audible, when Madame du Gouin saw the Marquis with a trace of melancholy still about his face. She hurried to him and said, "I hope you are not depressed by the scene you have had with those boors. It is a very commonplace occurrence." She received no reply. The Marquis was absorbed in his musings. He thought that he heard some of the arguments that Marie had urged upon him in her prophetic tones among these very chiefs at the Vivetière, when she had tried to induce him to abandon the struggle of kings against peoples. But he had too much loftiness of soul, too much pride, and possibly too strong a belief in the work that he had begun to forsake it now. And he resolved at that moment to carry it on with a stout heart, in spite of obstacles. He raised his head again proudly, and the meaning of Madame du Gouin's words only then reached him. "You are at Fougères, of course," she was saying with a bitterness that betrayed the futility of the attempts she had made to divert his mind. "Ah, my lord, I would give all the life in me to put her into your hands, and to see you happy with her." "Then why did you fire at her so dexterously?" "Because I wished her either dead or in your arms. Yes, I could have given my love to the Marquis of Montauran on the day when I thought that I discerned a hero in him. Today I have for him only a compassionate friendship. He is held aloof from glory by the roving heart of an opera girl." "As to love," the Marquis answered with irony in his tones, "you are quite wrong about me. If I loved that girl, madame, I should feel less desire for her. And but for you, I should even now possibly think no more of her." "Here she is," said Madame du Gouin suddenly. The haste with which the Marquis turned his head gave a horrible pang to the poor lady. But by the brilliant light of the candles, the slightest changes that took place in the features of the man whom she so ardently loved were easily discerned, so that she fancied she saw some hopes of a return when he turned his face back to hers with a smile at this feminine stratagem. "At what are you laughing?" asked the Comte de Bourbon. "At a soap bubble that has burst," Madame de Gois replied gaily. "If we are to believe the Marquis, he wonders to-day that his heart ever beat for a moment for the creature who calls herself Mademoiselle de Verneuil. You know whom I mean." "The creature?" queried the Count with reproach in his voice. "It is only right, madame, that the author of the mischief should make reparation for it, and I give you my word of honor that she really is the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil." "Which word of honor, Count?" asked the Marquis in an entirely different tone. "Are we to believe you at the Vivetière or here at St. James?" Mademoiselle de Verneuil was announced in a loud voice. The Count hurried towards the door, offered his hand with every sign of the deepest respect to the fair newcomer, and led her through the curious throng of gazers to the Marquis and Madame du Gois. "Believe nothing but the word I have given you to-day," he said to the astonished chief. Madame du Gois turned pale at the untoward reappearance of the girl who was standing looking proudly about her, to discover among those assembled the former guests at the Vivetière. She waited to receive her rival's constrained greeting, and without a glance at the Marquis, she allowed the Count to lead her to a place of honor by the side of Madame du Gois, to whom she bowed slightly in a patronizing way. The latter would not be vexed at this, and her woman's instinct led her at once to assume a friendly and smiling expression. For a moment Mademoiselle de Verneuil's beauty and singular costume drew a murmur from the company. When the Marquis and Madame du Gois looked at those who had been at the Vivetière, they saw that the respectful attitude of each one seemed to be sincere, and that every one appeared to be considering how to reinstate himself in the good graces of the Parisian lady, concerning whom they had been in error. The two antagonists were now face to face. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3G. "But this is witchcraft, mademoiselle. Who but you in all the world could take us by surprise like this? Did you really come hither quite alone?" asked Madame du Gois. "Quite alone," Mademoiselle de Verneuil repeated. "So this evening, madame, you will have only me to kill." "Make allowances for me," answered Madame du Gois. "I cannot tell you how much pleasure I feel at meeting you again. I have been really overwhelmed by the recollection of the wrong I did you, and I was seeking for an opportunity which should permit me to atone for it." "The wrong you did me, madame, I can readily pardon, but the death of the Blues whom you murdered lies heavily on my heart. I might, moreover, make some further complaint of the brusque style of your correspondence, but, after all, I forgive everything on account of the service that you have done me." Madame du Gois lost countenance as she felt her hand clasped in that of her lovely rival, who was smiling upon her in an offensively gracious manner. The Marquis had not stirred so far, but now he seized the Count's arm in a close grip. "You have shamefully deceived me," he said. "You have even involved my honor. I am no comedy dupe. I will have your life for this, or you shall have mine." "I am ready to afford you every explanation that you may desire, Marquis," said the Count stiffly, and they went into an adjoining room. Even those who were least acquainted with the mystery underlying this scene began to understand the interest that it possessed, so that no one stirred when the violins gave the signal for the dancing to begin. Madame du Grois spoke, compressing her lips in a kind of fury. "Mademoiselle, what service can I have had the honor of rendering, of importance sufficient to deserve—" "Did you not enlighten me, madame, as to the Marquis de Montauron's real nature? With what calm indifference the execrable man allowed me to go to my death. I give him up to you very willingly." "Then what have you come here to seek?" Madame du Grois asked quickly. "The esteem and the reputation of which you robbed me at the Vivetière, madame. Do not give yourself any uneasiness about anything else. Even if the Marquis were to come back to me, a lost love regained is no love at all, as you must be aware." Madame du Grois took Mademoiselle de Verneuil's hand in hers with a charming, caressing gesture, such as women like to use among themselves, especially when men are also present. "Well, dear child, I am delighted that you are so sensible about it. If the service which I have rendered you has been a somewhat painful one at the outset," and here she pressed the hand which she held, though she felt within her a wild longing to tear it in pieces when she found how delicately soft the fingers were. "At any rate, it shall be thorough. Just listen to me. I know the Gar's nature well," she went on, with a treacherous smile. "He would have deceived you. He will not marry any woman, nor can he do so." "Ah!" "Yes, mademoiselle, he only accepted his perilous mission in order to win the hand of Mademoiselle d'Uxelles. His Majesty has promised to use all his influence to bring the marriage about." "Indeed!" Mademoiselle de Verneuil added not a word more to this satirical exclamation. The young and handsome Chevalier du Vissard, eager to earn her forgiveness for the witticism which had been a signal for the insults that had followed upon it at the Vivetière, came up to her and respectfully asked for a dance. She gave him her hand, and they hastened to take their places in the same quadrille with Madame du Grois. The powdered or frizzled hair of the other ladies, and their toilettes, which recalled the bygone days of the exiled court, looked ridiculous when confronted with the magnificent simplicity of the elegant costume which the prevailing fashion of the day permitted Mademoiselle de Verneuil to wear. The ladies condemned it aloud, and inwardly envied her. The men were never weary of admiring the effect of so simple a way of dressing the hair, and every detail about her dress, which owed all its charm to the graceful outlines which it displayed. The Marquis and the Count returned to the ballroom, and stood behind Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who did not turn her head. But even if a mirror opposite to her had not informed her of the Marquis's presence, she would have learned it from the face of Madame du Grois, whose apparent carelessness concealed but ill the anxiety with which she awaited the dispute that must sooner or later take place between the lovers. Although Montauron was talking with the Count and with two other persons, he could overhear the chat of his neighbours and of each pair of dancers as, in the shifting figures of the quadrille, they stood for a moment where Mademoiselle de Verneuil had been. "Oh, mon Dieu! Yes, madame, she came here by herself," said one. "She must be very fearless," his partner replied. "If I had dressed myself like that, I should feel as if I had no clothes on," said another lady. "Oh, the costume is indelicate," her cavalier answered, "but she is so pretty, and it is very becoming to her." "Look at her. She dances so perfectly that it makes one blush for her. Is she not exactly like an opera girl?" the envious lady inquired. "Do you think that she can have come here to treat with us in the name of the First Consul?" asked a third lady. "What a joke!" said her partner. "She will scarcely bring innocence with her as a dowry," laughed the lady. The Ga turned sharply round to see the speaker who had ventured to make such an epigram, and Madame du Gouas gave him a look which said distinctly, "You see what they think of her." "Madame," the Count said jestingly to Marie's enemy, "only ladies have so far deprived her of it." In his heart the Marquis forgave the Count for all his offences. He ventured to glance at his mistress. Her loveliness was enhanced, as is nearly always the case with women, by the candlelight. She reached her place. Her back was turned towards him, but as she talked with her partner, the persuasive tones of her voice reached the Marquis. "The First Consul is sending us very formidable ambassadors," her partner remarked. "That has been said already, sir, at the Vivetière," she replied. "Your memory is as good as the king's," returned the gentleman, vexed at his own awkwardness. "Offences must be clearly kept in mind if they are to be forgiven," she said quickly, and a smile released him from his predicament. "Are all of us included in the amnesty?" the Marquis asked. But she flung herself into the dance with childish enthusiasm, leaving him confused and with his question unanswered. She saw how he was watching her in sullen gloom, and bent her head in a coquettish manner which displayed the symmetry of her neck, heedful at the same time to omit no movement which could reveal the wonderful grace of her form. Marie's beauty was attractive as hope, and elusive as memory. To see her thus was to wish to possess her at any cost. She knew this, and the consciousness of her own beauty made her face at that moment radiant with indescribable loveliness. The Marquis felt a tempest of love, anger, and madness raging in his heart. He wrung the Count's hand and withdrew. "Ah, has he gone away?" asked Mademoiselle de Verneuil when she came back to her place. The Count hurried into the adjoining room, and thence brought back the Ga, making a significant gesture for the lady to whom he had extended his protection. "He is mine," she said within herself as she studied the Marquis in the mirror. His face was somewhat agitated, but he was radiant with hope. She received the young chief ungraciously, and did not vouchsafe a word to him, but she smiled as she turned away. She saw him so far above the others that she felt proud of her tyrannous power over him. Guided by an instinct that all women obey more or less, she determined to make him pay a heavy price for a few kind words, in order that he might learn their value. When the quadrille came to an end, all the gentlemen who had been at the Vivetière came about Marie, each one endeavouring to obtain her forgiveness for his mistake by compliments more or less neatly turned. But he whom she would fain have seen at her feet kept away from her little court. "He thinks that I love him yet," she said to herself, "and he will not make one among those to whom I am indifferent." She declined to dance. Then, as if the ball had been given in her honor, she went from quadrille to quadrille, leaning upon the arm of the Comte de Bourbon, with whom it pleased her to appear to be on familiar terms. There was no one present who did not know the whole history of what had happened at the Vivetière, down to the smallest detail, thanks to Madame du Gouin, who hoped, by this very publicity given to the affairs of Mademoiselle de Verneuil and the Marquis, to put a further hindrance to any understanding between them. In this way the two estranged lovers became objects of general interest. Monteron did not dare to approach his mistress. The recollection of her wrongs and the vehemence of his reawakened desires made her almost terrible in his eyes, and the young girl, though she seemed to give her attention to the dancers, was watching his face and its forced composure. "It is dreadfully hot in here," she said to her cavalier. "I see that Monsieur de Monteron's forehead is quite damp. Will you take me across to the other side, so that I can breathe? This is stifling." With a movement of the head she indicated the next room, where a few card players were sitting. The Marquis followed her, as if he had guessed at the words from the movements of her lips. He even hoped that she had left the crowd in order to see him once more, and with this hope the violence of his passion grew with redoubled force after the restraint that he had imposed upon himself for the last few days. It pleased Mademoiselle de Verneuil to torment the young chief. Those eyes of hers, so like velvet and so gentle for the Count, became cold and gloomy for him if he met their gaze by chance. Monteron made an effort that seemed to cost him something, and said in an uncertain voice, "Will you never forgive me?" "Love forgives nothing unless it forgives everything," she said in a dry, indifferent tone. Then, as she saw him give a sudden start of joy, she added, "But it must be love." She rose, took the Count's arm, and hastened to a little sitting-room adjoining the card-room. The Marquis followed her thither. "You shall hear me," he cried. "You will make others imagine, sir," she replied, "that I came here on your account, and not out of respect for myself. If you will not desist from this detestable persecution, I shall go." Then he bethought himself of one of the wildest extravagances of the last Duke of Lorraine. "Let me speak to you," he entreated, "only for so long as I can keep this coal in my hand." He stooped, snatched up a firebrand from the hearth, and held it in a strenuous grasp. Mademoiselle de Verneuil reddened, drew her arm quickly from the Count, and looked in amazement at the Marquis. The Count softly withdrew, and left the lovers alone. Nothing is so convincing in a lover as some piece of splendid folly. His mad courage had shaken Marie's very heart. "You simply show me," she said, trying to compel him to drop the coal, "that you would be capable of giving me over to the worst of torture. You are all for extremes. You believed the evidence of a fool and a woman's slander. You suspected that she who came to save your life was capable of betraying you." "Yes," he said, smiling, "I have been cruel to you, but you must forget that. I shall never forget it. Ah, hear me. I was infamously deceived, but so many things on that wretched day all told against you." And those things were enough to extinguish your love? He hesitated a moment. With a scornful movement, she rose. Marie, he said, just now I wish to believe you, and you only. Then drop that coal. You must be mad. Open your hand. Do as I wish. He delighted in the feeble resistance he made to her gentle efforts. He wanted to prolong the keen pleasure that he felt in the pressure of her little fingers. But she succeeded at last in opening the hand she felt she could have kissed. The fire had been extinguished in blood. Now, she said, what was the use of doing that? She tore little strips from her handkerchief and dressed the wound. It was not very serious, and the Marquis easily concealed it under his glove. Madame du Gouas came into the card-room on tiptoe, and furtively watched the lovers, cleverly keeping herself out of their sight, noting from behind them their slightest movements. Yet she found it difficult to guess at their talk from anything that she saw them do. If everything that you have heard against me were true, admit at least that now I am well avenged, said Marie. There was a malignity in her expression that made the Marquis turn pale. What feeling was it that brought you here? My dear boy, you are a great coxcomb. Do you think you can insult such a woman as I am with impunity? I came here for your sake, and for mine, she added after a pause, laying her hand on the cluster of rubies at her breast, and showing him the blade of a poniard. What does all this mean? Meditated Madame du Gouas. But you love me still, Marie went on, or at least you wish for me. And that piece of folly of yours, she said, taking the hand in hers, made it clear to me. I am again as I had wished to be, and I shall go away happy. Those who love us we always forgive, and I am loved. I have regained the respect, the man who is for me the whole world. I could die now. You love me yet? Said the Marquis. Did I say so? She replied. She laughed. She was happy, for ever since her arrival she had made the Marquis feel increasing torment. But had I not some sacrifices to make in order to come here? For I saved Monsieur Bourbon from death, she went on, and he, more grateful than you, has offered me his name and fortune in return for my protection. That idea never entered your mind. Her last words astonished the Marquis. The Count appeared to have made a fool of him. He struggled with a feeling of anger stronger than any that he had yet known, and did not reply. Ah, you are deliberating, she said, with a bitter smile. Mademoiselle, your misgivings justify mine. Let us go back, said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who caught a glimpse of Madame du Gouas's robe in the card-room. Marie rose, but a wish to torment her rival made her hesitate a little. "Do you want to plunge me into hell?" asked the Marquis, taking her hand and holding it tightly. "Where did you plunge me 5 days ago? And now, at this moment, are you not leaving me in cruel suspense as to the sincerity of your love?" "How do I know that your vengeance may not go so far as this, to take possession of my whole life, so that you may sully it, rather than compass my death?" "Ah, you do not love me. You only think of yourself, and not of me," she said, with angry tears in her eyes. The coquette knew well the power of those eyes of hers when they were drowned in tears. "Take my life, then," said the Marquis, now quite beside himself, "but dry those tears." "Oh, my love," she murmured, "the words, the tones, the look that I waited for, to wish for thy happiness rather than mine. But, my lord," she resumed, "I ask for one last proof of your affection, that you tell me is so great. I can stay here only for a little, only for the time needed to make sure that you are mine. I shall not take even a glass of water in this house, where a woman lives who has twice tried to murder me, who at this moment perhaps is planning some treachery against us both, and who is listening to us at this moment," she added, pointing out to the Marquis the floating folds of Madame de Gois's robe. Then she dried her tears, and bent to the ear of the young noble, who trembled to feel her soft breath on him. "Prepare everything so that we can go," she said. "You will take me back to Fougères, and there you shall know whether I love you or no. For the second time I trust in you. Will you too trust a second time in me?" "Ah, Marie, you have led me on till I scarcely know what I am doing. Your words, your looks, your presence intoxicate me. I am ready to do everything you wish." "Well, then, give me one moment's bliss. Let me enjoy the only triumph for which I have longed. I want to breathe freely once more, to live the life of my dreams, to take my fill of illusions before they leave me. Let us go. Come and dance with me." They went back again together into the ballroom. For her the gratification of heart and of vanity had been as complete as a woman can know. But her inscrutable soft eyes, the mysterious smile about her mouth, and her swift movements in the excited dance kept the secret of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's thoughts, as the sea buries the secret of some criminal who has given a heavy corpse into its keeping. Yet a murmur of admiration went through the room as she turned to her lover's arms for the waltz, and, closely interlocked, with drooping heads and languid eyes, they swayed voluptuously round and round, clasping each other in a kind of frenzy, revealing all their hopes of pleasure from a closer union. "Go and see if Piamiche is in the camp, Count," said Madame de Gois to Monsieur de Bourbon. "Bring him to me. And for this little service you may assure yourself that you shall receive anything that you will ask of me, even my hand." "My revenge will cost me dear," she said as she saw him go, "but it shall not fail this time." End of section 22. Section 23 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3H. A few moments after this scene, Mademoiselle de Verneuil and the Marquis were seated in a berline drawn by 4 strong horses. Francine did not utter a word. She was surprised to see the two who to all appearance had been foes, now sitting hand in hand and on such good terms with each other. She did not even venture to put the question to herself whether this meant love or treachery on her mistress's part. Thanks to the stillness and the darkness of night, the Marquis could not perceive Mademoiselle de Verneuil's agitation, which increased as she drew nearer and nearer to Fougères. Through the faint dusk they could see the spire of St. Leonard's church in the distance, and then, "I shall die," said Marie to herself. When they reached the first hill on the road, the same thought came to both the lovers. They left the carriage and walked up it, as if in memory of that first day of their meeting. Marie took Montaron's arm and thanked him by a smile for having respected her silence. When they reached the stretch of level ground at the summit, whence they could see Fougères, she emerged from her reverie. "Come no further," she said. "My authority will not save you from the blues today." Montaron showed some astonishment at this, but she smiled sadly and pointed to a massive boulder, as if to bid him to be seated, while she herself remained standing in a melancholy attitude. The heart-rending grief within her made the artifices which she had used so lavishly no longer possible to her. She could have knelt on burning coals just then, and have been no more conscious of them than the Marquis had been of the brand which he had seized to make known the vehemence of his passion. After looking long at her lover with the deepest sorrow in her gaze, she pronounced the terrible words, "All your suspicions of me are true." The Marquis made an unconscious movement. "Ah, for pity's sake," she cried, clasping her hands, "hear me to the end without interrupting me. I am really the daughter of the Duc de Verneuil," she went on in an unsteady voice, "but I am only his natural daughter. My mother, Mademoiselle de Castoran, took the veil to escape from the punishment which her family had prepared for her. She expiated her fault by 15 years of weeping, and died at Séez. It was only at the last, when on her deathbed, that the dear abbess, for my sake, sent an entreaty to the man who had forsaken her, for she knew that I had neither friends nor fortune nor prospects. This man, who was well remembered in Francine's home, for I had been confided to her mother's care, had quite forgotten his child. Yet the Duke welcomed me gladly, and recognized my claim upon him, because I was pretty, and perhaps too because I brought back memories of his younger days. He was one of those great lords who, in the previous reign, took a pride in showing how that if a crime were but gracefully perpetrated, it needs must be condoned. I will say no more about him. He was my father. And yet you must suffer me to explain how my life in Paris could not but leave my mind tainted. In the Duc de Verneuil's circle, and in the society into which he introduced me, there was a craze for the sceptical philosophy which France had accepted with enthusiasm, because it was put forward everywhere with so much ability. The brilliant talk that pleased my ears found favor with me on account of the keenness of apprehension displayed in it, or by reason of the cleverly turned formulas which brought contempt upon religion and upon truth. The men who made light of feelings and opinions expressed them all the better because they had never felt or held them, and their epigrammatic turn of expression was not more attractive than the lively ease with which they could put a whole story into a word. Sometimes, however, their cleverness misled them, and women found them wearisome when love-making became a science rather than an affair of the heart. I made a feeble resistance to this torrent, although my soul, forgive me for my vanity, was impassioned enough to feel that esprit had withered all these natures about me. The life that I led in those days ended in a chronic strife between my natural disposition and the warped habits of mind that I had acquired. A few aspiring intellects had amused themselves by encouraging me in a freedom of thought and a contempt for public opinion that deprives a woman of a certain reticence, without which she has no charm. Alas, it has not been in the power of adversity to correct the defects which prosperity implanted in me. And she sighed. My father, the Duc de Verneuil, she resumed, died after recognizing me as his daughter, leaving a will which considerably diminished the estate of my half-brother, his legitimate son, in my favor. One morning I found myself without a protector or a roof above my head. My brother disputed the will which had enriched me. My vanity had been developed during the past 3 years, which had been spent in a wealthy household. My father had indulged all my fancies. To him I owed a craving for luxury, and habits in which my simple and inexperienced mind failed to recognize a perilous bondage. The Maréchal Duc de Lenoncourt, one of my father's friends, a man of 70, offered to become my guardian. I accepted his offer, and a few days after the detestable lawsuit had begun, I found myself in a splendid house, where I was in full possession of all the advantages that a brother's unkindness had refused to me over our father's coffin. The old marshal used to come to spend a few hours with me every evening, and from him I heard only gentle and soothing words. His white hair and all the touching proofs of paternal tenderness which he gave me led me to believe that the feelings of my own heart were likewise his, and I liked to think that I was his daughter. I took the ornaments that he gave me, and made no secret of any of my fancies when I saw him so glad to indulge them. One evening I discovered that all Paris looked upon me as the poor old man's mistress. It was made clear to me that I could never re-establish my innocence, of which I had been so groundlessly deprived. The man who had taken advantage of my inexperience could not be my lover and would not be my husband. In the week in which I made this hideous discovery, and on the eve of the day that had been fixed for my marriage, for I had insisted that he should give me his name, the one reparation that it was in his power to make me, he started suddenly for Coblentz. I was ignominiously driven from the little house in which the marshal had installed me, and which was not his own property. So far I have told the truth to you as if I stood before the judgment throne, but after this point do not ask for a complete list of all the sufferings that lie buried in the memory of an unhappy girl. One day, sir, I found myself Danton's wife. A few days later, and the great oak tree about which I had cast my arms was uprooted by the tempest. Then, when plunged for the second time into utter misery, I determined to die. I don't know if it was mere love of life, or the hope of outwearing misfortune, and so of finding at last, in the depths of this infinite abyss, the happiness that eluded my grasp, or by what other motive I was unconsciously counselled. I know not whether I was led away by the arguments of the young man from Vendôme, who for the past 2 years has hung about me like a serpent about a tree, thinking no doubt that some overwhelming misfortune may give me to him. Indeed, I do not know how I came to accept this hateful mission of winning the love of a stranger whom I was to betray for 300,000 francs. Then I saw you, sir, and I knew you at once. I knew it by one of those presentiments that never lead us astray. And yet I was glad to doubt it, for the more I loved you, the more appalling the conviction grew for me. When I rescued you from Hulot's clutches, I forswore the part that I was playing. I determined to outwit the executioners instead of deceiving their victim. It was wrong of me to play in that way with men's lives and with their schemes and with myself. with all the heedlessness of a girl who can see nothing but sentiment in the world. I thought that I was loved, and allowed the hope of beginning my life anew to be my guide. But everything about me, and even I myself, perhaps, betrayed my lawless past. For you must have mistrusted a woman with so passionate a nature as mine. Alas, who could refuse forgiveness to me for my love and my dissimulation? Yes, sir, I felt as though after a long and uneasy sleep I had awakened to find myself a girl of 16 again. Was I not in Alençon? The pure and innocent memories of my childish days there rose up before me. My wild credulity led me to think that love would give me a baptism of innocence. For a little while I thought that I was a maiden still, for as yet I had never loved. But yesterday evening it seemed to me that there was sincerity in your passion, and a voice within me cried, "Why do you deceive him?" Know this, therefore, Marquis, she went on in a deep, hard voice, which seemed proudly to demand her own condemnation. Know this for a certainty, that I am only a dishonored creature and unworthy of you. From this moment I will resume my role of castaway. I am too weary to sustain any longer the part of the woman whom you had led to yield herself to all the most sacred impulses of her heart. Virtue weighs me down. I should despise you if you were weak enough to marry me. A Comte de Bourbon might perhaps commit such a folly, but you, sir, be worthy of your future, and leave me without regret. The courtesan, you see, would require too much. She would love you in no wise like a simple and artless girl, she who felt in her heart for a little while the exquisite hope that she might be your companion, that she might make you always happy and do you honor, and be a noble and high-minded wife to you, and who, through these very thoughts that moved her, gathered courage and revived her evil nature of vice and infamy, so as to set it between herself and you as an external barrier. I gave up honor and fortune for your sake. The pride which lays this sacrifice upon me will uphold me in my wretchedness, and my fate I leave to the disposal of destiny. I will never betray you. I shall go back to Paris, and when I am there, your name will be another separate self to me, and the splendid heroism with which you will invest it will be my consolation in all my sorrows. As for you, you are a man. You will forget me. Farewell. She fled in the direction of the valleys of Saint-Sulpice, and vanished before the Marquis had risen to delay her. But she retraced her steps, hid herself in a fissure of the rocks, raised her head, and anxiously and doubtfully studied the Marquis. He was walking on without heeding the direction in which he went, like a man distraught. If his should be a weak nature, she said to herself as he disappeared, and she felt herself cut off from him, will he understand me? She trembled. Then she suddenly walked on towards Fougères by herself, with rapid steps, as if she feared that the Marquis might follow her to the town, where he would have met with his death. "Well, Francine, what did he say?" she asked of her faithful Breton as soon as they were together again. Alas, Marie, I was sorry for him. You great ladies can stab a man to the heart with a bitter word. What was he like when he came up with you? Did he so much as see me? Oh, Marie, he loves you. Oh, he loves me or he loves me not, she answered, 2 words that mean heaven or hell for me, and between those 2 extremes I cannot find a place on which to set my foot. After she had accomplished the task laid upon her by fate, Marie could give way to her sorrow. Her face had kept its composure hitherto, owing to a mixture of different sentiments within her, but now it underwent a rapid change, so that after a day spent in fluctuating between presentiments of joy or despair, her beauty lost its radiance and the freshness which owes its existence either to the absence of all passion or to transports of happiness. Hulot and Corentin came to see her shortly after her arrival, curious to know the results of her wild enterprise. Marie received them smilingly. "Well," she said to the commandant, whose anxious face looked searchingly at her, "the fox is coming within range of your guns again, and you will soon gain a very glorious victory." "What has happened?" Corentin inquired carelessly. He gave Mademoiselle de Verneuil a sidelong glance, such as this sort of diplomatist uses for discovering the thoughts of others. "Ah," she answered, "the Gars is more in love with me than ever, and I made him come with us as far as the gates of Fougères." "Apparently that is where your power ends," said Corentin, "and the ci devant's fears are still stronger than the love which you inspire in him." Mademoiselle de Verneuil glanced contemptuously at Corentin. "You judge him by yourself," she replied. "Well," he said serenely, "why did you not bring him as far as your own house?" "If he really loved me, Commandant," she said to Hulot, with a malicious glance, "would you bear a grudge against me if I saved him and bore him away out of France?" The old veteran went quickly up to her and took her hand as if to kiss it, with a sort of enthusiasm. Then he gazed steadily at her, and said, as his brow grew dark, "You forget my 2 friends, and my 63 men." "Ah, Commandant," she said, with all the naivete of passion, "that was not his fault. He was tricked by a bad woman, Charrette's mistress, who, I believe, would drink the blood of the Blues." "Come, Marie," Corentin put in, "do not make fun of the Commandant. He does not understand your jests as yet." "Be silent," she answered, "and know that the day on which you annoy me a little too much will be your last." "I see, mademoiselle," said Hulot, with no bitterness in his tone, "that I must prepare to fight." "You are in no condition to do so, my dear Colonel. I saw more than 6,000 of their men at St. James, regular troops and ordnance and English officers. But without him, what will become of all these people? I think, as Fouché does, that his head is everything." "Very well, when shall we have it?" Corentin asked impatiently. "I don't know," was her careless response. "English officers!" cried Hulot in hot wrath. "The one thing wanting to make a downright brigand of him. Ah, I will fit him up with his Englishmen, that I will." "It seems to me, citizen diplomatist, that you allow that girl to upset all your plans from time to time. was Hulot's remark to Corentin when they were a few paces distant from the house. "It is quite natural, citizen commandant," said Corentin with a pensive air, "that you are bewildered by all that she has told us. You men of the sword do not know that there are several ways of making war. To make a dexterous use of the passions of men and women, as so many springs which can be set in motion for the benefit of the state. To set in position all the wheels in the mighty piece of machinery that we call a government. To take a pleasure in setting within it the most stubborn sentiments, like detents whose action one can amuse oneself by controlling. Is not all this the work of a creator? Is it not a position like God's, in the center of the universe?" "You will permit me to prefer my trade to yours," the soldier answered dryly. "Do as you will with that machinery of yours. I acknowledge no superior but the Minister of War. I have my instructions, and I shall take the field with stout fellows who will not skulk, and openly confront the enemy whom you wish to take from behind." "Oh, you can get ready to march if you like," Corentin rejoined. "Inscrutable as you may think this girl, I have managed to gather from her that there will be some skirmishing for you, and before very long I shall have the pleasure of obtaining for you a tete-a-tete with the chief of these brigands." "How will you do that?" inquired Hulot, stepping back a little, the better to see this singular being. "Mademoiselle de Verneuil loves the Gare," Corentin answered in a stifled voice, "and very likely he is in love with her. He is a marquis, he wears the red ribbon, he is young, and he has a clever head. Who knows but that he may still be wealthy? How many inducements! She would be very foolish not to play for her own hand, and try to marry him, rather than give him up to us. She is endeavoring to keep us amused, but I can read a kind of misgiving in the girl's eyes. The two lovers will most probably arrange a meeting, perhaps they have done so already. Well then, tomorrow I shall have my man fast enough. Hitherto he was the enemy of the Republic and nothing more, but a few minutes ago he became mine as well, and all those who have taken it into their heads to come between this girl and me have died on the scaffold." When he had finished, Corentin became too much absorbed in his own meditations to notice the expression of intense disgust on the true-hearted soldier's face. When Hulot became aware of the depths in this intrigue, and of the nature of the springs employed in Fouché's machinery, he made up his mind at once to thwart Corentin in every matter in which the success of the enterprise or the wishes of the government were not essentially concerned, and to give to the foe of the Republic a chance of dying honorably, sword in hand, before he could fall a victim to the executioner, whose avowed caterer stood before him in the person of this secret agent of the upper powers of the police. "If the First Consul were to take my advice," he thought, turning his back on Corentin, "he would leave this kind of fox to fight it out with the aristocrats. They would be well matched, and he should employ soldiers in quite other business." Corentin looked coolly at the veteran, whose thoughts shone out plainly in his face, and a sardonic expression returned to his eyes, revealing a sense of superiority in this Machiavellian understrapper. Give 3 ells of blue cloth to brutes of that sort, and hang a bit of iron at their sides, and they fancy that in politics men may only be got rid of after one fashion, said he to himself. He walked slowly on for a few minutes, and suddenly exclaimed within, "Yes, the hour has come, and the woman shall be mine. The circle that I have traced about her has been gradually growing smaller and smaller for 5 years. I have her now, and with her help I shall climb as high in the government as Fouché. Yes, when she loses the one man whom she has loved, the agony of it will give her to me, body and soul. All that I have to do now is to keep a watch on her night and day, to surprise her secret." A moment later an onlooker might have seen Corentin's pale face at the window of a house whence he could behold everyone who came into the blind alley between the row of houses in Saint Leonard's church. He was there again on the morning of the next day, patient as a cat that lies in wait for a mouse, attentive to the slightest sound, and engaged in submitting every passer-by to a rigorous scrutiny. It was the morning of a market day, and although in those troubled times the peasants scarcely ventured to come to the town, Corentin saw a gloomy-looking man clad in goatskins, who carried a small, round, flat-shaped basket on his arm, and who went towards Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house, after giving a careless look round about him. Corentin came down from his post, proposing to stop the peasant as he came out, but it suddenly occurred to him that if he could enter Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house at unawares, a single glance might possibly surprise the secret hidden in the messenger's basket. Popular report, moreover, had taught him that it was all but impossible to come off best in an encounter with the impenetrable replies that Normans and Bretons are wont to make. "Galop, Chopin!" cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil, as Francine brought in the Chouan. "Am I then beloved?" she added to herself in a low voice. An instinct of hope brought a bright colour to her face and put joy in her heart. Galop Chopin looked by turns at the mistress of the house and at Francine, casting suspicious glances at the latter, until his doubts were removed by a sign from Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "Madame," he said, "towards 2 o'clock he will be at my place, waiting for you." Mademoiselle de Verneuil's agitation was so great that she could only bend her head in reply, but a Samoyede could have understood all its significance. Corentin's footsteps echoed in the salon at that moment. Galop Chopin was not disturbed in the least when Mademoiselle de Verneuil's glance and shudder made him aware of approaching danger. As soon as the spy showed his astute countenance, the Chouan raised his voice to a deafening pitch. "Yes, yes," he said to Francine, "there is Brittany butter and Brittany butter. You want Gibari butter, and only give 11 sous the pound for it? You ought not to have sent for me. This is really good butter," he said, opening his basket, and exhibiting 2 pats that Barbette had made up. "Pay a fair price, good lady. Come, another sou." There was no trace of agitation in his hollow voice, and his green eyes, underneath the bushy grey eyebrows, bore Corentin's keen scrutiny without flinching. "Come now, my man, hold your tongue. You did not come here to sell butter. You are dealing with a lady who never drove a bargain in her life. Your line of business, old boy, will leave you shorter by a head some of these days." Corentin tapped him amicably on the shoulder and continued. You cannot be in the service of both Chouans and Blues at once for very long." It took all Galop Chopin's self-possession to choke down his wrath, and so prevent himself from rebutting this accusation, which, owing to his avarice, was a true one. He contented himself with saying, "The gentleman has a mind to laugh at me." Corentin had turned his back upon the Chouan, but as he greeted Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whose heart stood still with terror, he could easily watch the man in the mirror. Galop Chopin, who believed that the spy could no longer see him, looked inquiringly at Francine, and Francine pointed to the door, saying, "Come along with me, good man. We shall always manage to settle things comfortably." Nothing had been lost upon Corentin. He had seen everything. He had noticed the contraction of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's mouth, which her smile had failed to disguise, and her red flush, and the alteration in her features, as well as the Chouan's uneasiness and Francine's gesture. He felt certain that Galop Chopin was a messenger from the Marquis, caught at the long hair of the man's goatskins, stopped him just as he was going out, drew him back so that he confronted his own steady gaze, and said, "Where do you live, my good friend? I want butter." "Good gentleman," the Chouan answered, "everybody in Fougères knows where I live. I am, as you may say—" "Corentin!" cried Mademoiselle de Verneuil, breaking in upon Galop Chopin's answer. "It is a great piece of presumption on your part to pay me a visit at this time of day, and to take me by surprise like this. I am scarcely dressed. Leave the peasant in peace. He understands your tactics as little as I understand your motives for them. Go, good fellow." Galop Chopin hesitated for a moment before he went. The indecision of an unlucky wretch who cannot tell whom he must obey, whether it was real or feigned, had already succeeded in deceiving Corentin, and the Chouan, at an imperative gesture from Marie, tramped heavily away. Then Mademoiselle de Verneuil and Corentin looked at one another in silence. This time Marie's clear eyes could not endure the intensity of the arid glare that was shed upon her in the other's gaze. The determined manner with which the spy had made his way into her room, an expression on his face which was new to Marie, the dull sound of his thin voice, his attitude, everything about him alarmed her. She felt that a secret struggle had begun between them, and that he was exerting all the powers of his sinister influence against her. But although at that moment she distinctly beheld the full extent of the gulf and the depths to which she had consigned herself, she drew sufficient strength from her love to shake off the icy cold of her presentiments. "Corentin," she began, with an attempt at mirth, "I hope you will allow me to finish my toilette." "Marie," said he, "yes, allow me to call you so. You do not know me yet. Listen. A less sharp-sighted man than I would have found out your love for the Marquis de Monteron before this. I have again and again offered you my heart and my hand. You did not think me worthy of you, and perhaps you were right. But if you think that you are too much above me, too beautiful, or too high-minded for me, I can easily make you come down to my level. My ambitions and my doctrines have inspired you with scanty respect for me, and to be plain with you, you are wrong. The value of men is even less than my estimate of them, and I rate them at next to nothing. There can be no doubt but that I shall attain to a high position, to honors that will gratify your pride. Who will love you better than I? Over whom will you have such an absolute dominion as over the man who has loved you for 5 years past? At the risk of making an impression upon you which will not be in my favor, for you have no idea that it is possible to renounce, through excess of love, the woman whom one worships, I will give you a measure of the disinterested affection with which I adore you. Do not shake your pretty head in that way. If the Marquis loves you, marry him, but first make quite sure of his sincerity. If I knew that you were disappointed in him, I should be in despair, for your happiness is dearer to me than my own. My determination may surprise you, but you must ascribe it simply to the prudence of a man who is not fool enough to wish to possess a woman against her will. I blame myself, moreover, and not you, for the futility of my efforts. I hoped to win you by dint of submission and devotion, for, as you know, for a long time past I have tried to make you happy after my notions, but you have thought fit to reward me for nothing. I have endured your presence, she said haughtily. Say further that you are sorry to have done so. After you have committed me to this disgraceful enterprise, are thanks still owing to you? When I proposed an undertaking to you, in which timorous souls might find something blameworthy, I had only your fortune in view, he answered audaciously. As for me, whether I succeed or fail, I can now make every sort of result conduce to the ultimate success of my plans. If you should marry Montaran, I shall be delighted to make myself useful to the Bourbon cause in Paris, where I am a member of the Clichy Club. As it happens, any circumstance that put me in correspondence with the princes would persuade me to quit the cause of a republic which is tottering to its fall. General Bonaparte is far too clever not to perceive that he cannot possibly be at once in Germany and Italy and here where the revolution is on the wane. He arranged the 18th Brumaire because, no doubt, he wished to obtain the best possible terms from the Bourbons in treating with them as to France, for he is a very clever fellow and has no lack of capacity. But politicians ought to get ahead of him on the road on which he has entered. As to betraying France, we who are superior to any scruples on that score can leave them to fools. I am fully empowered, I do not conceal it from you, either to open negotiations with the Chouan chiefs or to extirpate them. For my patron, Fouché, is deep fellow enough. He has always played a double game. During the Terror, he was at once for Robespierre and for Danton, whom you forsook like a coward, she said. Rubbish, replied Corentin. He is dead. Forget him. Come, speak your mind frankly. I have set the example. The chief of the demi-brigade is shrewder than he looks, and if you wish to elude the watch he keeps, I might be useful to you. So long as you stay here beneath his eye, you are at the mercy of his police. You see how quickly he learned that the Chouan was with you? How could his military sagacity fail to make it plain to him that your least movements would keep him informed as to the whereabouts of the Marquis, if you are loved by Montaran? Mademoiselle de Verneuil had never heard such gently affectionate tones before. Corentin seemed to be absolutely sincere and to put full trust in her. The poor girl's heart so readily received generous impressions that she was about to entrust her secret to the serpent who had wound his coils about her. She bethought herself, however, that she had no proof whatever that this crafty talk was genuine, and so she felt no hesitation about deceiving the man who was watching her. "Well," she answered, "you have guessed my secret, Corentin. Yes, I love the Marquis, but I am not loved by him, or at least I fear not, so that the rendezvous he has made seems to me to hide some trap." "But you told us yesterday that he had come with you as far as Fougères," Corentin replied. "If he had intended violence, you would not be here." "Your heart is withered, Corentin. You can base cunningly contrived schemes on the occurrences of ordinary life, but you cannot reckon with the course of passion. Perhaps that is the cause of the aversion that you always inspire in me. But as you are so clear-sighted, try to understand how it is that a man from whom the day before yesterday I parted in anger is waiting eagerly for me today on the Mayenne road, at a house in Florigny, towards the end of the day." At this confession, which seemed to have escaped from her in a moment of excitement, natural enough in a nature so passionate and outspoken, Corentin reddened, for he was still young, but furtively he gave her one of those keen glances that try to explore the soul. Mademoiselle de Verneuil's feigned revelation of self had been made so skilfully that the spy was deceived. He made answer with a semblance of good nature. "Would you like me to follow you at a distance? I would take soldiers in plain clothes with me, and we should be at your orders." "I agree to it," said she, "but promise me, on your honor—" "Oh, no, for I put no faith in that." "On your salvation." "But you do not believe in God." "On your soul." "But perhaps you have no soul." "What guarantee can you give me of your fidelity? And yet I am trusting in you, notwithstanding, and I am putting into your hands more than my life, or my love, or my revenge." The faint smile that appeared over Corentin's sallow features showed Mademoiselle de Verneuil the danger that she had just escaped. The agent of police, whose nostrils seemed to contract rather than to expand, took his victim's hand and kissed it with every outward sign of deep respect, and took leave of her with a not ungraceful bow. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3I. 3 hours later, Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who stood in fear of Corentin's return, stole out of Saint Leonard's gate and took the narrow path down the Nid au Croc, which led into the Nanson valley. She thought herself safe as she went unnoticed through the labyrinth of tracks which led to Galop Chupin's cabin, whither she betook herself with a light heart, for the hope of happiness led her on, as well as the strong wish to save her lover from the dangers that threatened him. Corentin, meanwhile, went in quest of the commandant. He had some difficulty in recognizing Hulot when he came upon him in a little square, where the commandant was deep in military preparations. Indeed, the brave veteran had made a sacrifice of which the merit can hardly be estimated. His queue had been cut off, he had shaved his moustache, and there was a trace of powder about his hair, which was clipped as short as a priest's. He wore great iron-bound shoes, and had exchanged his old blue uniform and his sword for goatskins, a belt adorned with pistols, and a heavy carbine. Thus accoutred, he was reviewing 200 of the townsmen of Fougères, whose costumes might have deceived the eyes of the most expert Chouan. The martial fervour of the little town and of the native Breton character was very evident. There was no novelty about the spectacle. Here and there a mother or sister carried to a son or brother a gourd of brandy or pistols that had been forgotten. A number of old men were investigating the quality and quantity of the cartridges supplied to the National Guards, thus metamorphosed into counter-Chouans, whose high spirits seemed more in accordance with a hunting party than with a dangerous enterprise. The skirmishes of Chouannerie, wherein Breton townsmen fought with Breton peasants, appeared, in their eyes, to be a substitute for the tournaments of chivalry. Possibly this fervid patriotism had its source in certain grants of national property, but the benefits of the Revolution, which were better appreciated in the towns, as well as party spirit and a characteristic and innate love of fighting, all counted for something in bringing about their enthusiasm. Hulot went through the ranks in admiration, making inquiries of Gudin, to whom he had transferred the friendship he had formerly entertained for Merle and Gérard. A crowd of townspeople, examining the preparations for their expedition, compared the appearance of their undisciplined fellow countrymen with that of a battalion of Hulot's own demi-brigade. Silent and motionless, the Blues stood drawn up in line under the command of their officers, awaiting the orders of the commandant, whom the eyes of every soldier followed about from group to group. As Corentin approached the chief of demi-brigade, he could not repress a smile at the change that had been wrought in Hulot's face. He looked like a portrait which no longer bears any likeness to the original. "What is the news now?" Corentin asked him. "Come and fire a shot along with us, and you will know," the commandant replied. "Oh, I do not belong to Fougères," answered Corentin. "That is easy to see, citizen," said Gudin. A mocking laugh broke out here and there among the groups of bystanders. "Do you imagine," retorted Corentin, "that France can only be served with the bayonet?" He turned his back on the scoffers, and went up to one of the women to inquire the purpose and the destination of the expedition. "Alas, good sir, the Chouans are even now at Florigny. They say that they are more than 3,000 strong, and that they are marching on Fougères." "Florigny?" cried Corentin, turning pale. "Then her rendezvous is not there. Are they really at Florigny, on the road to Mayenne?" he asked. "There is only one Florigny," the woman answered, and as she spoke she indicated the road that was cut short by the summit of La Pèlerine. "Are you looking for the Marquis de Montauran?" Corentin asked the commandant. "Rather," Hulot answered shortly. "Then he is not at Florigny," Corentin resumed. "Bring your own battalion and the National Guard to bear on that point, but keep a few of your counter-Chouans with you, and wait for me." "He is too cunning to be mad," the commandant exclaimed as he watched Corentin set off with hasty strides. "He is the very king of spies." Hulot immediately gave his battalion a signal to depart. The Republican soldiers, marched silently and without beat of drum through the narrow suburb that lies on the way to the Mayenne road, forming a long streak of blue and red among the houses and trees. The disguised National Guards followed them, but Hulot stayed behind in the little square with Gaudin and a score of the smartest of the young men of the town. He was waiting for Corentin, whose enigmatical air had roused his curiosity. Francine herself told Corentin that Mademoiselle de Verneuil had gone out, and the keen-witted spy's surmise became a certainty. He started out at once in quest of any light that he could obtain as to this abrupt departure, which with good reason seemed suspicious to him. Corentin learned from the soldiers in the guardhouse at Saint Léonard's gate that the fair stranger had gone down the path on the side of the Nid au Croc. He hurried to the promenade, and unluckily reached it just in time to watch all Marie's slightest movements from his post of observation. Though she had dressed herself in a hood and gown of green so as to be less conspicuous, the quick, uneven movements of her almost frenzied progress among the hedges, now leafless and white with hoar-frost, readily betrayed the direction in which she was going. "Ah," he cried, "you should, by rights, be on the way to Florigny, but you are going down the dale of Gibari. I am a fool after all. She has tricked me. Patience, though. I can light my lamp in the daytime quite as well as at night." Corentin, who had all but detected the spot where the two lovers were to meet, hurried back into the square, just as Hulot was leaving it to rejoin his troops. "Halt, General!" he shouted, and the commandant came back. In a brief space, Corentin put the soldier in possession of the facts that seemed to be visible threads in a web as yet concealed from them. Hulot, struck with the diplomatist's astuteness, seized him by the arm. "Mille tonnerres! You are right, citizen. The bandits down there are making a feint. The two flying columns that I set out to reconnoitre the neighbourhood which lies between the road to Entrain and the road to Vitré have not yet come back. So we shall no doubt obtain reinforcements in the country which will come in handy, for the Gars is not such a fool as to venture out without his blessed screech-owls. Gaudin," he went on, addressing the young Fougeray, "hurry off and let Captain Lebrun know that he can do without me at Florigny. Tell him to give the brigands there a dressing down, and come back again in less than no time. You know the shortcuts. I shall wait for you here to set out on a hunt for the ci-devant and to avenge the murders at the Vivetière. Tonnerre de Dieu, how he runs!" he added as he watched Gaudin set off and vanish as if by magic. "How Gérard would have liked that fellow!" When Gaudin came back, he found the numbers of Hulot's little band increased. A few soldiers had been withdrawn from the guardhouses in the town. The commandant told the young Fougeray to pick out a dozen of his countrymen who were best acquainted with the risky trade of counter-Chouan, and ordered him to make his way through Saint Léonard's gate so as to go over the whole length of that side of the hills of Saint-Sulpice, which overlooked the main valley of the Couesnon, the side, moreover, on which Galop Chopin's cabin lay. Hulot put himself at the head of his remaining men and went out of the town through the gate of Saint-Sulpice, meaning to climb the hills and to follow the line of their crests, where, according to his calculations, he ought to fall in with Beaupier and his men, whom he intended to employ in forming a cordon of sentinels who should watch the crags from the suburb of Saint-Sulpice as far as the Nid au Croc. Corentin, feeling quite certain that he had put the fate of the Chouan chief into the hands of his bitterest foes, promptly betook himself to the promenade, the better to grasp the whole of Hulot's military dispositions. He was not slow to perceive Gaudin's little band as it issued from the valley of the Nanson and followed the line of the crags along the side of the Couesnon valley, while Hulot, breaking cover, stole under the walls of the castle of Fougères and climbed the dangerous path that ascends to the summits of the hills of Saint-Sulpice. The two bodies of men, therefore, appeared in parallel lines. The rich tracery of hoar frost that decorated every bush and tree had given a white hue to the countryside, and made it easy to watch the grey moving lines of the two small bodies of soldiers. When Hulot reached the level heights of the crags, he called out all the men in uniform among his troops, and Corentin saw how they were posted, by the orders of the keen-sighted commandant, as a line of patrolling sentinels, with a sufficient distance between each man. The first man of the chain communicated with Gaudin, and the last with Hulot, so that there was no bush that could escape the bayonets of the three moving lines which were to hunt down the Gare over hill and field. "The old war-wolf is crafty," cried Corentin, as the glittering points of the last bayonets disappeared in the adjuncts. "The Gare's goose is cooked. If Marie had betrayed this accursed Marquis, she and I should have had the strongest of all bonds between us, the bond of guilt. But she shall certainly be mine." The 12 lads from Fougères, under the command of Gaudin, their sub-lieutenant, very soon reached the spot on the other side of the Saint-Sulpice crags, where they slope by degrees into the Dale of Gibari. Gaudin himself left the road and vaulted lightly over the échalier into the first field of broom that he came across. 6 of his fellows went with him, while the other 6, in obedience to his orders, took the fields to the right, so that in this way they beat up both sides of the road. Gaudin himself hurried to an apple tree that stood in the midst of the broom. At the sound of the footsteps of the 6 counter-Chouans, whom Gaudin led through the forest of bushes, making every effort the while not to disturb the rhyme upon them, Beaupier and 7 or 8 men under his command hid themselves behind some chestnut trees that grew on the summit of the hedge by which the field was surrounded. In spite of the white covering that enveloped the country, and in spite of their well-trained eyes, the lads from Fougères at first did not notice the others, who had made a sort of rampart of the trees. "Hush!" said Beaupier, who had raised his head first. "Here they are. The brigands have got ahead of us. But since we have them here at the ends of our guns, don't let us miss them, or, my word for it, we shall not even be fit to be soldiers to the Pope." Gaudin's keen eyes, however, had at last discerned the barrels of the muskets that were pointed at his little party. 8 loud voices immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" A bitter jibe that was followed up at once by 8 shots. The bullets whistled about the counter-Chouans. One was hit in the arm, and another dropped. 5 of the party who remained unhurt retorted with a volley, as they answered, "Friends!" and marched rapidly upon their supposed enemies, so as to come upon them before they could reload. "We did not know there was so much truth in what we said," the young sub-lieutenant exclaimed, as he recognized the uniforms and shabby hats of his demi-brigade. "We have acted in true Breton fashion, fighting first and asking for explanations afterwards." The 8 soldiers stood dumbfounded at the sight of Gaudin. "Plague take it, sir! Who the devil could help taking you for the brigands in those goat-skins of yours?" cried Beaupier dolefully. "It is unlucky, and none of us are to blame, for you were not told beforehand that our counter-Chouans were going to make a sortie. But what are you about?" Gaudin asked him. "We are looking out for a dozen Chouans, sir, who are amusing themselves by breaking our backs. We have been running for it like poisoned rats, but our legs are stiff with jumping over these échaliers and hedges, heaven confound them. So we were taking a rest. I think by now the brigands must be somewhere near the shanty you see over there, with the smoke rising from it." "Good," cried Gaudin. "As for you," he said to Beaupier and his 8 men, "fall back across the fields on the crags of Saint-Sulpice and support the line of sentinels that the commandant has posted there. It will not do for you to stay with us, as you are in uniform. Mille cartouches, we want to put an end to the dogs. The Gars is among them. Your comrades will tell you more about it than I can. File to the left, and do not fire on 6 of our goatskins whom you may come across. You can tell our Chouans by their cravats. They are wound round their necks without a knot." Gaudin left the 2 wounded men under the apple tree and went towards Galop Chopin's house, which Beaupier had pointed out to him, guided by the smoke that rose from it. While the young officer had been put on the track of the Chouans by a chance fray, common enough in this war, but which might have been much more serious, the little detachment under Hulot's command had reached a point in his line of operations parallel with that reached by Gaudin on the other side. The veteran, at the head of his counter-Chouans, stole noiselessly along the hedges with all the eagerness of a young man. He sprang over the échaliers, lightly enough, even now. His tawny eyes wandered over the heights, and he turned his ear like a hunter towards the slightest sound. In the 3rd field which he entered, he saw a woman of 30 or thereabouts engaged in hoeing. She was hard at work and bending over her toil, while a little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, armed with a bill-hook, was shaking the hoarfrost from a few furze bushes that had sprung up here and there, before cutting them down and laying them in heaps. The little urchin and his mother raised their heads at the sound that Hulot made as he came down heavily on the near side of the échalier. Hulot readily took the young woman for an old one. Wrinkles had come before their time to furrow the skin of the Breton woman's throat and brow, and she was so oddly dressed in a well-worn goatskin that if a skirt of dirty yellow canvas had not denoted her sex, Hulot would not have known whether the peasant was a man or a woman, for the long locks of her black hair were hidden away under a red woolen cap. The little urchin's rags scarcely covered him, and his skin showed through them. "Hello, old woman," said Hulot in a low voice as he came up to her. "Where is the Gars?" The 20 counter-Chouans who followed him leapt the boundary into the field at that moment. "Oh, to go to the Gars, you must go back to the place you have come from," the woman replied, after she had given a suspicious glance round at the men. "Did I ask you the way to the suburb of the Gars at Fougères, old scarecrow?" Hulot answered roughly. "Saint Anne of Auray! Have you seen the Gars go by?" I do not know what you mean, the woman answered, stooping to go on with her work. Do you want the Blues on our track to swallow us up, accursed garce? Shouted Hulot. The woman raised her head at the words and eyed the Chouans with fresh suspicion as she answered, How can the Blues be at your heels? I have just seen 7 or 8 of them going back to Fougères along the road below there. Now, would not anyone think that she had a mind to bite us? Asked Hulot. There, look, there, old nanny goat. The commandant pointed to 3 or 4 of his own sentries, some 50 paces behind, whose hats, uniforms, and guns were easily recognizable. Do you want the men whom Marcheterre is sending to help the Gars to have their throats cut? The Fougères people want to catch them, he said angrily. Oh, I beg your pardon, the woman answered, but it is so easy to make a mistake. What parish do you come from? She asked. From St. George's, cried 2 or 3 of the Fougères men in bas Breton, and we are perishing of hunger. Very well, stop a moment, said the woman. Do you see that smoke yonder? My house is there. If you follow the track to the right, you will come out up above it. Perhaps you may meet my husband on the way. Galop Chopin has to keep a lookout so as to warn the Gars, for he has come to our house today, you know, she added proudly. Thanks, good woman, Hulot answered. Forward, he added, speaking to his men. Tonnerre de Dieu, we have him now. At these words, the detachment followed the commandant at a run down the footpath that had been pointed out to them. But when Galop Chopin's wife heard the oath, which so little beseemed a Catholic, uttered by the supposed Chouan, she turned pale. She looked at the gaiters and goatskins of the lads from Fougères, sat herself down on the ground, and held her child in a tight embrace as she said, May the Holy Virgin of Auray and the blessed Saint Labre have mercy upon us. I do not believe that those are our people. Their shoes have no nails to them. Run along the lower road and tell your father about it. His head is at stake, she said to the little boy, who vanished among the broom and furs like a fawn. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, however, had met no one belonging to either side upon her way, though Blues and Chouans were hunting each other in the labyrinth of fields that lay round Galop Chopin's cabin. When she came in sight of the column of bluish smoke which rose from the half-ruined chimney of the wretched dwelling, she felt her heart beating so violently that the quick vibrating throbs seemed to surge into her throat. She stopped, laid her hand on the branch of a tree to steady herself, and gazed at the smoke which was to serve for a beacon alike to the friends and foes of the young chief. Never before had she felt such overwhelming emotion. Ah, I love him too much, she said to herself in a kind of despair. Perhaps today I shall have command of myself no longer. She suddenly crossed the space that lay between her and the hovel and came into the yard, whose muddy surface was now hard frozen. The great dog flew barking at her, but at a word from Galop Chopin he ceased and wagged his tail. As she entered the hut, Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave a comprehensive glance round it. The Marquis was not there. Marie breathed more freely. She was glad to see that the Chouan had made an effort to restore some amount of cleanliness to the one dirty room of his den. Galop Chopin seized his duck gun, took leave of his visitor without uttering a word, and went out with his dog. Marie went after him as far as the threshold, and watched him turn to the right, when outside his cabin, into a lane whose entrance was barred by the decayed trunk of a tree that was almost dropping to pieces. From the doorway she could see field beyond field. The bars across their openings made a sort of vista of gateways, for the bareness of the trees and hedges enabled the eye to see the smallest details in the landscape. As soon as Galop Chopin's great hat was quite out of sight, Mademoiselle de Verneuil went out and turned to the left to gain a view of the church at Fougères, but the shed hid it from her completely. Then she turned her gaze upon the Couesnon valley, which lay beneath her eyes like a great sheet of muslin. Its whiteness made the lowering sky, with its grey snow clouds, seem heavier yet. It was one of those days when nature seems to be dumb, and every sound is absorbed by the air, so that although the blues and counter-Chouans were traversing the country in 3 lines, in the form of a triangle that diminished as they came nearer and nearer to the cabin, the silence was so deep that Mademoiselle de Verneuil felt a trouble caused by her surroundings, and a sort of physical sadness was added to her mental anguish. There was calamity in the air. At last, in a spot where the vista of Échaliers was screened off by a few trees, she saw a young man leaping over the bars like a squirrel and running with wonderful speed. "It is he," she said to herself. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3J. The Gars was dressed like any other Chouan. His blunderbuss was slung behind him over his goat-skin, and but for his grace of movement he would have been unrecognizable. Marie fled into the cabin, acting upon an instinctive impulse as little explainable as fear. But almost immediately the young chief stood at a distance of 2 paces from her before the hearth, where a clear and glowing fire was crackling. Neither of them could find a voice. Each of them feared to move or to look at the other. One hope united their thoughts. One doubt held them apart. It was agony and it was rapture. "Sir," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil at last in an unsteady voice, "it is only a regard for your safety that has brought me hither." "For my safety?" he asked, with bitterness in his tones. "Yes," she replied. "So long as I remain in Fougères, your life is imperiled. My love for you is too great to prevent me from going away tonight. You must not seek for me there again." "You are going away, dear angel? Then I shall follow you." "You will follow me? How can you think of it? And how about the blues?" "Ah, Marie, my beloved, what connection is there between the blues and our love?" "But it seems to me that it is difficult for you to remain in France beside me, and still more difficult for you to leave it with me." "Is there anything impossible for a lover who is in earnest?" "Yes, I believe that everything is possible. Have I not had the courage to give you up for your own sake?" "What, you give yourself to a horrible being whom you did not love, and you will not make the happiness of a man who worships you? A man whose life you would fill, who would swear to be yours for ever, and your only. Listen to me, Marie. Do you love me?" "Yes," she said. "Then be mine." Have you forgotten that I resumed my vile part of courtesan, and that it is you who must be mine? If I am determined to fly from you, it is in order that I may not draw down upon your head the scorn that may be poured on mine. Perhaps, but for that fear... But if I fear nothing, who will convince me of it? I am distrustful. Who in my position would not be distrustful? If the love that each of us inspires in the other cannot last, let it at least be absolute, so that we may joyfully sustain the burden of the world's injustice. What have you done for my sake? You desire me. Do you think that that raises you very much above the level of others who have hitherto seen me? Have you risked your Chouans for an hour's happiness, taking no more thought for them than I once took for the blues that were murdered when everything was lost for me? And what if I were to bid you renounce your ideas, your hopes, your king, of whom I am jealous, and who perhaps will deride you when you die for him, while I could die for you as a sacred duty? How if I required you to make your submission to the First Consul, so that you might follow me to Paris? How if I ordained that we should go to America, that we might live far away from a world where all is vanity, so that I might know whether you really love me for my own sake, as I love you at this moment? To sum it all up in a word, if I set myself to drag you down to my level, instead of raising myself to yours, what would you do? Hush, Marie, do not slander yourself. Poor child, I have read your thoughts. If my first desire became passion, so my passion is now turned into love. Dear soul of my soul, you are as noble as your name. Your soul is as lofty as you are beautiful. I know it now. My name is noble enough, and I feel that I myself am great enough to compel the world to accept you. Is this because I feel a presentiment of undreamed-of happiness without an end with you? Is it because I feel that I recognize in you the priceless qualities of soul that constrain us to love one woman forever? I don't know why it is, but my love is infinite, and I feel that I can no longer live without you, that my life would be loathsome to me if you were not always near me. What do you mean by near you? Oh, Marie, you will not understand your Alphonse. Do you think to honor me greatly by offering me your name and your hand? She asked in seeming disdain, fixing her steady eyes upon the Marquis, as if to detect his every thought. And do you know whether you will love me in 6 months' time? And what would be my outlook then? No, no. A mistress is the only woman who can be certain of the reality of the feeling that a man shows for her. Duty and legal sanctions and the world and the common interest of children are but sorry aids to her power. For if it is lasting, her pride in it and her happiness will enable her to endure the heaviest troubles the world can give. To be your wife and incur the risk of one day being burdensome to you, rather than face that fear, I choose a transient love, but a love that is true while it lasts, though it should lead to death and misery in the end. Yes, better than any other could I be a virtuous mother and a devoted wife. But if such sentiments are to dwell for long in a woman's heart, a man must not marry her in a fit of passion. Besides this, do I myself know that I shall care for you tomorrow? No, I will not bring trouble upon you. I am about to leave Brittany, she said, as she noticed that he wavered. I am going back to Paris, and you must not go thither in search of me. Well then, if on the morning of the day after tomorrow you see smoke rising from the crags of Saint-Sulpice, I shall be with you in the evening. I will be your lover, your husband, whatever you would have me be. I shall have dared all things. Oh, Alphonse, she cried in her intoxication, do you love me so well that you will risk your life for me in this way before you make it mine? He made no answer. He looked at her, and she lowered her eyes. But from his mistress's eager face he knew that her fevered frenzy equalled his own, and he held out his arms to her. Carried away by this madness, Marie was about to sink back languidly upon Montaron's breast, determined that the surrender of herself should be an error that should bring her the greatest happiness, since in this way she risked her whole future, which would have been more certain if she had issued victorious from this final ordeal. But as she laid her head on her lover's shoulder, a faint sound echoed outside the house. She tore herself away from him as if she had been suddenly aroused from sleep, and sprang out of the hovel. This enabled her to recover her self-possession to some extent, and to think over her situation. He would have taken me, and perhaps have laughed at me afterwards, she said to herself. If I could bring myself to believe that, I would kill him. Not just yet, she added, as she caught sight of Beaupied, and made a sign which the soldier understood with wonderful quickness. The poor fellow turned on his heel at once, and made as though he had seen nothing. Mademoiselle de Verneuil went suddenly back into the hut, with the first finger of her right hand laid upon her lips in a way that recommended silence to the young chief. "They are there," she said, and her voice was low with horror. "Who is there?" "The Blues." "Ah, I will not die without—" "Yes, take it." He clasped her, as she stood there cold and powerless, and pressed upon her lips a kiss full of rapture and of ghastly fear, for it might be at once the first kiss and the last. Then together they stood upon the threshold of the door, with their heads in such a position that they could watch everything without being seen. The Marquis saw Gaudin at the head of a dozen men holding the foot of the Couesnon valley. Then he turned and looked along the vista of échaliers. 7 soldiers were on guard over the great rotten tree trunk. He climbed upon the cask of cider and broke a hole through the shingle roof, so as to spring out onto the knoll behind the house, but he quickly drew back his head through the gap he had just made, for Hulot, on the summit, had cut off the way to Fougères. He looked for a moment at his mistress, who uttered a despairing cry, for she heard the tramp of the 3 detachments who had met at last about the house. "Go out first," he said. "You will save my life." For her those words were sublime. Full of happiness, she went and stood in the doorway, while the Marquis cocked his blunderbuss. The guard calculated the distance between the cabin door and the échalier, suddenly confronted the 7 Blues, riddled the group with shot, and made his way through their midst. All 3 detachments flung themselves upon the échalier that the chief had just cleared, only to see him running across the field with incredible swiftness. "Fire! Fire! In the devil's name! You are no Frenchmen! Fire, you wretches!" thundered Hulot. As he called these words from the top of the knoll, his own men and Gaudin's troop fired a volley point blank, which, luckily, was badly aimed. The Marquis had already reached the échalier at the other end of the nearest field, and was just entering the next, when he was all but overtaken by Gaudin, who had flung himself after him in hot pursuit. When the Gars heard the footsteps of his formidable antagonist not many yards behind him, he redoubled his speed. But in spite of this, both Gaudin and the Marquis reached the third échalier almost at the same time. Monteron adroitly flung his blunderbuss at Gaudin's head and struck the counter-Chouan a blow that made him slacken his pace. It is impossible to describe Marie's agony of mind and the intense interest with which Hulot and his troops watched this spectacle, each one unconsciously imitating the gestures of the two runners in a dead silence. The Gars and Gaudin both reached the screen of copse, now white with hoarfrost, when the officer suddenly fell back and disappeared behind an apple tree. Some score of Chouans, who had not dared to fire for fear of killing their leader, now appeared and riddled the tree with balls. All Hulot's little band set out at a run to rescue Gaudin, who, being without weapons, fled towards them from one apple tree to another, choosing the moments when the chasseurs du roi were reloading for his flight. He was not long in jeopardy. The counter-Chouans joined the Blues, and with Hulot at their head, they came to the young officer's assistance just at the place where the Marquis had flung away his blunderbuss. As they came up, Gaudin caught a glimpse of his foe, who was sitting exhausted beneath one of the trees in the little copse, and, leaving his comrades to shoot from behind their cover at the Chouans who were entrenched behind a hedge along the side of the field, he made a circuit round them and went in the direction of the Marquis with the eagerness of a beast of prey. When the chasseurs du roi saw his manoeuvre, they uttered fearful yells to warn their chief of his danger. Then, after firing around at the counter-Chouans, with poacher's luck, they tried to hold their own against them. But the counter-Chouans boldly climbed the bank which served their enemies as a rampart, and took a murderous revenge. Upon this, the Chouans made for the road that ran beside the enclosure in which the skirmish had taken place, and made themselves masters of the high ground, abandoned by a blunder of Hulot's. Before the Blues knew where they were, the Chouans had entrenched themselves among the gaps in the crests of the rocks, and, thus sheltered, they could pick off Hulot's men in safety, should the latter show any disposition to follow them thither, and thus prolong the fight. Whilst Hulot and a few of his soldiers were going slowly towards the copse in search of Gaudin, the men of Fougères stayed behind to strip the dead and dispatch the living Chouans, for no prisoners were made on either side in this terrible war. The Marquis being in safety, both Chouans and Blues recognized the strength of their respective positions and the futility of continuing the struggle, so that neither party now thought of anything but of beating a retreat. "If I lose this young man," Hulot exclaimed as he carefully scanned the copse, "I will never make another friend." "Oho!" said one of the lads from Fougères, "there's a bird here with yellow feathers." And he held up for his fellow countrymen's inspection a purse full of gold pieces that he had just found in the pocket of a stout man in black clothes. "But what have we here?" asked another, as he drew a breviary from the dead man's overcoat. "Here be holy goods. This is a priest," he exclaimed as he flung the breviary down. "The robber, he will make bankrupts of us," said a third, who had only found 2 crowns of 6 francs each in the pockets of the Chouan that he was stripping. "Yes, but he has a famous pair of shoes," said a soldier, who made as though he would help himself to them. "You shall have them if they fall to your share," a Fougères answered, as he dragged them off the feet of the dead Chouan and flung them down on a pile of goods already heaped together. A fourth counter-Chouan took charge of the money so as to divide it when the soldiers belonging to the party should return. Hulot came back with the young officer, whose last attempt to come up with the Garde had been as useless as it was dangerous, and found a score of his own men and some 30 counter-Chouans standing round 11 of their dead foes, whose bodies had been flung into a furrow below the hedge. "Soldiers," Hulot shouted sternly, "I forbid you to take any part of those rags. Fall in and look sharp about it." "It is all very well about the money, Commandant," said one of the men, exhibiting for Hulot's benefit a pair of shoes out of which his 5 bare toes were protruding. "But those shoes would fit me like a glove," he went on, pointing the butt end of his gun at the pair of iron-bound shoes before him. "So you want a pair of English shoes on your feet?" was Hulot's reply. "But ever since the war began, we have always shared the booty," began one of the Fougerets in a respectful voice. Hulot broke in upon him roughly with, "You fellows can follow your customs. I make no objection." "Wait a bit. Gaudin, there is a purse here, and it is not so badly off for louis. You have been at some trouble, so your chief will not object to your taking it," said one of his old comrades, addressing the officer. Hulot, in annoyance, looked at Gaudin and saw him turn pale. "It is my uncle's purse," the young fellow exclaimed. Exhausted and weary as he was, he went a step or two towards the heap of bodies, and the first that met his eyes happened to be that of his own uncle. He had scarcely caught sight of the florid face, now furrowed with bluish lines, of the gunshot wound and the stiffened arms, when a smothered cry broke from him, and he said, "Let us march, Commandant." The blues set off, Hulot supporting his young friend, who leaned upon his arm. "Tonnerre de Dieu," said the old soldier, "never mind." "But he is dead," Gaudin replied. "He is dead. He was the only relation I had left, and though he cursed me, he was fond of me. If the king had come back, the whole country would have wanted my head, but the old fellow's cassock would have screened me." "What a fool!" remarked the National Guards, who stayed behind to divide the booty. "The old boy was well off, and as things fell out, he had not time to make a will to disinherit his nephew." When the plunder had been divided, the counter-Chouans started after the little battalion of blues, and followed them after a distance. As the day wore away, there was a dreadful sense of uneasiness in Galop-Chopin's hovel, where life had hitherto been so simple and so free from anxiety. Barbette and her little lad went home at the hour when the family usually took their evening meal. The one bore a heavy burden of furs, and the other a bundle of fodder for the cattle. Mother and son entered the hut, and looked round in vain for Galop-Chopin. Never had their wretched room looked so large to them, nor seemed so empty. The fireless hearth, the darkness, and the stillness all foreboded calamity of some kind. At nightfall, Barbette hastened to light a bright fire and 2 oribus, for so they call their resin candles in the country that lies between the shores of Armorica and the district of the Upper Loire, and the word is in use even on this side of Amboise, in the Vendomois. Barbette set about her preparations with the deliberation that characterizes all actions performed under the influence of deep feeling. She listened to the slightest sound. The wailing of the gusts of wind often deceived her, and brought her to the door of her wretched hovel, only that she might go sadly back again. She rinsed a couple of pitchers, filled them with cider, and set them on the long table of walnut wood. Again and again she looked at her little boy, who was watching the baking of the buckwheat cakes, but she could not bring herself to speak a word to him. Once the little lad fixed his eyes upon the nails in the wall from which his father was wont to hang his duck-gun, and Barbette shuddered when she noticed, as he had also noticed, that the space was vacant. The silence was unbroken, save for the lowing of the cows and the sound at regular intervals of the drippings from the cider barrel. The poor woman sighed as she poured out into 3 brown earthenware porringers a sort of soup made of milk, cakes cut into dice, and cooked chestnuts. "They fought in the field that belongs to La Beraudière," said the little boy. "Go and have a look there," his mother answered. The little fellow ran off, and made out the faces of the heap of dead by the moonlight. His father was not among them, and he came back whistling joyfully, for he had picked up a few coins that the victors had overlooked and trampled into the mud. He found his mother busy spinning hemp, seated upon a stool by the fireside. He shook his head at the sight of Barbette, who did not dare to believe in any good news. It was 10 o'clock by St. Leonard's church, and the little fellow went to bed after lisping his prayer to the Holy Virgin of Auray. At daybreak, Barbette, who had not slept all night, gave a cry of joy as she heard a sound in the distance that she recognized. It was Galop Chopin's step, and his heavy iron-bound shoes, and he himself soon showed his sullen countenance. "Thanks to Saint Labre, to whom I have promised a fine wax candle, the Gars is saved. Do not forget that we now owe 3 candles to the saint." With that, Galop Chopin seized upon a pitcher and gulped down the contents without taking a breath. When his wife had put the soup before him and had helped him to rid himself of his duck-gun, he seated himself on the bench of walnut wood and said, as he drew near the fire, "How could the Blues and Counter Chouans have come here? There was a fight going on at Florigny. What devil can have told them that the Gars was in our house? Nobody knew about it except us, and the Gars, and that pretty lass of his." The woman turned pale. "The Counter Chouans made me believe that they were the Gars from Saint Georges," she made answer, trembling, "and I myself told them where the Gars was." Now it was Galop Chopin's turn to grow pale. He set his porringer down on the edge of the table. "I sent our little chap to warn you," the terrified Barbette went on. "He didn't find you." The Chouan rose to his feet and dealt his wife such a violent blow that she fell back half dead upon the bed. "Accursed garce," he said, "you have killed me." Then terror seized him, and he took his wife in his arms. "Barbette," he cried, "Barbette, Holy Virgin, my hand was too heavy." "Do you think that Marcheterre will get to know about it?" she said when she opened her eyes again. "The Gars has given orders for an inquiry to be made, so as to know where the treachery came from," answered the Chouan. "Did he tell Marcheterre?" "Piamiche and Marcheterre were at Florigny." Barbette breathed more freely. "If they touch a single hair of your head," she said, "I will rinse their glasses with vinegar." "I have no appetite now," Galop Chopin exclaimed dejectedly. His wife set another full pitcher before him, but he gave no heed to it. 2 great tears left their traces on Barbette's cheeks, and moistened the wrinkles on her withered face. "Listen, wife. Tomorrow morning you must make a heap of faggots on the crags of Saint-Sulpice to the right of Saint-Léonard, and set fire to them. That is the signal agreed upon between the Gare and the old rector of Saint-Georges, who will come and say a mass for him." "Is he going to Fougères?" "Yes, he is going to see his pretty lass, and on that account I shall have running about to do today. I'm pretty sure that he means to marry her and to take her away with him, for he told me to hire horses and to have them ready all along the Saint Malo road." Thereupon Galop-Chopin, being tired out, went to bed for a few hours, and afterwards went about his errands. He came in again the next morning, having faithfully carried out the Marquis's instructions. And when he learned that Marcheterre and Piamiche had not put in an appearance, he dispelled his wife's fears, so that she set out for the crags of Saint-Sulpice with an almost easy mind. On the previous evening she had made a pile of faggots, now white with rime, upon the knoll that faced the suburb of Saint-Léonard. She held her child by the hand, and the little fellow carried some glowing ashes in a broken sabot. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3K. His wife and son had hardly disappeared behind the shed when Galop-Chopin heard 2 men jump over the last of the series of échaliers. By degrees he made out 2 angular figures, looking like vague shadows in a tolerably thick fog. "There are Piamiche and Marcheterre," he said within himself, and trembled as the 2 Chouans showed their dark countenances in the little yard. Beneath their huge battered hats they looked not unlike the foreground figures that engravers put into landscapes. "Good day, Galop-Chopin," said Marcheterre soberly. "Good day, Monsieur Marcheterre," Barbette's husband respectfully answered. "Will you come inside and empty a pitcher or 2? I have some cold cakes and fresh butter here." "That is not to be refused, cousin," said Piamiche, and the 2 Chouans came in. There was nothing to alarm Galop-Chopin in this beginning. He hastened to his great cider butt and filled 3 pitchers, while Marcheterre and Piamiche, seated upon the polished bench on either side of the long table, cut slices of the cakes for themselves, and spread them with the rich yellow butter that exuded little beads of milk under the pressure of the knife. Galop-Chopin set the foaming pitchers full of cider before his visitors, and the 3 Chouans fell to. But from time to time the master of the house cast a sidelong glance at Marcheterre as he eagerly satisfied his thirst. "Pass me your snuff-box," Marcheterre remarked to Piamiche. The Breton gave it a few vigorous shakes, till several pinches lay in the hollow of his hand. Then he snuffed the powdered tobacco like a man who wished to fortify himself for serious business. "It is cold," Piamiche remarked, and rose to shut the upper part of the door. The dim, foggy daylight now only entered the room through the little window, so that only the table and the 2 benches were faintly visible, but the red glow of the firelight filled the place. Galop-Chopin had just refilled the pitchers and had set them before his guests, but they declined to drink, flung their large hats aside, and suddenly assumed a solemn expression. This gesture, and the look by which they took counsel of each other, sent a shudder through Galop Chopin, who seemed to read thoughts of bloodshed lurking beneath those red woolen bonnets. "Bring us your hatchet," said Marcheterre. "But what do you want with it, Monsieur Marcheterre?" "Come, cousin, you know quite well that you are doomed," said Piamiche, putting away the snuff-box that Marcheterre had returned to him. Both of the Chouans got up and seized their carbines. "Monsieur Marcheterre, I did not say one word about the Gare." "Get your hatchet, I tell you," was the Chouan's answer. The wretched Galop Chopin stumbled over his child's rough bedstead, and 3 5-franc pieces fell out onto the floor. Piamiche picked them up. "Oho, the Blues have given you new coin," cried Marcheterre. "I have not said one word. That is as true as that Saint Labre's image stands there," Galop Chopin replied. "Barbette mistook the counter-Chouans for the Gare from St. George. That was all." "Why do you prate about your business to your wife?" Marcheterre answered roughly. "And besides, we don't ask you for excuses, cousin. We want your hatchet. You are doomed." At a sign from his comrade, Piamiche helped him to seize the victim. Galop Chopin's courage broke down when he found himself in the hands of the Chouans. He fell on his knees and held up his despairing hands to his executioners. "Good friends," he cried, "and you, cousin, what will become of my little lad?" "I will look after him," said Marcheterre. "Dear comrades," Galop Chopin began again with blanched cheeks, "I am not ready for death. Will you send me out of the world without shrift? You have the right to take my life, but you have no right to rob me of eternal bliss." "That is true," said Marcheterre as he looked at Piamiche. The two Chouans remained in this most awkward predicament for a moment or two, in utter inability to resolve the case of conscience. Galop Chopin, meanwhile, listened to the slightest noise made by the wind, as if he had not yet lost all hope. He looked mechanically at the cider butt. The regular sound of the dripping leakage made him heave a melancholy sigh. Suddenly Piamiche clutched the sufferer's arm, drew him into a corner, and said to him, "Confess your sins to me. I will repeat them to a priest of the true church, and he will give me absolution. If there is any penance, I will do it for you." Galop Chopin obtained some respite by the way in which he made his confession, but in spite of the number of his sins and the full account which he gave of them, he came at last to the end of the list. "Alas," he said when he had finished, "since I am speaking to you, my cousin, as to a confessor, I affirm to you, by the holy name of God, that I have nothing to reproach myself with, unless it is that I have now and then buttered my bread a little too well. And I call Saint Labre over there above the chimney-piece to bear witness that I have not said a word about the Gare. No, my friends, I did not betray him." "All right, get up, cousin. You will explain all that to the bon Dieu when the time comes." "Let me say one little word of goodbye to Barb—" "Come now," said Marcheterre. "If you want us not to think more ill of you than we can help, behave yourself like a Breton, and die decently." The two Chouans seized Galop Chopin again, and stretched him on the bench, where he lay making no sign of resistance, save convulsive movements prompted by physical fear. There was a heavy thud of the hatchet, and a sudden end of his smothered cries. His head had been struck off at a blow. Marcheterre took it up by a lock of hair, and went out of the hut. He looked about him, and found a great nail in the doorway, about which he twisted the strand of hair, and so suspended the bloody head, without even closing the eyes. The two Chouans washed their hands leisurely in a great earthen pan full of water, put on their hats, took up their carbines, and sprang over the échalier, whistling the tune of the Ballad of the Captain. At the end of the field, Piamiche began in a hoarse voice to sing some odd stanzas of the simple poem. The first town that they came unto, her lover has lighted down, and he has clad that bonny lass in a milk-white satin gown. The next town that they came unto, he has lighted her lover bold, and he has clad her in white silver, and in the ruddy gold. But when she came to his regiment, so fair a maid to greet, they have taken webs of the silken cloth to spread them beneath her feet. As the Chouans went farther and farther away, the tune grew less distinct, but there was such a deep silence over the countryside that a note here and there reached Barbette as she returned to the cabin, holding her little boy by the hand. No peasant woman can hear this song with indifference, so popular is it in the west of France. Barbette, therefore, unconsciously took up the earlier verses of the ballad. We must away, bonny lassie, for we have far to ride. We must away to the wars, lassie, I may no longer bide. Spare thy trouble, O bold captain, save that treason give her thee, she shall not be thine in any land, nor yet upon the sea. Her father has stripped her of her weed, and flung her into the wave, but the captain has swum out cannily, his lady love to save. We must away, bonny lassie, etc. Barbette came into her yard just as she had reached the place in the ballad at which Piamiche had taken it up. Her tongue was suddenly petrified. She stood motionless, and a loud cry, which she instantly repressed, came from her open mouth. "Mother dear, what is the matter?" asked the little one. "You must go alone," cried Barbette in a choking voice, as she withdrew her hand from his and pushed him from her with indescribable roughness. "You have a father and mother no longer." The child rubbed his shoulder, but he caught sight of the head as he cried, and, though his pink and white face was still puckered by the nervous twitch that tears give to the features, he grew silent. He stared wide-eyed for a long while at his father's head with a stolid expression that revealed no emotion whatever. His face, brutalized by ignorance, at last came to wear a look of savage curiosity. At last Barbette suddenly took her child's hand in a powerful grip and hurried him into the house. One of Galop Chopin's shoes had fallen off when Piamiche and Marcheterre had stretched him on the bench. It had lain beneath his neck and was filled with blood. This was the first thing that met the widow's eyes. "Take off your sabot," the mother said to her son, "and put your foot in that. Good. Always remember your father's shoe," she cried in piteous tones. "Never set a shoe on your foot without remembering how this one was full of blood that the Chouans spilt, and kill the Chouans." She shook her head so violently as she spoke that the long locks of her black hair fell about her throat and gave her face a sinister look. "I call Saint Labre to witness," she went on, "that I dedicate you to the Blues. You shall be a soldier, so that you may avenge your father. Kill them, kill the Chouans, and do as I do. Ah, they have taken my husband's head, and I will give the head of the Gare to the Blues." She sprang to the bed at a bound, drew a little bag of money from its hiding-place, took her astonished child by the hand, and dragged him forcibly with her, not even leaving him time to put on his sabot again. Then they both set out for Fougères at a quick pace, neither of them giving a look behind them at the cottage they were forsaking. When they reached the summit of the crags of Saint-Sulpice, Barbette stirred up her fire of faggots, and her little son helped her to pile on bushes of green broom with the rime upon them, so as to increase the volume of smoke. "That will outlast your father's life, and mine, and the Gar's too," said Barbette savagely, as she pointed out the fire to her child. While Galop Chopin's widow and son, with his foot dyed in blood, were watching the eddying smoke wreaths with brooding looks of vengeance and curiosity, Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes were fastened on the crag. She tried in vain to discern the signal there of which the Marquis had spoken. The fog had grown gradually denser, and the whole district was enveloped in a grey veil that hid the outlines of the landscape, even at a little distance from the town. She looked with fond anxiety at the crags and the castle, and at the buildings that loomed through the heavy air like darker masses of the fog itself. A few trees round about her window stood out against the bluish background like branching corals dimly seen in the depths of a calm sea. The sun had given to the sky the yellowish hues of tarnished silver. Its rays shed a vague red colour over the bare branches of the trees, where a few last withered leaves were hanging yet. But Marie felt an agitation of soul too delightful to allow her to draw dark auguries from this scene. It was too much out of harmony with the happiness to come, of which, in thought, she took her fill. Her ideas had altered strangely in the past 2 days. Slowly, the fierceness and uncontrolled outbursts of her passions had been subdued by the influence of the even warmth that true love brings into a life. The certain knowledge that she was beloved, for which she had sought through so many perils, had awakened in her a desire to return within the limits in which society sanctions happiness, limits which despair alone had led her to overstep. A love that only lasts for the space of a moment seemed to her to betoken weakness of soul. She had a sudden vision of herself withdrawn from the depths wherein misfortune had plunged her, and restored again to the high position in which she had been placed by her father. Her vanity awoke, after being repressed by the cruel vicissitudes of a passion that had met at times with happiness and again at times with scorn. She saw all the advantages conferred by an exalted rank. When she was married to Monteron and came into the world, so to speak, as a marquise, would she not live and act in the sphere to which she naturally belonged? She could appreciate better than other women the greatness of the feelings and thoughts that underlie family life, for she had known the chances of a life of continual adventure. The responsibilities and cares of marriage and motherhood would for her be a rest rather than a burden. She looked forward longingly, through this last storm, to a quiet and virtuous life, as a woman tired of virtuous conduct might give a covetous glance at an illicit passion. Virtue for her possessed a new attraction. She turned away from the window, for she could not see the fire on the crags of Saint-Sulpice. Perhaps I have coquetted overmuch with him, but was it not in this way that I learned how well I was beloved? Francine, it is a dream no longer. Tonight I shall be the Marquise de Montauran. What can I have done to deserve such entire happiness? Oh, I love him, and love alone can requite love. And yet it is God's purpose, doubtless, to reward me, because I have kept so much love in my heart through so many miseries, and to make me forget all that I have suffered, for I have suffered greatly, as you know, dear child. You, Marie, you tonight the Marquise de Montauran. Ah, until it is over and done, I shall think that I am dreaming. Who taught him to know your worth? But he has not only a handsome face, dear child, he has a soul, too. If you had seen him in danger as I did, ah, he is so brave, he needs must know how to love well. If you love him so much, why do you allow him to come to Fougères? Had we time to say a word to each other before we were surprised? Besides that, is it not one more proof of his love? Can one ever have enough of them? Do my hair. He will not be here yet. But stormy thoughts still mingled themselves with the anxieties of coquetry, and again she spoiled the carefully arranged effects, as her hair was dressed, by movements that seemed to be electric. As she shook out a curl into waves, or smoothed the glossy plaits, a trace of mistrust made her ask herself whether the Marquis was playing her false. And then came the thought that such baseness would be unfathomable, for in coming to seek her at Fougères, he had boldly laid himself open to swift and condign punishment. She studied keenly in the mirror the effects of a side glance, of a smile, of a slight contraction of her brows, of a gesture of anger, scorn, or love, seeking in this way for a woman's wile that should probe the young chief's heart even at the last moment. "You are right, Francine," said she. "Like you, I wish that the marriage was over. This is the last of my overclouded days. It is big with my death or our happiness. This fog is detestable," she added, looking afresh at the summits of Saint-Sulpice that were still hidden from her. With her own hands she arranged the curtains of silk and muslin that draped the window, taking a pleasure in shutting out the daylight, and so producing a soft gloom in the chamber. "Take away those knickknacks that cover the chimney-piece, Francine," she said. "Leave nothing there but the clock and the 2 Dresden vases. I myself will put into them those winter flowers that Corentin found for me. Take all the chairs out of the room. I only care to keep the armchair and the sofa. And when you have done these things, child, brush the carpet to make the colours look brighter, and put candles in the sconces by the fireside and in the candlesticks." Marie looked long and closely at the ancient tapestry that covered the walls of the room. Her innate taste discovered among the vivid colours of the warp the hues which could serve to bring this decoration of a bygone day into harmony with the furniture and accessories of the boudoir, hues which either repeated their colours or made a charming contrast with them. The same idea pervaded her arrangement of the flowers with which she filled the fantastic vases about the room. The sofa was drawn up to the fire. Upon 2 gilded tables on either side of the bed, which stood near the wall opposite to the chimney-piece, she set great Dresden vases filled with leafage and sweet-scented flowers. More than once she trembled as she arranged the voluminous folds of green silk brocade about the bed, and followed with her eyes the curving lines of the flowered pattern on the coverlet which she laid over it. About such preparations there is an indefinable secret happiness, a delightful stimulation that causes a woman to forget all her doubts in the pleasure of her task, as Mademoiselle de Verneuil did at this moment. Is there not a kind of religious sentiment about the innumerable pains thus undertaken to please a beloved being, who is not there to behold them and to recompense them, but who must, later on, feel the significance of these charming preparations and repay them with an approving smile? In moments like these, women give themselves up to love in advance, so to speak. There is not one who does not say to herself, as Mademoiselle de Verneuil said in her thought, "I shall be very happy tonight." The most innocent among them, at such times, sets this sweet hope in the least folds of the silk or muslin, and the harmony that she establishes about her steeps the whole of her surroundings in an atmosphere of love. All things in this delicious world of her creation become living beings and onlookers. She already makes them accomplices in her happiness to come. At each movement and at each thought she grows bold to rob the future. Soon her hopes and expectations cease, and she reproaches the silence. She must needs take the slightest sound for a presage, till doubt, at last, sets his talons in her heart, and she feels the torture of a burning thought that surges within her, and that brings something like a physical strain to bear upon her. Without the sustaining hope of joy, she could never bear those alternations of exultation and of anguish. Time after time, Mademoiselle de Verneuil had drawn the curtains aside, hoping to see a column of smoke rising above the rocks, but the fog appeared to grow grayer every moment, until at last its grisly hues affected her imagination, and seemed to be full of evil augury. In a moment of impatience, she let the curtain fall, and vowed to herself that she would not raise it again. She looked discontentedly round the room for which she had found a soul and a language, asked herself whether her preparations had all been made in vain, and fell to pondering over them at the thought. She drew Francine into the adjoining dressing-closet, in which there was a round casement looking out upon the dimly visible corner of the cliffs, where the fortifications of the town joined the rocks of the promenade. "Little one," she said, "put this in order for me, and let everything be fresh and neat. You may leave the salon in disorder if you will," she added, with one of the smiles that women keep for those who know them best, with a subtle delicacy in it that men can never understand. "Ah, how lovely you look!" cried the little Breton maid. "Ah, fools that we all are, is not our lover our fairest ornament?" Francine left her stretched languidly on the sofa. As she went out, slowly, step by step, she began to see that whether her mistress was beloved or no, she would never betray Montauban. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 3L. "Are you sure about this yarn of yours, old woman?" said Hulot to Barbette, who had recognized him as she came into Fougères. "Have you eyes in your head? There! Look over there at the rocks of Saint-Sulpice, master, to the right of Saint-Léonard." Corentin scanned the ridge in the direction indicated by Barbette's finger. The fog began to clear off a little, so that he could distinctly see the column of pale smoke of which Galop Chopin's widow had spoken. "But when is he coming? Old woman? This evening or tonight?" "I know nothing about it, master," Barbette answered. "Why do you betray your own side?" asked Hulot sharply, when he had drawn the peasant woman a few paces away from Corentin. "Ah, my lord general, look at my lad's foot. See, it is dipped in my husband's blood. The Chouans butchered him like a calf, begging your pardon, to punish him for those 3 words that you got out of me when I was at work the day before yesterday. Take my Gars, since you have made him fatherless and motherless, but make a thorough blue of him, master, so that he may kill many Chouans. Look, here are 200 crowns. Take charge of them for him. With care they ought to last him a long time, for it took his father 12 years to get them together." Hulot stared in amazement at the peasant woman. Her wrinkled face was white, and her eyes were tearless. "But what will become of you yourself, mother? It would be better if you took charge of the money yourself." She shook her head sadly. "I need nothing more now. You might clap me into the dungeons below Melusina's tower there," and she pointed to one of the towers of the castle, "and the Chouans would find means to get at me and kill me there." She clasped her little lad in her arms, and her brow was dark with pain as she looked at him. 2 tears fell from her eyes, and with one more look at him, she vanished. "Commandant," said Corentin, "here is an opportunity, and if we mean to profit by it, we shall require 2 hard heads rather than 1. We know everything, and yet we know nothing. If we were to encompass Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house at once, we should set her against us, and you and I and your counter Chouans and both your battalions all put together would be no match for that girl, if she has taken it into her head to save her ci-devant. The fellow is a courtier, and consequently he is crafty. He is a young man, moreover, and mettlesome. We could never get possession of him as he enters Fougères. He may possibly be in Fougères already. And as for making domiciliary visits, the thing would be absurd. We should not take anything by it. It would give the alarm, and it would plague the townspeople." "I shall order the sentry on guard at Saint Leonard to lengthen his round by 2 or 3 paces," said Hulot, out of patience. "In that way he will come in front of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house. I shall arrange for every sentinel to give a signal, and I myself shall wait in the guardhouse. Then, when they let me know that any young man whatever has entered the town, I shall take a corporal and 4 men with me, and—" "And how if the young man is not the Marquis after all?" said Corentin, interrupting the impetuous soldier. "How if the Marquis enters by none of the gates? If he is in Mademoiselle de Verneuil's house already? If... Corentin looked at the commandant with an air of superiority, in which there was something so offensive that the old soldier exclaimed, "Mille tonnerres de Dieu! Go about your business, citizen of hell. What is all that to me? If this cockchafer tumbles into one of my guardhouses, there is no help for it, but I must shoot him. If I hear that he is in a house, there is no help for it, but I must search the house and take him and shoot him. But the devil fetch me if I will cudgel my brains to soil my uniform." "Commandant, the letter from the 3 ministers orders you to obey Mademoiselle de Verneuil." "Let her come to me herself, citizen, and then I will see what I will do." "Very good, citizen. Corentin answered stiffly. She will not be very long about it. She shall tell you herself the hour and the minute when the ci-devant comes. Possibly she will not be content until she has seen you post the sentries and surround her house. He is the devil incarnate, said Hulot plaintively, as he watched Corentin stride back up the Queen's staircase, where all this had taken place, and reach St. Leonard's gate. He is for betraying the citizen Montaran to me, bound hand and foot, the chief of demi-brigade went on, speaking to himself, and I shall have the plague of presiding at a court-martial. After all, said he, with a shrug of his shoulders, the Gars is an enemy of the Republic. He killed my poor friend Gerard, and in any case he is an aristocrat. But the devil take it. He turned quickly on his heel and set out to go the rounds of the town, whistling the Marseillaise as he went. Mademoiselle de Verneuil was steeped in those musings whose secrets lie buried, as it were, in the inmost depths of the soul, musings made up of numberless thoughts and emotions at war with one another, which have often proved to those who have suffered from them that a stormy and passionate life may be lived within four walls. Nay, without even leaving the ottoman whereon existence is burning itself away. The girl who was now face to face with the catastrophe of a drama of her own seeking reviewed each scene of love or anger that had stimulated life so powerfully during the 10 days that had elapsed since she first met the Marquis. While she mused, the sound of a man's footstep echoing in the adjoining salon made her tremble. The door opened, she turned her head quickly and saw Corentin. "Little trickster," said the superior agent of police, "so you still have a mind to deceive me. Oh, Marie, Marie, you are playing a very dangerous game when you determine on the strokes without consulting me, and do not attach me to your interests. If the Marquis has escaped his fate—" "It has been through no fault of yours, is that not what you mean?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil with poignant irony. "What right have you to enter my house a second time?" she went on severely. "Your house?" he queried in bitter tones. "You remind me," she replied with dignity, "that I am not in my own house. Perhaps you deliberately chose it out so that you might the more surely do your murderous work here. I will go out of it. I would go out into a desert rather than receive—" "Spies. Speak out," Corentin concluded. "But this house is neither yours nor mine. It belongs to the government. And as for leaving it," he added with a diabolical glance at her, "you will do nothing of the kind." An indignant impulse brought Mademoiselle de Verneuil to her feet. She made a step or two towards him, but suddenly came to a standstill, for she saw Corentin raise the curtain over the window, and the smile with which he asked her to join him. "Do you see that column of smoke?" he said, with the unshaken calmness which he knew how to preserve in his haggard face, however deeply his feelings had been stirred. "What connection can there possibly be between my departure and those weeds that they are burning?" she inquired. "Why is your voice so changed?" asked Corentin. "Poor little thing," he added in gentle tones, "I know everything. The Marquis is coming to Fougères to-day, and you had no purpose in your mind of giving him up to us when you set this boudoir in such festive array, with flowers and lights." Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned pale. She read Montaron's death warrant in the eyes of this tiger in human shape, and the love within her for her lover grew to frenzy. Every hair of her head seemed to be a source of hideous and intolerable pain, and she sat down upon the ottoman. For a moment Corentin stood with his arms folded across his chest. He was half pleased at the sight of a torture which avenged all the sarcasms and scorn that the woman before him had heaped upon his head, half vexed to see a being suffer whose yoke he had liked to bear, heavily though it had lain on him. "She loves him," he said in a smothered voice. "Loves him?" she cried. "What does that word signify? Corentin, he is my life, my soul, my very breath." The man's calmness appalled her. She flung herself at his feet. "Sordid soul," she cried, "I would rather abase myself to obtain his life than abase myself to take it. Save him I will, at the price of every drop of blood in me. Speak, what do you want?" Corentin trembled. "I came to take my orders from you, Marie," he said in dulcet tones as he raised her with polished grace. "Yes, Marie, your insults will not check my devotion to you, provided that you never deceive me again. As you know, Marie, no one ever fools me and goes scatheless." "Oh, if you want me to love you, Corentin, help me to save him." "Well, when is the Marquis coming?" he said, forcing himself to ask the question calmly. "Alas, I do not know." They both looked at each other in silence. "I am lost," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil to herself. "She is playing me false," thought Corentin. "Marie," he went on, "I have two maxims. One is never to believe a word that women say, which is the way to avoid being gulled by them. And the other is always to seek to discover whether they have not some motive for doing the very opposite of the thing they say, and for behaving in a fashion the very reverse of the course of action which they are kind enough to disclose to us in confidence. Now we understand each other, I think?" "Admirably," replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "You require proofs of my good faith, but I am holding them back until you shall give me proofs of yours." "Good-bye, mademoiselle," said Corentin dryly. "Come," the girl said, smiling at him. "Sit down, seat yourself there, and do not be sulky, or I shall readily find means to save the Marquis without your aid. As for the 300,000 francs that are always spread out before your eyes, I can lay them there upon the chimney-piece in gold for you the moment that the Marquis is in safety." Corentin rose to his feet, drew back several paces, and looked at Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "You have grown rich in a very short time," said he, with ill-concealed bitterness in his tones. "Montaron himself could offer you very much more for his ransom," said Marie with a pitying smile. "So prove to me that it is in your power to protect him against all dangers, and could you not arrange for him to escape the very moment that he arrives?" Corentin exclaimed suddenly, "for Hulot does not know the hour, and—" He broke off as though he blamed himself for having said too much. But can it be that you are asking me for a stratagem?" he went on, smiling in the most natural manner. "Listen, Marie, I am certain of your good faith. Promise that you will make good to me all that I am losing by serving you, and I will see that that blockhead of a commandant shall sleep so soundly that the Marquis will be as much at liberty here in Fougères as in St. James itself." "I give you my word," the girl said with a kind of solemnity. "Not in that way, though," he said. "Swear it by your mother." Mademoiselle de Verneuil shivered. Then she raised a trembling hand and took the oath the man required of her. His manners underwent an instant change. "You may do what you will with me," said Corentin. "Do not deceive me, and you will bless me this evening." "I believe you, Corentin," exclaimed Mademoiselle de Verneuil, quite softened towards him. She bowed graciously as she took leave of him, and there was a kindliness not unmingled with wonder in her smile when she saw the expression of melancholy tenderness on his face. "What an entrancing creature!" cried Corentin as he withdrew. "And is she never to be mine, never to be the instrument of my fortune and the source of my pleasures? To think that she should throw herself at my feet! Yes, the Marquis shall die, and if I can only obtain her by plunging her in the mire, I will thrust her down into it. Yet it is possible that she mistrusts me no longer," he said to himself as he reached the square, whither he had unconsciously bent his steps. 100,000 crowns at a moment's notice. She thinks that I covet money. It is a trick of hers, or else she has married him. Corentin did not venture to resolve on anything. He was lost in thought. The fog, which the sun had partially dispelled at noon, gradually thickened again, and grew so dense at last that Corentin could no longer see the trees, though they were only a short distance from him. "Here is a fresh piece of bad luck," he said to himself as he went slowly back to his lodging. "It is impossible to see anything 6 paces off. The weather is shielding our lovers. How is a house to be watched when it is enveloped in such a fog as this? Who goes there?" he called, as he caught an arm belonging to some unknown person, who had apparently scrambled up onto the promenade over the most dangerous places of the rock. "It is I," was the guileless answer, in a child's voice. "Ah, it is the little Redfoot lad. Do you not want to avenge your father?" Corentin asked. "Yes," cried the child. "Good. Do you know the Gare when you see him?" "Yes." "Better still. Now keep with me, and do exactly as I bid you in everything, and you will finish your mother's work, and earn some big pennies. Do you like big pennies?" "Yes." "So you like big pennies, and you want to kill the Gare. I will take care of you." "Now, Marie," Corentin said within himself after a pause, "you shall give him up to us yourself. She is too impetuous to think calmly over the blow that I mean to give her. And besides, passion never reflects. She does not know Montaron's handwriting. Now is the time to set the snare into which her nature will make her rush blindfold. But Hulot is necessary to me if my scheme is to succeed. I will go and see him." End of section 27.